A pleasant good morning. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture meeting of November 10th, 2025 is hereby called to order. Good morning. My name is Hubert Lorenzo Frederick, and I am the chair of the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee for the 36th Legislature. I want to first say a pleasant good morning to my colleagues, testifiers, and members of the public, listening and viewing audience. As we begin today's hearing, I want to take a moment to recognize Veterans Day, which is tomorrow. Having honorably served in the United States Naval Reserve, I stand here today with deep pride and appreciation. I strongly encourage our community to join in the recognizing of Veterans Day to acknowledge the brave men and women who have served and those who continue to serve, particularly in the light of the elevated military presence we now face in the Caribbean region, and to honor all those who have defended this nation with distinction. I also would like to take a moment to acknowledge the recent passing of Miss Elma E. Blyden, the beloved mother of my best friend, Mr. Brent Blyden, from St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. I wanted to wish my deepest and sincere condolences to the family and loved ones. May her memory rest in peace, and may she continue to rest in the Lord's bosom. She was like a mom to me, so I get very emotional about that. I'd like to also express my sympathy, my heartfelt sympathy for the passing of a classmate of mine, Mr. Alfred John on St. Croix, who was a dear friend, a person that everyone knew and loved. Also, another classmate, Miss Carol Higgins, both of whom touched so many lives in their kindness and spirit. May their memories continue to be a source of comfort and inspiration to all who knew them and loved them. Today's hearing will be conducted in 3 blocks. Block 1 will be the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and also the Department of Tourism. That will be Block 1. Block 2 will be the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Division of Fish and Wildlife, and the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. That will be the second block. And the third and final block will be the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands. Each of these entities play a vital role in advancing our economic development and strengthening our agriculture and protecting our natural resources while improving the quality of life for Virgin Islanders. Our focus this morning is to examine how these agencies are fulfilling their mandate to grow our economy, support farmers, fisheries, small businesses, protect consumers, and promote the territory as a premier destination for visitors. With that said, I look forward to an engaging testimony, constructive dialogue, and actionable outcomes from our discussions today. Now let's begin with today's hearing. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick present. Senator Maurice C. James.
I am here.
Senator James present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Present.
Senator Joseph Sr. present. Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We have a quorum. We will proceed. Today's hearing is going to be very busy, so we're going to try to get the blocks in as quickly as possible. Colleagues, just for your knowledge base, I want to let you know the order in which we'll be proceeding today. Senator Franklin Johnson, you'll be the first senator to question. Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. the second. Senator Marvin Blyden would be third. Senator Novell E. Francis will be the fourth. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger would be number 5, and Senator Maurice C. James Esquire would be number 6. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read?
November 10th, 2025, Honorable Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Chair, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00802. Notice of tardiness. Dear Senator Frederick, I am writing to respectfully inform you. Sorry.
Which senator is that?
Bolquez.
Okay. So I just got a call from the senator. He just landed at the airport, so he will be noted as being tardy. Are there any other correspondence?
No, that's the end.
Thank
Just
you.
Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll note that in the record. All right. Let's start with the presenters, DLCA. Commissioner Hodge, can you please, we'll do a mic check. We'll start with you, and you just introduce your testifiers.
Good morning. Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. To my right, I have my Assistant Commissioner, Horace Graham. My Deputy...
Excuse me, if you would, can they speak into the mic so that we
sure.
could do a mic check, please?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Myrna George, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, all. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement.
Good morning, Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel.
Good morning, Sarah Maynard, Director of Boards and Commissions.
Good morning, Kasai Randon-Fields, Assistant Director, Administration and Business Management.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hodge, if you would, please commence with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Hubert L. Frederick, Chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, esteemed members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, committee members, non-committee members present, the listening and the viewing audience. My name is Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I am accompanied today with my Assistant Commissioner, Horace Graham, Deputy Commissioner Myrna George, General Counsel Geraldine Vaval, Director of Enforcement Wilbur Francis, Assistant Director of Admin and Business Management, Ms. Kasai Randon Seals, and the Director of Office and Boards and Commissions, Sarah Maynard. My team and I appear before you to provide testimony on the current status and modernization of the business licensing and permitting system, enforcement of consumer protection laws, and monitoring of price regulations, oversight and compliance mechanisms for the licensed business within the territory, programs and initiatives designed to support small businesses and entrepreneurs, and operational challenges and legislative support required to enhance our service delivery. Current status and modernization of DLC's integrated management system. Last year, the Department of Property and Procurement, on behalf of the DLCA, issued a request for proposal for the development of a comprehensive web-based application to modernize the agency's holistic digital presence. The response attracted 11 proposals, and after a rigorous and competitive evaluation process, a vendor was selected and awarded. We are now in the final stages of the contracting process, pending legal review by the Department of Justice and the Governor's signature for execution. Work is anticipated to commence before the end of this calendar year. This modernization efforts represents a complete transformation of the LCA's entire scope of operations. The new platform will integrate business and professional licensing, consumer complaints, consumer protection, weights and measures, and alcohol violation tracking, enforcement citations, and legal case management into one comprehensive, unified system. Importantly, this initiative will strengthen the department's capacity to capture and manage consumer complaints, track citations, and oversee workflow management across critical divisions, including consumer protection and the weights and measures division, alcohol enforcement, and the legal case management. Our key features include real-time licensing verification, secure online payments, automated renewal reminders, voice over internet protocol integration, advanced reporting dashboards, a mobile application for field officers. This modernization will deliver faster, more efficient inspections and licensing process. End-to-end online applications and renewals will eliminate paper submissions and in-person visits. Automated workflows and real-time verification will streamline processing, while mobile tools will allow staff to update records directly from the field. With these enhancements, the DLCA expects them to meet measurable performance goals. 95% of license renewals processed within 24 to 48 hours, and 85% of new licenses are processed within 10 business days. Beyond licensing, the system will improve timeliness, efficiency, and transparency across all of the DLCA's services, strengthening consumer protection, enforcement, and overall the public trust. Enforcement of consumer protection laws and monitoring of price regulations. The DLCA remains steadfast in its mission to protect consumers and ensure fair market practices. Through routine inspections, complaint investigations, and targeted enforcement actions, the department works to ensure that businesses operate within the parameters of the law. Our authority to control prices derives from Title 11 of the Virgin Islands Code, which activates anti-price gouging measures during an emergency declaration. Outside of such declarations, the LCA monitors prices to promote transparency in the cost of essential goods, including food and fuel. During fiscal year 2025, the LCA conducted 53 fuel services and 9 grocery stores price comparisons. We continue to collaborate with local and federal partners to ensure compliance with all applicable regulations and to safeguard consumer interests. During fiscal year 2025, the Consumer Protection Unit inspected 103 stores. Of those stores, 56 were issued citations for various violations. Residents are encouraged to report suspected violations through the department's consumer complaint portal to help us maintain a fair and transparent marketplace. The LC remains vigilant in its monitoring efforts to prevent exploitive practices, particularly during times of economic strain when price gouging can occur. In keeping with our commitment to data-driven oversight and consumer transparency, the department formally requested that all gas retailers in the territory produce verified records of the operational and pricing costs. This includes bills of lading, invoices, contracts relating to the importation, retail, and transportation of conventional regular, premium, and diesel gasoline for the period beginning May 1st, 2022 to present. I am pleased to report that the majority of gas retailers have submitted the required documentation for review. Those who have not complied have been referred to the Department of Justice for further action. Status update on the gas, food, and housing market analysis contract. The information collected from fuel retailers will be provided to the vendor, the analysis group. This is the firm contracted by Property and Procurement on behalf of the DLCA to conduct a comprehensive cost of living study that includes gas, food, and housing market analysis. This work is being carried out in close collaboration with the Bureau of Economic Research, whose technical expertise and data support are essential to producing a thorough and accurate assessment of market conditions in the territory. The contract was executed on October 17, 2025, and marks an important step forward in our efforts to better understand price behavior and market forces. The study is designed to deliver an in-depth evaluation of price trends, market competitiveness, and affordability across essential goods and the housing sector. We have already begun meeting with the analysis group and BER to review the data collected to date and to determine what additional information is needed to comprehend this comprehensive report. With an anticipated completion date of September 2026, the findings will serve as a vital tool for guiding DLCA's consumer protection policies, strengthening price monitoring practices, and supporting future legislative and regulatory reforms aimed at promoting market fairness, consumer confidence, and economic stability. Oversight and compliance mechanisms. Making sure that the businesses follow the law and operate responsibly is a core product of DLCA's mission. Our Enforcement Division, the Consumer Protection Unit, Weights and Measures Unit, Alcohol and Tobacco Unit, and the Office of Boards and Commissions all work together to make sure businesses and professionals are properly licensed and they are in good standing. Through regular inspections and compliance checks across all districts, we verify that licenses are valid and that businesses meet all legal requirements. When violations are found, we are authorized to issue citations, notices of violations, cease and desist orders, and/or administrative fines. However, our main goal is to help businesses maintain compliance. In most cases, we reach out to owners, explain the issue, and work with them to correct the issues. The LCA also partners with other government agencies, including the Bureau of Internal Revenue, Department of Labor, Division of Corporations and Trademarks, Department of Health, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, and the VA Police Department to share data and quickly identify non-compliant or delinquent businesses. When a business becomes delinquent, whether for failing to renew a license or pay required fees, the DLCA follows a clear process to bring businesses back into compliance. There is notice, which is a written reminder that is sent, giving the business the time to fix the issue. Penalties, if there is no response, late fees and penalties may apply. Inspection, enforcement officers visit the location to confirm if the business is still in operation. And escalation. Ongoing violations are referred to DLCA's legal division for due process hearings, and ultimately to the Department of Justice for further action if no compliance is met. Additionally, where violators have willfully disobeyed an order of the Commissioner after attempts to having been made whole and ensure compliance, the DLCA may effectuate an arrest. To strengthen follow-up and collection efforts, the LCA has established an in-house dedicated collections team to track outstanding fines, payment plans, and delinquent accounts. The team works alongside the legal division and ensures penalties are collected, agreements are honored, and cases are resolved quickly and fairly. The DLCA's integrated management system will make collections more efficient. It will allow us to track compliance in real time, flag delinquent accounts automatically, and link directly with the collection teams for faster updates and reporting. Through outreach, strong partnerships, technology, and our collections unit, we continue to make sure businesses operate fairly, consumers are protected, and the Virgin Islands marketplace remains transparent and accountable. Programs and initiatives. The DLCA is committed to fostering a thriving small business ecosystem. We offer a variety of programs and services designed to support entrepreneurs. With the publishing of the Regulatory Roundup newsletter as a means of fostering communication, sharing valuable information, and celebrating the vital work we do to protect and serve consumers and business alike. The most recent issue was released earlier this month. We publish press releases on matters affecting consumers. Just recently, we published the DLC reminds businesses of required payment options under the VI law. The DLC warns against illegal credit card processing, surcharges on debit, prepaid, and gift cards. The DLC clarifies fuel pricing disparities and the hurricane price lists, which are due June 1st every year to November 1st. DLCA goes to the fair for the very first time ever. DLCA participated in AgriFest 2025. This initiative gave us an opportunity to directly engage with the public, share consumer protection resources, highlight licensing services, and promote educational campaigns in the community setting. This initiative, combined with public education, community presence, and consumer outreach, positioning the DLC as approachable and proactive in meeting residents where they are, rather than only in formal office settings. DLC Walk, Talk, and Connect, a community engagement program where the DLCA senior leadership intends to meet with businesses owners at the respective locations to assess concerns and needs and to provide real-time support. By walking through communities, holding conversations, and acting on feedback, the initiative is designed to strengthen partnerships, improve the DLCA services, and empower the local economy with smarter business-driven solutions. Boards and Commissions Town Hall appearances. The Office of Boards and Commissions has been hosting a series of town hall sessions to connect directly with the professionals across the territory. These sessions gave participants the opportunity to learn more about the application and renewal process, ask questions, and receive updates on recent changes in the law and regulations that govern the respective boards. Looking ahead, we will continue to enhance our outreach and support to the business community through new initiatives. The Empower and Launch Your Path. I'm seeing things. Your Path to Entrepreneurship. Scheduling for rollout during fiscal year 2026. This symposium will inspire and equip aspiring entrepreneurs with the knowledge and tools needed to start and successfully license their business. The program will feature keynote speakers, panel discussions, breakout sessions, and on-site licensing assistance, making it a one-stop resource for anyone looking to launch or expand a business in the Virgin Islands. Expanded public awareness and marketing campaigns. The DLCA will strengthen our marketing and public education efforts through a series of public service announcements, press features, and community events to ensure that consumers and businesses alike understand the rights and responsibilities under the law. And our festival compliance partnership. As the Crucian Festival approaches, the DLCA partners with the VI Police Department and the VI Department of Tourism to conduct radio rounds and community discussions focused on compliance during festival season. These sessions will provide an opportunity for the public to ask questions, raise concerns, and ensure that businesses' operations during festivities remain lawful and fair. Operational challenges and legislative support. While the department continues to make meaningful progress, we also recognize that our ability to deliver and our mission depends heavily on tools and authority available to us under the law. strengthening our enforcement powers and modernizing the Virgin Islands Code are essential to improve our operational efficiency and public service delivery. Adequate staffing continues to pose an operational challenge for the department. On the island of St. Croix, the Department Enforcement Division and Weights and Measures Unit experienced significant challenges due to insufficient staffing. These teams perform essential consumer protection and compliance functions, but are frequently unable to proficiently meet inspection demands across the territory. Additional staffing is critical to strengthening territorial coverage and inspection frequency, ensuring that we fulfill our mandate to protect our consumers. In the middle of 2024, the DLCA participated in a legislative symposium aimed at expediting key amendments to the sections of the Virgin Islands Code that directly impact our work. These proposed amendments are designed to align our authority with best practices, enhance enforcement, and streamline the administrative process. Among the proposed changes are the following: expanding the Commissioner's authority. This will enable, this will give me, as a Commissioner, the ability to issue civil citations and enforce penalties, aligning our enforcement powers with those in other jurisdictions. Fines and fees, empowering the DLCA to adjust licensing fees annually and impose stricter fines for violations, including the ability to issue both civil and criminal citations for the same offense. Terminology and structural updates, updating references to the Consumer Services Administration and the Alcohol Control Board, integrating these functions into the DLCA's structure for greater clarity and efficiency. Board-related amendments, revising existing amendments related to DLCA licensing boards for better operational alignment. We continue to collaborate closely with senators who have oversight into these legislative areas to advance the proposed amendments and align them with the department's operational priorities and statutory mandate. In closing, I thank the committee for the opportunity to share updates on the DLCA's integrated management system, our enforcement of consumer protection laws, businesses' oversight and compliance efforts, our ongoing initiatives, and request the need for more legislative support. We extend our gratitude to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, and the Bryan Roach administration for this steadfast support. We also thank the hardworking men and women of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for their dedication. We welcome any questions that this committee may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nathalie Hodge. I would like to also thank the people of the Virgin Islands for the opportunity to be here and sit in this chair and be a sitting senator. We tend to forget that it's the taxpayers that make this happen, so I want to thank everyone who contributed towards putting us in these positions. These positions are not given to you. You have to earn them, and I appreciate your vote of confidence. I say that because at the end of all these testimonies, you know, they tend to always thank the administration, you know, which is fine. That's your boss. Our boss is the taxpayers, the voters, so just wanted to be balanced. Commissioner, thank you very much for your testimony. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Colleagues, we're going to do 3-minute rounds with a burning question round if that's possible. Got a full day today. I'll be lenient today. All right, Senator Blyden has made a motion for 4 minutes. Okay, I second it. All right, approved. All right, that shows how flexible we are. So each senator will have 4 minutes to provide questioning. The first senator up will be Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to extend Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans. And in our chambers, we have two veterans along here with us. We have Senator Maurice James and Ms. Myrna Pickard. And by honoring Senator Maurice James as a veteran, I want to allow her to speak before me. So I'm willing to be in her position last, and I'll pass my time over for Senator Maurice James to start off the day. And that's in my honoring her as a veteran. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. The chair recognizes Senator Maurice James.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. And the universe works in mysterious ways, because on my sheet today, I have written that I want to thank service members of the Iwo Jima who was here on Saturday helping St. Joseph High School with the campus-wide cleanup. And I also have written down, and especially thanking Senator Franklin Johnson for going out to St. Joseph High School and helping. I am a graduate of St. Joseph High School. So it wasn't planned, and it was perfect. Thank you, Senator Johnson, though, from the bottom of my heart. And for recognizing me as a veteran. I appreciate that, and I wish the service members well. Thank you for helping St. Joseph High School. I want to start by asking the commissioner a few questions. The first one on page 3, you state that the DLC monitors prices to promote transparency in the cost of essential goods, including food and fuel. And I wanted to find out, when you say monitor prices, what exactly does that mean?
Good morning, Senator. Thank you for that question. Before I respond, I have a response for you, but I also would like to honor my veterans in my office, if you don't mind, and my senior leadership team. I have 3 here with us today. My general counsel, Attorney Vaval.
All my time. All my time. Thank you.
Mrs. Kasai Rondon Seals, and Director of Enforcement, Wilbur Francis. Thank you. Thank you for what you did. Senator, to answer your question, how we monitor, the team goes out and monitor the prices for the store. I'll talk about the food basket survey that we provide the community. So they would monitor those prices and publish that monthly for the community. In terms of the gas station, they do the very same thing, and we have a weekly publishing of the fuel survey across the territory. So it's
monitoring doesn't mean, I mean, is it that you're just looking at the prices, but you're not affecting the cost of the goods or services being provided, correct?
That is correct. We don't have the ability to do that. At least
Okay.
without a study, we don't have the ability to do that.
You don't, right? Except when there's an emergency declaration.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So when you say that residents are encouraged to report suspected violations, I was wondering, are residents aware of what constitutes violations in order for them to report it? What type, maybe you can use this opportunity to tell the public what constitutes violations that they may be aware of when they're shopping or see when they're shopping.
Again, Senator, thank you for that question. What they can do is, some of the violations that they can report are expired goods.
1 minute.
When goods aren't marked, the prices aren't clearly marked, because all goods should be clearly marked. And if there's any deficiency in prices at any level, they can contact the department. Senator?
When it comes to the those who have not complied are referred to the Department of Justice, for further action? Do people, once they're referred to, come back to the agency to settle whatever issues or disputes they have before it goes to further action, which in this case I am presuming which means court action? Do they usually resolve it, or do you have a percentage that actually goes through the legal process at the court?
Time.
No, they typically, majority of the time, they will resolve it before court action.
Okay, I heard my time has been called. I just want to shout out Attorney Geraldine Vaval, who served with me as a JAG officer in the Virgin Islands National Guard. Happy Veterans Day to you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. And again, thank you for your service to our country and our community. Commissioner, you talked about in your testimony being able to have more regulatory powers so you could in fact effectuate some, I guess it would be fines and penalties. Let's talk about that a little bit. There must be a reason why I would assume that the legislature was hesitant in granting this authority, because by now, it seems like it should have been done by now. What do you think the hesitation would be? Is this something that someone could abuse? Do you think it's the oversight component that the legislature might be kind of concerned about? A rogue commissioner going around just imposing huge fines and penalties?
Commissioner Frederick, again, thank you for that question.
I'm a senator.
Oh, Senator, sorry.
We'll switch.
Sorry, Senator Frederick. Yeah, I do believe that would be the hesitation, depending on the commissioner in the seat. However, I think with a strong legal arm, that can also be avoided. Currently, we would need that. I think we need that effort to assist, especially in collections. Our penalties somewhat there's some financial penalties. It's very minimal. So a lot of times we find that the violator are not coming into compliance, or they just become habitual offenders. And then the way the law is written, it can construed as a misdemeanor, which means it'll go straight to justice and not enough enforcement on our side to do collections or remedy the situation.
I see the frustration from a consumer's perspective. They're going to think you have too much power as it is. And, that's the one balance that we try to consider when we produce public policy, so that the public doesn't feel like the government is heavy-handed on them. So this is just something to consider. We'll have further discussions as we go along to see ways that we could, in fact, possibly give you more leverage, but not so much so that, the people might feel intimidated by your actions.
We would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Because as your current tenure ends next year, and you've been a great commissioner, the next person might be different. And then, the taxpayer might view that person differently. So we have to think holistically when we make these decisions. We haven't touched a lot of areas, so I'm going to give my colleagues an opportunity. Senator Franklin Johnson, did you want to continue your line? I know you yielded. Okay. All right. Let's move on to Senator Clifford Joseph. You're next with 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good morning to the listening public. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to everybody that works for the legislature. Mr. Chair, I first would like to say to my mom and the rest of my family that today marks 37 years since my dad passed, the 10th of November. And since we're already on the subject of now, I must now reach out to my colleagues. Number one will be not you, Mr. Chair, but you know, I like to put ladies in front. So, to all the ladies in the legislature and throughout the island and the nation, thank you for your service. And you too, Mr. Chair, and everyone else. Thank you for your service as veterans. Commissioner Hodge, you said you had, what would you call routine inspection as far as timing?
Good morning, Senator. I'll defer that question to Director Francis.
Good morning, Senator. Director Francis on behalf of the LCA. Routine inspections look like random compliance checks or regular compliance checks that the enforcement officers would go out and do to the businesses during the course of the day. That could be checking to make sure that they are operating within the scope of their licensure or making sure that I'm sorry.
The question I really want in routine, in how often do you go out? Like routine, you might hit my business. Today's November 10th, and then how often do you go out so businesses know that we're going to expect somebody from consumer in my place of business?
Well, not to get the Division of Enforcement mixed up with consumer protection. The Division of Enforcement officers are out on a daily basis.
Okay, good. That's the answer. So, you said that you also, this is for the commission as well. You said you're working along with some senators on the oversight for the legislations that you want to. How much senators are you working along with?
Good morning, Senator Joseph. Currently, we're working with Senator Novell Francis and Senator Avery Lewis and Senator Blyden.
Good. And for the businesses that are behind, have you ever considered doing some amnesty one of these years to help some folks back online for the hard times that we're in?
Sure, Senator. We have done amnesty. We have given amnesty to our business community. In 2017, during COVID, we had dropped all of the penalties for the 2017 to 2019. And then throughout the years, we've also offered penalties for whatever reason, penalty amnesty for whatever reasons.
30 seconds.
As of late, any amnesty as of late? We're in 2025.
So we haven't given a general amnesty phase, but we allow delinquent accounts to send in a letter requesting a penalty waiver, and in that regard, we would take consideration.
Time.
Okay, and you say, Mr. Chair, could I ask this last question, please?
Yes, continue, please.
You said in your testimony as well that you had 56 stores that were inspected. What type of violations were found in these stores?
I will defer this question to Deputy Commissioner George.
Good morning. Good morning. Good day, Myrna George, Deputy Commissioner. We send out our compliance officers on a daily basis, and they're inspecting anywhere from not only fuel survey, but they're also doing inspections on pricing, price check for at the scanner, checking to see if the scanner is in compliance with what's actually on the shelves. If not, violations are issued for that. We are also checking for gasoline. We check on gasoline prices. checking to see how they're fluctuating. Though citations are not issued for that, the community is made aware of the highs and lows of our gas prices, in which direction, and they would know what, it would be their preference then as to what gas stations they can frequent. And we are also looking at
Weights and measures.
weights and measures is also checking the scales to see if it's in compliance or if it needs to be calibrated. We're also looking for expired goods. Citations are also written if they're expired goods on our shelves. So it's a myriad of consumer protection possibilities there, where we try to continue to protect the consumer and keep the businesses in compliance with the law.
Well, thank you for your response, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Point of information recognized by Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning to all. Let me ask, in respect to the Senator's line of questioning, you spoke to compliance officers going out every day to the inspections. How much compliance officers does the department have? First of all, that's the first quick question in that respect.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. We have 3 on St. Croix, and we have 4 on St. Thomas. That includes Consumer Protection Service and weights and measures.
Okay, very
combined.
well. And you do have vehicles for these inspectors also? How many vehicles do you have?
We have been having challenges with that. We had some issues with our vehicles, we still do. However, we have been able to bring one back up, especially in this district. But we do have challenges with the vehicles at this time. And we are anxiously awaiting, getting our vehicles back online because our employees are eager to get back out there and do their due diligence.
And what's that time frame in terms of getting them back online? Because it's critical that we do look out for the consumer in terms of the inspection and everything. What's the time frame?
Most definitely. At this time, we are currently working with property and procurement to get all of that back online, sir.
Okay, very well. Thank you for the point of information, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. I'm going to deduct a minute from your time. Just, Senator, Commissioner, I was very surprised by one aspect of your testimony. Line 61 of your testimony, you specifically stated that service inspected 103 stores, 56 were issued citation. That's a 51% rate. That's like half of all the businesses you visit. You're going to issue citation. What's going on?
The others are in compliance. Those who were issued citations were not in compliance. Yeah. That's all it is.
That is really stunning. That we're going to have to have more public education.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's a little scary. You would think it wouldn't be so high.
You mind? Yeah, Senator, if I may, we carry the penchant to educate before we regulate. So part of the process that you see there is that we actually take time to speak with the proprietors, the store owners, et cetera. And a lot of these have to do with maybe, let's say, baby food that's on a shelf that's expired. And if we go once, twice, and we see the same thing, we usually, especially on the baby food side, we don't really give any kind of waiver or anything. We remain very firm with regard to protecting especially the most vulnerable of our population. But generally speaking, these are weights and measures, review of pricing on expiration dates on goods and goods, and they are very, very firm on trying to make sure that people come into compliance. So it's not for lack of understanding on the part of the businesses.
The previous senator mentioned amnesty. So in a case like that where you have repeat offenses, you're not eligible for any kind of amnesty at that point, right?
So Thank you, Senator. I don't want to confuse that. The amnesty is awarded to delinquent accounts, licensing accounts, to get the business into compliance. But if you were fined for citations, and as Assistant Graham said, especially if they're baby foods, I take the position where I do not waiver the citations on baby food because somebody have to advocate for babies. But say, for instance, if you have something like bouillon, chicken bouillon, beef bouillon, those citations are $25 a product. So we may grant, when you take into consideration what the product is and the request, we may grant a waiver, but it's not 100% waiver.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. The chair recognizes Senator Blyden for his 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing, public, staff, central staff. Good morning, testifiers. And good morning, Commissioner Hodge. Very good testimony, a lot of information. And thank you for your testimony. Also, I want to give my shout out to all of the veterans that served for us in this United States of America and in the territory. Let me ask quickly, because I have a lot of questions, so please be succinct with your responses. Based on your testimony, right, you spoke about the integrated, the monitoring system. When will it be online? What's the time frame?
Good morning, Senator, and thank you for that. We're still waiting on the executed contract.
Still waiting? Okay, very well. I just want to piggyback on what the chair stated in respect to the complaints, the monitoring of the different products, and almost half, because it goes to show the importance of those inspectors, because there's a lot of stuff going on, and we know it, all of us. And we really need to get them vehicles up and running, like yesterday, to assure that the inspectors are out there in the field, because without them being on the field, they do what they want. I mean, it's plain and simple. Let me ask in respect to, you said if there's no response, late fees and penalties apply. Who did not respond in terms of the business you gave to fix the issue? You said some did not respond, and now you're going to take it to the
fuel retailers?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Most of them responded?
Most
in this district, I'm talking about this district right about now. In this district.
I will let...
how much did not respond? How much was sent out? How much was sent out? How much did not respond?
Good morning, Senator.
I defer to Attorney Vaval.
Good morning.
Go ahead. Speak to me.
Senator.
Good morning.
Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel. I don't know the total amount, but all businesses that dispense fuel received a subpoena.
Correct.
From the St. Thomas district, there was 2 businesses that responded. The remaining fuel stations did not respond.
You see the disrespect, and you see what I'm talking about. I've been talking about for years. It's unacceptable what's going on in this territory. I went to a gas station yesterday, and when I see the price, I say, excuse me, so why the price keep on going up, and I never have seen it come down? I say I travel all the time. The price is going on in the state like tremendously. The price don't change here in this district. It do not change. Why is that? We really have to deal with that, because it's a problem. It's a big problem, and you're supposed to be a good consumer in terms of working with the public, but you're still, it goes up all the time, and we need to find out what the issue is and deal with it once and for all, because it's not right how you're dealing with your people in the territory, especially in this district. The price don't move. It always goes up. I had to ask him. Then he's going to tell me, well, when last you see Tortola price, I said, that's a British country. You don't compare us with Tortola. That's what you're going based on? We have rules and regulations. We have something we have to do. And that's what they go and buy. So I said, no, you can't do that. But nonetheless, let me get off my high horse. Let me ask you, in respect to, for instance, when there's recalls, in the state they recall products, etc., how do you inform the public of different products that recall? Is your website up and running? How often do you update it? Speak to me right quick about that, please.
Thank you, Senator. Our website is up and running. Every time we send out a press release and we put it on our Facebook page, the real time the website is updated. Every time we received any product recalls or even food, although food is on health, we issue a press release.
Okay, very well. And in closing, Mr. Chair, I must say that you have a lot on your plate. You have a lot to deal with. I know yours part of the budget. I'm hoping that all of your vacancies are filled. And for those critical positions, they need to be filled because consumer, in terms of our rights, need to be protected. And you're the one that actually hold the key to the gate. So I look forward to you onboarding those individuals and also especially the inspectors. And I want to see the outcome of the fuel study and what you're doing in that space and what type of penalties you're gonna, what type of penalties, how much you plan to deal with them in terms of those that did not respond. Because they did disrespecting you. They ain't taking you all on. You see what I'm saying? Now you need to show them like, listen, no, we are the one that's in charge and we're gonna do what we have to do to assure that you abide by the rules and do what's necessary on behalf of the people of Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Senator. And I must say, we're not taking that disrespect either. That's why we forwarded names already to the Department of Justice.
Very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Commissioner, just to add on that discussion, I noticed that there was one gas retailer that actually lowered prices recently this week as a result of a letter by a colleague of mine's, which reissued a press release that I did back in May. And I was wondering, I said, if I issued a letter asking your department and retailers to consider, looking at the prices, why do we have to wait now? We're in November where we finally saw the first station willing to make some adjustment.
So, Senator, I think with the support, I think with you and Senator VLA, even to the DLCA, we have been reaching out to them and encouraging them. We've had conversations with them. And I think by us not letting up, they're going to eventually, decrease the prices, hopefully, in anticipation of the findings of the study. I hope we'll see, it'll become fruitful and we can see what can be done. That one gas station, I applaud them. I just hope the others could follow suit shortly.
Would we consider it compliance if a gas station said, if you ask for a discount, I'll give you a discount? Is that the same as just publishing what the price is to you?
I don't think so.
Right. It just seemed like more of somewhat of a little gimmick, right?
Everybody should be, right, it should be to the entire public.
All right. The chair recognizes Senator Nathalie Francis Jr. for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To you, my colleagues, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I too want to join my colleagues in saying Happy Veterans Day to all our veterans, as well as to those individuals that serve. Our veterans embody the highest ideals of service, commitment, resilience, and love of country. As we salute their valor, let us also recommit ourselves to ensure that they receive the care, respect, and opportunities that they have rightfully earned. Of course, we want to recognize my colleagues, Senator Maurice James, certainly Senator Dwayne DeGraff, as well as Ms. Myrna Picard. I see Attorney Vival there, yourself, Mr. Chair, and all those individuals that have served in the military. It's a great honor, and truly we want to respect them and say Happy Veterans Day. I've also had a daughter that served. My ex-wife continued to serve. So again, we respect and pay tribute to those individuals. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the Commissioner Hodge for her definitely her testimony here today, and also for working with my office on a number of initiatives where we endeavor to address some of the needs of the consumers as well as licensing. In respect to overtime and their ability to enforce laws after hours, I know that we moved during the last budget some additional funds that were made available to the LCA for that purpose. Can you update us on any initiative that have been undertaken in respect to doing overtime in terms of after hours and on weekends enforcement?
Before I defer to Director of Enforcement, I do want to thank the 36th legislature for that bump in overtime. It's more than what I asked for, and we plan to use every penny of it. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Can you repeat the question once, please?
Yeah, the question is in respect to whether or not there have been any initiative undertaken as a result of the overtime that we provided, additional overtime funding that we made available, because I know that in several of your appearances before the legislature, there was always a concern about not having the funding to initiate, after hours as well as weekend investigations or follow-up. So I just wanted to know if there's any undertaken in terms of an initiative to address that.
Yes, Senator. Absolutely, there has been. As a result of you guys providing overtime, we have been doing closing times, we have been working hours, our officers are well on call right now, and whenever we receive any complaints of like noise complaints or any other issues with regards to community members just reaching out to DLCA, we now have the ability to have an officer go out and make compliance checks or address matters in real time. So those overtime funds that you guys made available to us have been working tremendously, Senator.
Very well, thank you for that. Real quickly, I know that we had a meeting sometime back with Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham in respect to the lemon law. And we continue to receive complaints in regards to the lemon law coming into my office as well as my colleagues. This is a good opportunity for you to be able to update the public and some of the requirements, some of the work that's being undertaken by the LCA in regards to complaints of the lemon law.
Yes, senators, thank you for that question, for that opportunity. We want to just let folks know that under the lemon law, you are the business or the car dealer, the automotive dealer, is required to provide service. I believe it's 4 attempts within a specific time frame. And what we want you to do is once you bring your vehicle in, and you're not satisfied with the repair after a period of time, please make sure that you can bring that notice back to the DLCA so we could begin tracking and help you in the process of determining whether or not a buyback or some other restitution is required.
Very well. I heard my time call. I had a few more questions. I guess if there's a second round, I'll pose those. But I think it'll be a good time if you could do some advertisement in regards to the lemon law. There seems to be a lot of issues and concern in regards to that. And I think informing the public in regards to the lemon law will be certainly beneficial to those individuals that may have some concern there. Thank you very much for the time and opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Noble E. Francis Jr., for your wonderful questions. Commissioner, I just wanted to brag about your newsletter. I saw the regulatory roundup. Very good. Good start. Please, as the former senators just stated, that should be part of this newsletter too. You just give them little snippets of information.
There is an article in there for lemon law.
Okay.
And quite recently, we sent out some PSAs on lemon law. We do have some social media, some clips that will be generated on our Facebook page as well.
Your department is just one that education is so key. The more you inform us as a community about what the rules are, the laws, the better we function. At a 51% hit rate, that still needs a lot more education. And, I got to save us some money. So, and Officer Francis, thank you so much for what you guys do every day. That is tough work. I know some people are difficult to deal with, but thank you. Thank you. And the reason I do that, people don't understand the enforcement aspect for most of these departments. That is the one area we typically lack, and then what little we do have, they get beat up. So how do you attract anyone who wants to do that job if everybody's getting beat up and, just either you just want to just give up or don't do it anymore. So it's a tough job, and if we could help, we'll help. That's our job, to make sure we enforce the laws of this land, and we will do it no matter what. Right?
Thank you, Senator.
All right. So the chair now recognizes Senator Alma Francis
Point of
Heidegger.
information.
I'm sorry. Point of information, Senator Joseph. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question is to the Director of Enforcement. For the public, how do they report the noise or any other action that you guys will be doing for the overtime?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Those complaints will usually come in several different forms. One, I think by now the whole Virgin Islands have my personal and government-issued cell phone numbers, or they can come through email address, or also our online complaint forum on the DLCA's website.
911.
Or 911. And those calls would sometimes come to me as well, too, when we send out someone.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Next, the chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heidegger for her 4 minutes. Good morning, Senator.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to the people of the territory. Good morning to the testifiers and staff. I too would like to join my colleagues to express my thanks to all of our veterans, as tomorrow is Veterans Day, and we take the time to honor them. My first set of questions, I really want to touch a little bit on the website, but before I jump into that, listening to my colleagues and asking questions about gas and all these things about prices, it's a little bit unfortunate, but we do live in a capitalistic society, and a lot of businesses look at things from a profit margin perspective. And what I often encourage consumers to do is start being vigilant with their shopping. Because if you find yourself in a situation where, many of the gas stations are set at one particular price, or you walk into a store that all of them, might have similar prices, utilize the listing that Licensing and Consumer Affairs creates. Look for the business that is giving you the lower price, and as many of you as possible begin to utilize that business. And when the other businesses start to see that they're losing business because you're focusing on the one that's giving you the best bang for your buck, then they will start to adapt and lower their prices. Because if nobody's doing that, what gives them the motivation to even lower their prices? There's none.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to put that out there. There's a reason why this list exists. And as consumers, you have to do your part and put it to use and not depend on the government to do every little thing. So I just wanted to talk that out there. I also wanted to ask a little bit about the webpage. I'm currently drafting legislation as it relates to DPNR and licensing. I wanted to speak about a web space that deals with contractors, like a best service rating, stuff like that, because as you know, we have a lot of construction going on in our territory right now. You have a lot of people looking for contractors to still help repair their homes, etc. So one thing I'm happy to hear is because now I can adjust my legislation so that it wouldn't have to create a whole nother separate website. I could just adjust it to incorporate what I need done maybe into the current website that you guys are having built. Tell me directly, how does this website benefit the consumer? Because for me, any dollars that we spend to provide additional service to the consumer, I need to know exactly what the consumer is getting back. What are we getting for investing into this website?
Thank you for that question, Senator. Consumer, business, and business owners, entrepreneurs, what you're going to get is a real-time license verification. You can approach the website, put in a business name, and see whether or not they're licensed in the territory. For automatic renewals for businesses, this new website, we're trying to do some robo-chat, some AI integration as well, where we have a lifetime chat to speak with you, to respond to your questions, frequently asked questions. It also gives our officers a mobile app, our field officers, that they can, when they cite a business on the field, it's eliminating silos within the agencies, within the agency, and it's just streamlining our process.
Okay. The other question I want to ask quickly, thank you for that response. As it relates to issues that you have, as it relates to dealing with inspections and violations, in 2025, what is your top violation thus far? And how do you attempt to try to curtail that specific violation that you see that is rising above all the others?
That's a very good question, Senator. Because we have so much, the three different divisions, I would have to say within licensing and enforcement, it will be delinquencies. For consumer affairs, what I've seen a lot is the, if not expired goods, unmarked prices. And then with weights and measures, the notice of violations, I see that is also expired goods. So with consumer protection, I would have to say that that's just not, some stores are not pricing their goods, and that's a #1 violation. But throughout the agency, I will have to say delinquencies or operating without a valid business license. You have a lot of pop-ups going on the social media. People are coming in and they're just trying the services, trying the products, but they're not coming in to obtain a business license. And I would have to say that above it all, that's the #1 violation.
Well, thank you for sharing that. The next question I want to ask, I know previously we had discussed about
Senator,
the code
your time
giving you
has been
guys the
called.
authority to do.
So sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I'm
thank you
sorry.
so much.
I did not hear that.
Yeah, no problem.
Could I just finish? Could I just finish the question?
Yes, quickly.
I appreciate you. I know we had spoken before in regards to like short-term or temporary licenses. Do you believe the consumers believe like if they do something pop up, they might have to get a license for a year? Or do you guys market and advertise to the consumers that if it's like a Mother's Day event, a 3-day weekend event, that they could come in and get those short-term licenses? Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair, and I will await her response.
I will defer that question to Assistant Commissioner Graham.
What we have found, senators, is that the majority of people that are in need of that kind of license, it would be the itinerant vendor license. Currently, that license is a $65 license. We are obligated to issue within 10 business days. As long as that application comes in and and has all of the required information, that individual can have that license to do their pop-up and any other retail activity within a year's time, and it's only $65 currently for that license. And I would take this opportunity, because I think it's a beautiful time, to say to folks, just come in. Let's get you licensed so that you don't have to operate outside the scope of the licensing requirements.
Excellent. Thank you for that response, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I just wanted to add to this discussion on the itinerant license. Are you mobile with that license? Can you bounce around from one end of the island to the next, or should you state a specific area where you'll be doing business?
All right, so there's your question, Senator, has two answers. So, and both of them are yes. You can move around from place to place as long as you don't stop longer than 10 minutes to transact or sell your wares. That's what the license requires. If you will pause for more than 10 minutes at any given location, then a placement permit is needed, especially along the thoroughfares. And that's where we partner with the Virgin Islands Police Department for a placement permit to determine exactly where that is safe for that person to set up. So the individuals could have maybe multiple placement permits as they move through. So it's really a very effective license for people who are interested in mobile retail operations.
Yeah, I think the word mobile is the key term. I've dealt with some people where permanent is mobile. They're still at the same spot, 10 minutes, they don't even know what that is.
With the appropriate placement permit, they can and may be able to stay in those locations. So as long as they are authorized to do so.
All right. The chair recognizes, thank you very much for your response. The chair recognizes Senator Angel Boques for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. And good morning to the Honorable Nathalie Hodge, Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and her leadership team. I wanted to start off by asking you, Commissioner, you noted that 56 out of 103 inspected stores were cited with consumer protection violations. How many of those violations involved price gouging, and what were the penalties that were issued or collected?
None for price gouging.
Senator, good morning. None for price gouging.
Okay.
There is no state of emergency declared, so thus there's no price gouging violations.
I ask that because I feel personally that price gouging takes place irregardless of a state of emergency. I walk into stores every day and I see some interesting pricing going on. But nevertheless, none for price gouging. How do you want to say something, Commissioner?
No, none for price gouging, but if you know something, say something. So please contact me.
Very well, very well. Let's talk about the Department of Justice and the fuel retailers. You mentioned that in your testimony, and I wanted to know who failed to submit, how many failed to submit the required documentation of those fuel entities. You don't have to state which ones, but how many, if you're liable to say. And have you had any prosecutions or settlements occurred based on those?
I'll defer that question to J.C. Laval.
Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel. So we've sent, to answer your first questions, only 2 St. Thomas gas stations responded to the subpoena. Only 2. All the gas stations on St. Croix responded to the subpoena.
Okay, so only 2 out of how many on St. Thomas? Pardon me?
29.
29.
Yes.
Repeat that one more time for the record, please.
29 gas stations on St. Thomas.
29.
2 responded.
So 2 gas stations on the island of St. Thomas responded. A total of 29 gas stations on this island. All respondents on St. Croix responded. What about St. John?
The gas station on St. John did not respond.
Did not. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
There
so
may
that-
have been one on St. Croix that did not respond, but for the majority of gas stations on St. Croix did respond. With respect to enforcement, that is left up to justice. We're working with justice because there's been so many that
1
didn't
minute.
respond. Justice is asking us to prioritize which ones we want to go after first, which one we want them to go after first, because they have the enforcement arm with respect to businesses not complying to our subpoena power.
All of them.
And how exactly, outside of that, because I think this is all sort of like a bottleneck, but outside of that, how is DLCA verifying the fuel retailers' operational and pricing cost submissions? Are you including bill of ladings, invoices, contracts? How exactly are you verifying if, in fact, what they are charging at the pump is even justifiable?
So, Senator, okay. So, in terms of that question, there's a gas study. That's the comprehensive gas study that's ongoing. It just started. We received the contract on October 17th.
Time.
So that we've asked for all those information, the bill of sale laden, sale of laden, the contracts, anything for the operational goods. We collect that information and we're going to get it to the contractor. They're the ones that's going to do the analysis.
Mr. Chair, if I may, please.
Please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And that's analysis group, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going back to May 1st, 2020?
Yes.
And why was that timeline chosen? What are the trends or anomalies, if I can say that word, the abnormal behavior in the data that you have identified so far that leads you to believe that that's a good date to begin? Why not back to 2015 or 2000? Why was that date chosen?
I think in conversations with both the gas retailers and the contractor, we settled on that time frame. We've done analysis prior, and I think that was up until 2017. So that's why we choose from 2020 come forward.
Thank you for that clarification. And I think my time is expired. I don't want to abuse it. But I want to put on the record really quickly is, I thank the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for all that they do to represent the consumers and to have great business practices by the small business sector here in the Virgin Islands. So thank you for all that you do. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel L. Boques. I just wanted to add, very good back and forth, good exchange. The new system that you're bringing online, will it incorporate some of the concerns we're having today in the system so that we could get real-time fast data as opposed to the manual nature by currently which the department handles?
Of course, Senator.
Okay. And so I guess one senator asked about, what do we get out of it, we get faster data and quicker analysis, speedier responses, providing the vehicles are working.
Yeah,
right?
And we also got a reporting function as well. Currently, and that's the problem with the current website that we have now, our reporting tends to be, there's some manual labor in that. So with this new comprehensive website, we plan to, everything will be automated.
Okay. The chair recognizes the first senator we call, which is Franklin D. Johnson. Please, Senator, this is your time.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I want to follow up on a question one of my colleagues asked, and I don't think we got a full answer. One of my colleagues asked in regards to the cars, about cars being down, but we was never told how many cars are available to these inspectors, how many cars are down, and how many are available for the inspectors to go out.
Thank you, Senator, and good morning. Per island, we have in that unit for consumer affairs, 3 vehicles per island. So that's 6 vehicles for that unit. And currently on St. Thomas, we have, it's 2 on St. Thomas, 3 on St. Croix. And on St. Thomas, both are down. And on St. Croix, 2 is down. So we have out of 5 vehicles, 4 down.
Did you say out of 5 vehicles, only 1 is running?
Currently. Mm-hmm.
All right, I sure hope you could get these vehicles on the road because these inspections are very important to consumers.
I agree,
then
Senator.
you
Real
spoke
quick,
about
just to clarify, that doesn't stop them from going out. They may go out with an enforcement officer, not as frequently as we'd like them to go out, but they will be going. They have been going out with enforcement, so they have been partnering up.
All right. You spoke about businesses delinquent. What's the most common cause for these businesses to fall in delinquency? What's some of the most common causes?
AC Graham?
Thanks for the question, Senator. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. There are a variety of reasons that folks give when we poll them on this matter. Most of the time, it's just they failed to renew. Recently, with the added enforcement of the requirement that they make sure that they have their Lieutenant Governor's Office registration current at the time of renewal, that has been a major issue for a lot of businesses. We find that folks are not renewing their registration with the Lieutenant Governor's Office timely, and when it comes to renew of the license, Title 27-301 says we cannot issue.
Okay. And then with weight and measures, how often do you go to gas station to measure the amount of gas that is being distributed based on cost? And how many gas stations you have found in violation with the weight and measure when it comes to checking the pump, making sure that you're getting what you are paying for?
Thank you, Senator.
Myrna George.
Thank you, Senator Myrna George, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Our officers go out weekly. We check all of the gas stations on a weekly basis. In terms of, I'm sorry, what is the second part of the question?
With how many gas stations have been caught in violation when it comes to weight, the measure? In other words, I pay for 5 gallons of gas, but when I check I don't get 5 gallons, and that's a measurement that you guys do based on
1 minute.
the pump. So how many gas stations have been caught in violation of not giving you what you're actually paying for?
Understood. Very, very few. As we are going through weekly, we are continuing to monitor the stations, and we calibrate these gas stations all the time. So it's very, very low in number. We have not really caught any. So as we are doing inspections, we have monitored and continue to fix accordingly.
Any of them had to be penalized?
No, sir.
That's very good news to my ear, because sometimes, folks will say, I paying for gas, I mean, getting what I paying for. But I'm very glad to hear that all of them have been in compliance. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for your line of questioning. We're going to be wrapping up here, Commissioner. We got a full day ahead, and your testimony was very comprehensive. I'm saddened that I didn't get to ask more questions, in particularly about as it relates to some of these boards that we have. None of my colleagues mentioned it, but we're going to pass this time. Okay. Only this time, right? We will get you the
Our
next
boards
time.
are good, but okay.
The boards are good, right? That's a good way to summarize a testimony. So we're gonna, colleagues, anyone has a burning question they would like to ask?
Senator Bolton.
Okay. Okay. Well, Chair recognizes Senator Blyden for his burning question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Ain't a burning question, but it's just a question. We can have many, many questions. In respect to the Board of Contractors, let me ask you a question in respect to the Board of Contractors. Is that a working board? Do they have a quorum, etc.?
Thank you for your question, Senator. That is a working board. We do have a quorum. We now have a quorum, so thank you for that.
Yeah, because I think it's critical with all that's going on in that space when it comes to rebuilding the territory and schools, hospitals, etc. That's critical. So I'm glad you put it out there. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Very good question to ask, and I'm glad we have that situation resolved. Senator Angel Bocas, you're recognized for your one question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to the analysis that you're conducting, will it also include a fuel pricing benchmark? The outcome of it?
Ultimately, they will give us the recommendation and we'll take it from there.
So currently, we don't have a fuel pricing benchmark, obviously, but
No.
I was curious to know if when this analysis is finalized and conducting, if the referral or the suggestion would be to apply the DLCA to apply legally a fuel pricing benchmark. And I think that that's something that would be very beneficial in this case.
Definitely. So the findings will provide that. It'll give us what their the net profit margin ought to be, and we'll take it from there, Senator.
Okay. Thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the response.
Let me just check with my colleagues on St. Croix. Any burning question? Senator Joseph?
Yes, Commissioner, do you have the web base, is it going to be online before the year is finished this year?
No, Senator. I don't think so, Senator. We still haven't received an executed contract. I do hope to receive that by the end of the year, the calendar year. It is in the Department of Justice research or review. However, upon receiving that, the contractor will begin work. There's no work done prior to a contract.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Commissioner, if you'd like,
Yes. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. All right. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. I was trying to be able to send a message, but really quickly, Senator Francis Heiliger asked some questions along the line of licensures and the new website that's coming on board to be able to easily find licensures and licensees or businesses. What I wanted to remind the listening public of and plug for the current businesses is that you can also find that information on our website right now. So to the event that you're looking for a particular license category or someone in a specific line of work or even a specific particular business by name, business name, whatever the case may be, you can go on our website and find that information to make sure that you are contracting licensed professional to be able to conduct services for them.
Commissioner, wasn't this website placed online around 2012 or something like that? The current one that we're using, 12, 13?
2010.
2010.
We have been updating it throughout the years.
And so we're going to scrap the whole thing once with this new contract, or it's going to enhance?
It's going to merge.
It's going to be
We're going to use the information there. Our former contractor, we have partnered with, before 2010, I have taken this position with the LCA since 1998. And we have been working with Palm Beach since I came into government. So it's a relationship we hate to see sever. It's just that our demands have outgrown what we have, and we need to expand.
So we didn't talk about any kind of web security and all the other good stuff that comes with modernization.
It's
and
all there.
upgrade. It's going to be there. We don't have to worry about that.
It's all there.
Because of the sensitivity of the information that your department holds.
No, of course. We definitely have, the website will be secure. We're considering no longer using social securities. And it's also going to be EDA capable.
Nice. So, Commissioner, I'm going to give you a minute to wrap up if you can, and then you'll be excused.
Thank you, Senator. We just want to thank my senior leadership team, and I would like to thank you and the committee here for having us out to report on the status of what's going on at Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I want to thank all the hardworking men and women at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for what you do. Your hard work doesn't go unnoticed, and happy Veterans Day to one and all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture will be recessed for 2 minutes. And we're back. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is now back on record. In the second block, we're going to have the Department of Tourism presenting. And I'm excited to have this group because, as you know, St. Croix is about to be participating in festival. And so this is a great time to have a discussion about what we could expect, the lineups, the fun, the festivity, the merchants, the food, all the good stuff, and how much money we'll be making. Madam Clerk, do we have anything to read into the record? Okay, thank you very much. So let's do a mic check. Please make sure your cellular devices are on the off position or silence. Let's do a mic check. Commissioner Designee, please, let's start with you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Matarangas-King, Commissioner Nominee for the USVI Department of Tourism.
Good morning, everyone. Alani Henneman, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Good morning, everyone. Jamelia Miller, Director of Admin and Management.
Good morning, everyone. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals.
Good morning, all. I'm Alvin Burke Jr., Assistant Director for St. Croix Division of Festivals.
And thank you very much. Commissioner Nominee Matarangas-King, thank you. Welcome, and I'm glad you brought your team. Are you ready to present?
I am.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Economic Development and Agriculture Committee Chairman, Honorable Senator Hubert L. Frederick, committee members, and the senators of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Jennifer Matarangas-King, Commissioner Nominee, and pursuant to the invitation, I am here with members of the Department of Tourism staff, including Assistant Commissioner of Communications and Marketing, Alani Henneman, Director of Festivals, Ian Turnbull, Assistant Director of Festivals, St. Croix, Alvin Burke, and Director of Administration and Management, Jamelia Miller. I also have in the audience Deputy Commissioner Shamari Haynes and Assistant Commissioner Elizabeth Hanson-Watley from St. Croix. We're here today to provide the committee with an update on the Department of Tourism's operations, performance, and initiatives. Before we delve into the testimony, allow us to share examples of some of the marketing efforts, community engagements, and activities that we have been working on to support tourism and festival initiatives.
I think we're just waiting on media to get the video up and running. So in the meantime, and in between time, Commissioner Designee Matarangas-King, if you would.
Would you like me to continue until they're ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm excited to share that we have just deployed the first version of my interterritorial newsletter, the VI Desk Side, last week. This bi-monthly newsletter is designed to engage and inform the community and key local partners about key marketing events and projects. To remain successful, everyone in our community must have a vested interest in our tourism product to ensure our destination remains competitive and top of mind. Each issue will spotlight all 3 islands, highlight upcoming events, and feature tips on Google optimization to help boost visibility for local businesses. My goal is to strengthen community connections, raise awareness, and highlight the department's very hard work.
Okay, we're gonna now proceed with the video showing.
Excellent. Thank you.
This is why you need to add Seja Farms Bush Cook Chef Cook to your itinerary on your next trip to St. Croix. Bush Cook Chef Cook, hosted by Seja Farms, occurs annually in October and is a week-long series of events that emphasizes agriculture, sustainability, and food security in the U.S. Virgin Islands and throughout the region. Here, local chefs team up with farmers to create traditional Caribbean dishes using ingredients grown right here in our soil. It's a showcase of delicious food and farm-to-table living. More than a culinary competition, it's an educational and immersive experience for all to learn firsthand about sustainable farming practices, delicious food, and farm-to-table living. For visitors, it's an authentic taste of the Virgin Islands, a chance to experience our land, our people, and our traditions up close. Tourists don't just watch, they join in, learning about the roots of Caribbean cuisine and the vital role agriculture plays in our island story. Seja Farms Bush Cook Chef Cook is where culture meets cultivation, and every meal tells the story of a sustainable Caribbean future. Every dish connects people to the land and inspires a deeper appreciation for how we grow, cook, and share food together. And we invite you to join the festivities next year and immerse yourself in the local community and culture of St. Croix. Indulge in our local cuisine, take part in traditional practices, and leave with long-lasting memories that will remind you why St. Croix is a vibe like no other.
Hello.
Is there another video?
Welcome to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
There are 2 more.
Welcome to the U.S. Virgin Islands, where the sun is always shining, the waters are always inviting, and the drinks are always flowing. Whatever your taste, we've got something for everyone. Enjoy the flavors of the USVI in every glass. So kick back, relax, and cheers to paradise. We've got the drinks, the views, and the energy to make your stay unforgettable. Remaining naturally in rhythm for a vibe like no other. Black.
The other one is coming out.
Road to Crujan Christmas Festival, and today we're taking you behind the scenes on how the 12-time Road March champions create their musical hits.
Yo, this is Black Empire. We're about to give you a little taste of how to cook up in the kitchen for Crujan Christmas Festival 25-26.
Live, Black Empire live, and we ready for the road. We coming down. Yes, sirs.
From rhythm to reality, St. Croix's own Black Empire builds every song from raw emotion, island influence, and the power of unity. Songwriting rooted in culture, Black Empire crafts music that speaks to the soul of St. Croix and beyond, creating music the Crucian way, honest, bold, and full of energy.
For one, I like to create songs where I know the steel pan can easily play. I kind of do a song where everybody could participate. Why don't we give the people that's listening a taste and an idea of how everything gets started? So the trucks, all the big bands lining up by the police station, getting ready to start. We might jump off the truck just to explore everybody else's truck, see what type of speakers they have, see the numbers in the troops, all that good stuff. So I take a little bit of all of that, where the parade starts. Everything starts to the top of the road, you know what I mean? That's the very first line in my lyrics. And then it's all about having fun. So even if you're not in the parade, you're on the sidelines, you're still getting to experience, feel the music, all that good stuff. So
my inspiration for the song is, you hear the road marches coming down from a long time ago, how it evolves. Again, my part of the song is just to arrange through my ideas where it's needed. It's all about collaboration, to be honest. We are at the same level, same island, same love.
So my process in production, I always produce from a cinematic standpoint. Being a high school band director, I use a lot of drums, instruments that you find in either concert band or orchestra. So when I'm producing for our music locally, I take the same approach, and I have a go-to drum, which is timpani and kettle drums, anything that's big and cinematic, and that's kind of my go-to. Once I know that I could fill that gap and make sure that the song is powerful, then I start to try and think in the concept of what is bouncing. Once I can make the song bounce, everything else going to fall into place.
Thank you. I'm happy that we were able to showcase, and I do want to put on the record that it's so wonderful that we have built up our communications team. Special thanks to Ayana Hiss, our social media specialist, and our communications team, Kalahari Bryan and Shaniqua Robinson. So we have our own on-island, homegrown communications team that you'll be seeing a lot of great content from them. I'd like to continue. The Department of Tourism is and continues to thrive as a catalyst that drives more than 60% of the territory's GDP. From expanded air service to increased cruise calls, the territory is surging ahead as a major player in the Caribbean tourism space, further solidifying our known belief that the U.S. Virgin Islands is one of the best places in the world. As mandated, the Department of Tourism leads all marketing efforts for the territory, executing this role through a comprehensive mix of strategies that include traditional and digital advertising, media relations, social media engagement, and strategic partnerships. These integrated efforts have strengthened the Virgin Islands' position in the global tourism marketplace, earning top industry recognition from Caribbean Journal, HSMAI, and ESTO, as well as coverage in leading outlets such as Travel and Leisure, Condé Nast Traveler, Travel Noir, Black Enterprise, El Diario, Caribbean Journal, and iHeartRadio. Social media remains one of the department's most dynamic outreach channels, expanding our visibility across various platforms, including Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Threads, and TikTok. These platforms allow us to deliver authentic, consistent messaging to both broad and niche audiences, guiding potential visitors from awareness to engagement and ultimately to booking and arrival. Targeted initiatives have also driven measurable results. The St. Croix-focused Vibe promotion, which offers a $250 per person airfare credit redeemable at participating hotels, has attracted nearly 1,500 visitors and distributed over $375,000 to hotel partners. Additionally, our sports and entertainment partnerships in key markets, including collaborations with the Chicago Cubs, Boston Red Sox, New York Mets, and New York Jets, have significantly increased visibility and contributed to a 20% rise in bookings, as well as expanded airlift into the territory. Together with our agency partners, the department continues to explore and invest in innovative data-driven opportunities to reach potential travelers and diversify our target audiences. As a direct result of these collective marketing initiatives, the department generated an estimated $306 million in attributable hotel revenue in 2025, underscoring the strength and effectiveness of our strategic approach. Last year, the territory welcomed more than 2.6 million visitors, a milestone driven by the steady expansion of airlift into the U.S. Virgin Islands, a trend that continues to gain momentum. New routes, including American Airlines flight from Chicago to St. Croix and Southwest Airlines service from Orlando and Baltimore to St. Thomas, represent many years of strategic collaboration and relationship building. Inter-island connectivity has also strengthened with Cape Air and Contour Airlines offering new options to and from St. Martin, St. Kitts, Nevis, and St. Bartholomew. Looking ahead, air service across the territory is expected to reach record levels once again, with 2026 seat capacity projected to increase by 5% over 2024, which was a record-breaking year that welcomed nearly 1 million overnight guests. The department's close relationships with airline partners have been central to this success. Our team actively engages with carriers year-round and maintains a strong presence at major industry conferences, including Routes World and Routes America, to secure additional opportunities for the territory. Meanwhile, overnight stays continue to rise as new and renovated properties open across all 3 islands, expanding the diversity and quality of accommodations. According to Adara, the U.S. Virgin Islands currently ranks first in the Caribbean for average daily rate at $664, underscoring the destination's strength and appeal in the marketplace. Cruise tourism is also on an upward trajectory. St. Croix alone has seen a 29% increase in cruise arrivals, reaching 218,000 passengers in 2025, with a territory-wide increase of 4% projected for 2026. Data shared at the recent Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, FCCA, conference highlighted the U.S. Virgin Islands' strong performance, ranking number 2 in on-island spend, $166.22 per passenger, and number 1 in port calls in the Eastern Caribbean. As with the airline sector, these results are a product of sustained relationship building and collaboration. The department continues to maintain strong ties with key cruise partners and organizations, ensuring the territory remains a preferred destination for global travelers arriving by air and sea alike. The numbers support the effectiveness of our team's efforts as the TARF continues to bring in above par collections year to date, exceeding $52 million as of September 2025, which is 7% above 2024. Locally, the team is growing with new hires and promotions in both districts, filling critical positions, including a new director of visitor experiences for each district, as well as a communications and social media specialist in St. Croix. With the new additions, the current staffing levels are 14 employees in the St. Croix district and 17 employees in the St. Thomas-St. John district, and 3 offshore employees, eliminating any previous disparities and aligning with burgeoning programmatic needs, visitor air arrivals, and the operational scale of tourism activities in each district. By the end of the year, we will be able to bring on a few more staff members, including a dedicated cultural ambassador. The department will continue to review staffing levels annually to ensure equitable resource distribution, support economic impact across districts, and align personnel with tourism development priorities. Over the next 90 days, my team will focus heavily on enhancing the visitor experience by hiring new greeters across the territory to improve the welcome and departure experience at all ports and entryways. With the addition of our new Welcome Center locations, we've also added additional restrooms in both districts. We will continue to work with our partners on St. Croix to ensure that we have porta potties at Cane Bay on heavy cruise days as well. Tied into the visitor experience, the department maintains a single public restroom facility in St. Thomas, located at the Welcome Center. The Virgin Islands Port Authority and the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works manage all other public restrooms throughout the territory. As we approach this year's Crucian Christmas Festival, the addition of a new Assistant Director of Festivals, Alvin Burke, adds integral support to the division and the on-ground planning efforts. Active planning is still underway with cross-departmental collaboration among the Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Public Works, VI Waste Management Authority, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Fire and Emergency Medical Services, VI Port Authority, and Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Earlier this morning, we released the updated festival schedule, which was shifted following discussions with the VI Police Department around safety concerns and the village performance lineup. This year, more than 20 local performers and bands will take to the festival village, including Pumpa, Vio International, Adam O, Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights, Black Empire, Spectrum Band, and more. In addition to long-standing events such as the Calypso and Soca Marna competitions, which will showcase our rich and diverse culture. From restroom accessibility along the parade and Juve routes and in the village to crowd control and adjacent events, the Department of Tourism and our counterparts are dedicated to facilitating a world-class festival that is memorable for both locals and visitors alike. In closing, we would like to thank the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., Governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Honorable Tregenza Roach, Lieutenant Governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands, former Commissioner Joseph Bisciotti, all of our associated departments, members of the Senate, our dedicated volunteers, and my phenomenal colleagues at the Department of Tourism for their unwavering commitment to elevating the U.S. Virgin Islands, our culture, and our traditions. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. We stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Nominee Matarangas-King. That was a whole handful there to digest. But I'm excited. It's uplifting and positive news. When someone talks about the Virgin Islands, they usually forget to mention that we're number one, not two, number one when it comes to port calls. We're number one, not number two, when it comes to the average daily rate. Yeah, we're number two when it comes to on-island spending. These are phenomenal statistics. And I wanted to highlight those so people could also understand, yeah, we have our little kitchen issues, but we are still a premier destination, and we need to treat it as such. And I want to thank your team for really stepping up. Really stepping up. Let's start a round of questioning from my colleagues, and we're going to start with Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 4 minutes. Oh, sorry, Maurice James, since she yielded his space. Senator Maurice James, please, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start by, first of all, welcoming the Commissioner Nominee to the Department of Tourism. My question, Commissioner Nominee, recently the Iwo Jima was at the pier in Frederiksted. Yes. And as a result of their presence, there was a lot of economic activity in Frederiksted that I would like to go to, but I'm going to ask first. With my understanding is they are going to return in December. Do you anticipate any scheduling conflicts that could affect cruise ship calls? And is there a coordinated planning process in place to avoid displacement of tourism activity, since December is a very high, as you know, tourism season? Right. Let's put it that way. And is there any coordination with the stores in Frederiksted? Because my understanding is that the visit, the Navy presence was overwhelming for them. I'm going to continue and say that remember that even these young service members have families that they can then communicate to about visiting St. Croix. So we want their experience to be a great experience so that even they themselves may return. But I'm wondering about scheduling conflicts with the cruise ship calls. Can you address that, please?
Sure. Good morning, Senator James. So this is a question that's come up before. No cruise ships were displaced to make way for Iwo Jima, number one. Number two, there is coordination between the military and the cruise ships, and so this is not a situation where someone will be coming in and be surprised that there is coordination. On the ground, there is coordination through VITEMA with the Department of Defense. My team members have been participating in the meetings. We were there to greet them, share information, and coordinate with them. You are correct. Everyone is talking about the fact that not just Frederiksted, but all over the island, Christiansted, it was amazing. We have to remember, while it's not a cruise ship, it's still a ship. And we have thousands of people that are getting off, and we're giving them all the same hospitality as we would any visitor, because at the end of the day, the majority of people who come back for that standard 5-day stay that's typical in the USVI, most of them are coming for the first time on a ship. So we know that when we look at them, these are people who will be coming back with their families. I understand the experience has been very, very good. There's also, I understand, we may get more information that there may be another ship actually this week. So we are part of the coordination process, and I think because it was announced early on that they were coming, that many businesses ramped up. I understand the taxis, there was a lot of activity this weekend, and we can look forward to that. But so far, it's been going well. But we are a part of the process. We're not taken by surprise. We are a part of the process and welcoming them when they come in.
Thank you. My concern really is also that our small business owners really benefit from the presence, the economic activity that would occur with these young service members. I want to move on to the statement that you made about the sports and entertainment partnerships in key markets, and ask you, can you provide the annual cost of the partnerships with the Cubs, Red Sox, Mets, Jets, and how the return on investment from those sponsorships are being measured?
Okay, so let me start with the first part, and then I'll defer to Alani, who's in charge of marketing, about return on investment. So one of the challenges that we have is we, through our partners, our PR agency of record and marketing, we are able to negotiate. I think a lot of times when people hear that we're doing something, they go on Google and they get a number and they think, we don't pay those rates. We work with people who ensure that we get special rates, and so that's really proprietary information. So it's difficult 1 minute for me to put it on record because everyone is watching, and that may not be what someone else is paying. And so, that's a challenge that we face. I will defer to Alani to discuss the marketing and the benefits in terms of being able to see direct flights from those feeder areas to the territory, and that's also a part of our conversation with airlines in terms of why will a flight from Boston to St. Thomas be full, or a flight from New York to St. Croix that we're working on be full? Alani?
Thank you. But I do want to know, in your paragraph, you say that it contributed to a 20% rise in bookings. So I was just more focused on how is that measured? Because clearly it would be measured by the cost of the investment, right? So that's where I was going with my question. Understanding, of course, the confidentiality of the agreements you've entered into. I was just wondering,
Time.
How do we measure it?
Good morning, Senator. Alani Henneman for the record. You're asking about the return on investment, so I wanted to just expand a bit. It's not only the 20% that's referenced in the document, but we look at key indicators. So we look at airlift into the territory. We look at the new flight into St. Croix. There are a number of things that we look at when we measure the return on investment. So, for example, we have the tri-state area that's very hard to grow airlift. The U.S. Virgin Islands has an increase of 7%, and it's directly tied to the period of which we've engaged in sport activities with the Mets and the Jets. We have increased travel from Chicago and Boston, and it all correlates to the partnerships there. So when we do our metrics with our partners, Adara, Tourism Economics, and they run the data and they look at our overall marketing plan, it correlates to the percentage you see within the document.
Mr. Chair, May I ask one more question, please?
You may. Please continue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. What percentage of the, and I'm focusing now on the St. Croix Christmas Festival, what percentage of the budget, of your budget for performances is allocated to local artists and cultural groups compared to off-island performers?
Good.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Good morning, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. It's around 60 to 70% of the budget.
Well, no, I asked for of local artists and cultural groups compared to off-island performance. So which one is 70%? The local or the off-island?
The local group is about 60%, 60 to 70%. I don't have the exact percentage, but I know that when we do our review, it's about 60% of that budget for locals.
Okay, I'm gonna let that one go. My brain was processing the answer. I'm gonna let it go. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. I think I understood the pause, and I'm going to let Mr. Turnbull just elaborate a little bit more, because think about what you're saying and think about how we're receiving it. So just give us a little bit more.
So,
because we know
right,
that the large, artists, the highlighters, they call them highliners, we know they charge a lot, and we know our guys don't make a whole lot. So when you say local artists make 60 to 70% of the budget.
So when I say that, right, there is a larger number of local artists than there are international artists in your listing, right? So for instance, this year, I think we have about 20 to 25 local artists across the entire Crucian Christmas Festival. Collectively, their money that's pulled together versus what money is set for the international artists is 60%. That is what I'm explaining.
I think we have a point of information. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think I want to try to clarify what my colleagues are asking, and even you, Mr. Chair. We're not asking about the amount of performance. We're asking financially what percentage of the budget, how much money local artists make in comparison to how much money is spent on outside entertainment. That's what the question really is. So in other words, you're telling us 60 to 70% of local artists does performance, and I would agree with that. The costs, what percentage of the money that we spend are spent on earmark for local artists, and how much is spent on local artists versus outside artists? What's spent, not just the performance.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I think that's what I was just trying to explain in this last explanation of it. Again, when you pool all of those artists, because there's a bigger percentage of local artists, although some of the fees for international artists could be more, because of the pool of local artists being the bigger number, you get to that 60%.
And there's something else I'd like to add. I think many times when we think of artists, we're thinking only of the village. Keep in mind that there are a multitude of events, the Queen shows, the food fair, Calypso Monarch, where we are paying. So it's not just the village. I think that's the focus for most people. But there are a series of other activities that we're doing that we involved our local artists.
Please.
Can you repeat that,
Point of
Senator?
information.
Go ahead.
No, the point I wanted to ask a point again, based on what the Commissioner Designee made a statement in regards to, and I don't know if it's happening this year, but your statement was paying for the Calypso show and the Calypso artists. And last festival, if I'm right, the Calypsonian them wasn't paid. So I don't know if it's included in this year's budget. So if you can, I would appreciate if you clarified that part, and you were not there, so the other folks might need to answer about that in regards to the Calypsonian being paid for the show that was put on separately. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Turnbull?
Yes, Ian Turnbull, again, Director for Division of Festivals. Yes, the Calypsonians were paid their prize money. The Soca Monarch artists were paid their prize money. There's a band. I think it's a band headed up by Mr. Dean Baptiste. That band was paid. And I know Soca Monarch, the band and the artists were all paid their prize money. I know I have Mr. Assistant Director A.D. Burke that actually worked in putting on or executing the Soca Monarch. He can attest to those payments being made. He's here.
Good morning, Assistant Director Alvin Burke Jr. For the Soca Monarch competition last year, I was a chairperson during that time, and the Soca Monarch artists and band and everyone that was involved under my preview was paid for the Soca Monarch competition. So for 2024, 2025 on Cruise and Christmas Festival.
So, Commissioner, it's interesting we're talking costs. Well, since that's my background, let's talk dollars and cents. How do you come up with a market value for paying local performers? We know what the international folks are charging, and we know how that works, but the local guys, how do we come up with a value to give our local people?
Okay, before I turn it over to Mr. Turnbull and Burke, I want to say, once again, going back, it's a similar situation with the international artists as it is with the sports teams. People see a number, or there's a general number, and people assume that we're paying that. We have different relationships. In many cases, there are people that we've booked for several years, and so the price that's floating out there is not the price that we're paying. I can't say that enough, because I think people go off of that, and that's not the case. Obviously, you know, we have some negotiating power, number one. Number two, I think in terms of the, you know, artists, you have to know, you know, what your rate is, and, you know, awareness. I think sometimes there's a perception that I have to change my rate because I know that you may be paying for someone else. It's, you know, your rate is your rate, and, you know, you should stand on that, and I think that most people do. But, Turnbull?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So we don't come up with a market rate for artists. That is not what we do. The artists come, we inquire about an artist, and they give us the rate that they would like to be paid. In most instances, in all instances. And so let's take, for instance, you know, I'm not going to call a number.
Great, don't call a name either.
Yeah. But let's just take, you know, some of our top artists here in the USVI. Their rate was one number a year or two ago, and it has since increased. And it's increased because of the work that they've been doing. You know, their relevance in the market at this current time, and those things make up, you know, a justification on their part for that increase.
So the heavier the resume,
yes,
then they could anticipate.
And the demand. The demand.
At that time, yeah.
At that time. Because
Okay.
I've seen artists who've had high demands at one point, not having high demand, and of course, they want to get booked, so they might reduce their price a little to put themselves in a position to be competitive, to get more bookings, as opposed to one booking at this high price, I can get 5 bookings at this reduced price.
So the complexity we have is 3 different carnival, festival, celebration.
It's a luxury, actually.
Yes, no, because if I'm performing in one, can I expect to get paid to a bigger venue, the carnival versus the celebration? You know, if I'm a performer, can I ask for more money there?
So I would say this, and when I said luxury, I meant it luxury for the Division of Festivals, right? Because you could say, hey, I got 3 bookings for you, I got 3 events for you. So could you give me a deal? But you're right. right? So, of course, we pay, I would easily say 20 to 30% more than promoters. And that's because of our stage. In a perfect world, we would want to treat the stage almost like the Super Bowl, and Super Bowl artists don't get paid. They're not paid. So we would like something like that, but we know that that's not conducive for our local artists. We're here to support them and make sure that they, they aspire to be bigger because they are the individuals who push our brand.
So real quick, I had one quick complaint from an artist who claimed that they had some demands made on the lighting and the sound, and it wasn't done. Is it, we know that the international guys get whatever they ask for. How do you come about determining how much you're gonna give the local artists in terms of those demands, sounds, lighting, and all that stuff?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So the first thing is local artists need to ensure that their contracts have information in it. That's one. In their writers, in their tech writers, hospitality writers. You know, I have conversations with them all the time, and I tell them, you know, you guys need to put what you want to request in that writer. If we can accommodate, we can accommodate. In most instances with local artists, we can actually accommodate because some of the higher tier artists, what they're requesting is already at that level. You know, so we're able to accommodate and make that happen. But you know, the first thing I would say is for artists, all local artists, to take their business serious, have a legal person draft an actual contract for you, have tech writers, have hospitality writers. A lot of them do not have any of that information. The LCA was just here. We've had the conversations with them about artists not having business licenses and so forth. This has always been an ongoing thing. We can't force an artist to do that, but we encourage them to do it because the more that they take their business serious, the more they'll be able to expand within the market, not just here locally, but in other places.
Okay, before I go to the next Senator, I just real quick, is there a disparity being paid between, you know, the St. Croix performers and the St. Thomas performers?
Definitely not.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, the chair recognizes Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. for your 4 minutes.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to my colleagues.
Good afternoon.
First, Mr. Ian Turnbull, this question is for you. Well, this is not really a question, but a commendation to you. You were here 3 months ago, and I had a question on you on some outstanding vendor payments for about 3 years back. So I understood from the individual that they were paid in full. So I am thankful that you keep your word, that you were working on it, and it came through.
Thank you, Senator.
This is for the commissioner, or designee, to make it clear. What is the status of the Music Fest or the RSP for St. Croix?
Okay, regarding the RFP, I'll defer that to Assistant Commissioner Henneman. I know the RFP is out. It's being worked on.
Good afternoon, Senator. We have approved the beginning process for the RFP with the actual study. That should go out shortly. The vendor was selected, so we are moving forward with the questionnaire that will go out to the public as the first step in the study to execute this event. So we are in progress. I know the last time we met, we were waiting to secure the contractor. We've secured the contractor. They've already begun the brand study. We have the questionnaire that will go out to the community, and that should happen next week because we approved it internally last week. So once that goes out and then we get that feedback, then we'll meet with our team and we'll be able to start the full RFP process.
Okay, thanks for your response. Okay, the commissioner designee, the question I have for you now is, as far as, do you have a designated staff member for the tourism, for the TARF?
So that's a good question. We actually, as we mentioned, we have been staffing up, and we will have someone on board. We have staff right now managing the finances, but we are slated to have our own CFO before the end of the month. So as mentioned, there are a couple of pending positions. One is for our tourism cultural coordinator, but the other is for our CFO. So very excited about having someone that can focus solely on our finances.
So my question, and so who collects from the hotel? Who collects from the hotels?
Eleni?
Good afternoon, Senator. Although we are the shepherd, we are not the keeper. The Department of Finance and Office of Management and Budget are the ones that are the keepers for the TARF in terms of collection. And the last time they were here, they said publicly that they are doing an audit on the TARF. So once we get those results, they'll share it with our department, and we will all be in alignment.
Well, thanks for the response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. I wanted to just ask one other thing. We talked about payment as it relates to the two districts, any kind of disparities that may or may not occur. What about the actual numbers of performers? Or is there a disproportionate number from one district versus the other, or is it balanced?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. It's balanced. What we tend to do is we would bring in artists from the other district, make the island that we're on heavy with that island's artists, entertainers, and then sprinkle in artists from the other district. Yeah, so we lead with a heavy hand on that island, and we do that for each island pretty much.
And the reason I'm asking these questions, to some people, they might think it's apparent, it's obvious, but we are constantly being told as elected official what's going on. That, you know, we have no evidence of it, so we ask the questions, and this is your line of business, so you tell us the answer, and everyone now could hear on the record what the answers are. All right, thank you very much for that response. All right, the chair moves on and recognizes Senator Marvin A. Blyden for his 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon. I'm going to call you Commissioner King. Congratulations in advance. Congratulations, Director Burke, on your new role. I know what you bring to the table, and I wish you guys the best. I must say, though, that I'm sitting here listening to the conversation, right, and I can only think about Nick Daddy Friday. Welcome to the land of beauty, we call it paradise. There's not a place more lovely, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. I mean, that song honestly speaks to who we are as a territory and what we do when it comes to our festivals. And we have one of the most loveliest places in the world, really. And the numbers are staggering in terms of the testimony. It says a lot. Even though we have our problems like everyone else, we have our share problems, like Nick said, you know, but at the same time, we still welcome you. And we need to work on those problems. The cultural ambassador, what's their role? What are they going to be doing? Because that's a very good name for someone, especially in our space, with all the competition we have and the competitors. What will they be doing?
I'm so happy you asked me that question. Everybody knows we're thrilled about this.
I want to know.
One of the things that we did, even in terms of the staffing, it's looking at moving forward. I think tourism has done a great job, but we can be even better. And so focusing on directors of visitors experience, and I hope to talk about that soon. But the tourism cultural ambassador, it was very clear that we have an amazing culture. We didn't have an in-house expert. The Department of Tourism should be the place when groups are coming, but just on a regular basis, that we have someone who understands the culture, who is a historian. I can't name the person yet because we're still working on the paperwork, but we should be able to announce it very soon. But this is someone that you all know, someone that you respect, someone who is truly a cultural ambassador for the territory. The role is going to be critical because beyond, we have training that's needed in-house. So he's going to be the in-house expert. But more importantly, one of the things that we are seeing is there's a lag between the connection, our children, the university, and tourism. We have a hospitality program at CTEC. We have a hospitality program at the university. We weren't connecting with them, and that's going to change. It's already changed. And so the tourism cultural coordinator will be working very closely with the Division of the Department of Education's Division of Cultural Education. They will be working with the high schools that have the hospitality programs and working with the university, because we need for our young people to understand that there is a pathway to tourism. It's important to have representation, for them to have access to us. And let me share a little something that we're working on with the university. So we've already started. On Wednesday, the university,
1 minute.
the university student activities on St. Croix, they have what's called Wow Wednesday. And on Wednesday, we will be at the Student Activity Center. The team will be there with entertainment, essentially a mini festival. But in addition to encouraging our university students to participate in festival in various ways, we will be recruiting volunteers. We're interested in them working with us, learning the ropes, having those opportunities that could lead to internships. We think representation is very important. I will pick on one of my colleagues, Shamari Haynes, who's Deputy Commissioner, is a great example. He started in his teens as a greeter, and now he's Deputy Commissioner. I think it's important for our students to see the people who are around them that look like them, who are able to have a career in tourism. So our cultural coordinator will be a big part of that process, along with the rest of the team.
Even though it took all my 4 minutes, I'm too happy. No, I'm too happy that you actually stated exactly what role that person will be playing, and I think you gave away who the person is. I believe I know who the person is already. We all do. Mr. Culture Man, we know who he is, not the culture man, but the original culture man. You understand? Former senator. I believe this speaks to him. This is a perfect role for him. I do not know, but based on what you're saying, I believe that the person. I said he, so I know it's him. But anyway, let me say though, I saw the joy, the passion you spoke to about this role, and we need to do that because it's very important. And you gave a good example, you understand, in terms of what Shalaman have done thus far. I mean, really when it comes to Carnival and what he does in that space, it's amazing. But nonetheless, I'm happy for all you guys that look forward to seeing some improvement in that space. And also, I'm too happy you brought back the greeters. The greeters play a critical role at our airport, at our ports, and it's important that we support them and ensure that they actually be the ambassadors up front for us in this territory. Thanks again for the testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair, again for the time.
And I'd like to add one thing. It's not just the greeters, but also properly trained greeters and entertainment. So.
Thank you very much.
Point of information.
Senator Blyden. Point of information, Senator Maurice James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say to the commissioner nominee that I was the first tourism careers coordinator for the Virgin Islands. I was tapped by Miss Leona Bryant, who was the tourism director at the time. And I don't know if anyone has this videotape, but there was a videotape that had Dr. Ruth Beagles, Betty Sperber, and my father, Dr. Randall James. It was an excellent video that was done here, talking about letting children know about inviting people to your home. In addition to that, the government of Barbados, I believe it was, had done a workbook that I will look for and share with you, Commissioner nominee Matarangas-King. So I am very familiar with that role. It unfortunately never continued over the years, but I will share what I have with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Senator Maurice James. What's the difference between a cultural ambassador and what's the one for the culinary arts? We had what was the term we used?
So we had various types of ambassadors, and the role internally is actually, the title is actually Tourism Cultural Coordinator. So this is someone who will be a coordinator. I mean, it's obviously, I think we're all ambassadors for the department, but the ambassador program that you're familiar with, we had it in different areas, whether it was sports, we had culinary ambassadors, so over the years.
And the qualification is specific to that discipline, but this person has a broader title.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
And so number one,
what's their resume gonna look like?
the person that we are hiring,
Yeah, what should their resume look like?
their resume is someone who has been engaged and involved in the culture. They've been on boards. They've started cultural groups. I'm going through my mind. They've started cultural groups. This is someone who has decades of experience in the cultural space. I mean, they're an expert. Everything from, they can have a conversation about the history, madras, all of it, all of it. So it's a very specific, there aren't thousands of people that can do the job. I think more importantly, it's somebody who can bridge both worlds, the old, but also connecting it to the youth, and I think that's very important. So.
Thank you very much. Point of information, Senator Angel Boquez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation to the cultural ambassador, I also am aware that within the Division of Festivals, there is the Cultural Heritage Institute.
Right.
What is the status of that board? And because they're also tasked with exactly what this ambassador potentially is doing.
Correct. You are correct. So right now, a board has to be established because the board will be the one to actually hire the executive director for the institute, and the board has not been established at this point.
It's many years now that the division has existed, and it's something that needs to be done.
Right.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Angel Boquez. Let's move on to
Point of information.
point of information, Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized.
Yes, Commissioner, I just wanted for the record, for the viewing public as well, I want to make sure that the music fest that we're speaking about is from Act number 8804.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. The chair recognizes Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. for his 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome to Team Tourism. Thank you for being here, and of course, it's good to see you. Alvin, we miss you here at the legislature now, but we know you're doing great stuff on the other side, so continue to make us proud. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you about the third party. Have there been an assessment made on the third party that's responsible for making the payments on the behalf of the Department of Tourism, and are you satisfied that that process works?
You're talking about our marketing agency? Which third party?
The third party responsible for making payments to the vendors.
Oh, okay. Yes. So, yes, the process works as long as, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about, they have to get a payment to be able to pay the vendor. And so.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, very well. And in regards to the upcoming Christmas festival, is there still an opportunity for individuals to get a booth, or is that completed already?
It's completed, and we've been advertising it, but Alvin, do you want to go ahead and?
Good afternoon. I'm Alvin Burke Jr., Assistant Director of Festivals. The actual date, final date for the deadline was October 31st. So there is no more opportunity for potential vendors for that day. As Commissioner Matarangas-King has alluded to, we were advertising that for quite some time, and we just wrapped up all vendor payments for the Coney Island and Festival Village, and we're in the process of collecting for the food fair.
Very well, thank you. Again, I just got a text on that, so I wanted to ask that question on behalf of a constituent. So can we talk a little bit in terms of the marketing that's being done for the St. Croix Festival? I wanted to feel like it's festival here on St. Croix. I want to see the proper signage, We're getting all the lighting done in the Melvin Evans Highway. I want to see flag signs put up. What are we doing in terms of marketing the festival for St. Croix this year?
Okay, Alvin, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Senator Francis. We're in the process of, outside of social media, Ian, Director Turnbull, and I, and Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, we have these conversations all the time to put key things on island to make it feel a lot more festive. So you definitely will be seeing a lot of things in regards to marketing, in Christian said and Frederick said, and throughout the airports and so forth. And I also want to mention that a lot of the conversation is about the St. Croix Village and what the village lineup is. But I think Crucian Christmas Festival is very important to know that St. Croix is a lot more than the village. We have a lot more activities that happens on St. Croix, such as the Coquito Festival. That's a very big part of our Crucian culture. The 3-day Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Night TSK Serenade. WTGX is going to be embarking on their 20th year anniversary. We have the tree lighting at Limpert Park. So those are things that are definitely woven within our culture. So those are very, very big things that happen within St. Croix Festival. Yes, we do have the village, but those are critical things and very important things that's part of the festival for St. Croix. So yes, we do have the village, which everyone has seen the village lineup already. But we have all these other events that happens before the actual village opens up. So I'm very proud to say that the Department of Tourism and Division of Festivals is very much a part of those other outside events as well. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I'm very proud to say that we are very taking part in all those different activities.
And I'd like to add, I think
what I wanted to hear was a real comprehensive, touching of the fact that we have our festival here, and individuals could be able to showcase that happening. I know you forgot the Lechong Festival, but that's also a big event. Forget the pork. My colleague, Senator Gittins, is not here, but I know that he'll want to make sure that we mention the Lechong Festival. But I think all in all, we want to also include beautification. What is the interaction? What is the communication between Sports, Park and Recreation, Department of Public Works? I want to make sure that all of these events, going to and from these events, that we have the proper beautification, in these locations as well. Can you speak to what is the interaction that's happening right now between these other agencies to make sure that things work?
Good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Thank you for that question. So we've been keeping our weekly Wednesday meetings with all agencies. One of the things that we do in those agency meetings is we always mention to our agency partners, the things that we need their assistance with. So DPW, doing the street sweeping in Frederickstead, as well as the tree cutting on that. What's the name of the road? Help me, please.
LaGrange.
LaGrange, yes. So we're constantly having those meetings weekly. That, like, Wednesday is at 2 o'clock. That's what we do. We sit with everyone. With regards to the marketing as well, we are actually in process of receiving our banners and additional flags to actually put in the areas of Frederickstead and Christiansted. So those items are on the way, and we will be placing them in the city to make the place feel more festive and inviting for individuals to know that Crucian Christmas Festival is here.
and I'd like to add one point, going back to Assistant Director Burke's conversation about the whole festival season is not just the village. In addition to many of the events that he talked about, in addition to us supporting them financially, we will also be helping them to market, just like we did, to market their events, just like we did with VIPR. You know, our platforms are much larger than many of them may have. And so as we looked at the Road to Festival, you will be seeing people who are going to be participating or doing adjacent events that we're supporting. So we're not just, you know, providing financial support, support for the event, like the Coquito Festival, Coconut Festival, and events, boat parade that people look forward to, and the Lantern Parade. We will be helping them to market. So we're really going above and beyond, going back to vested interest. We have a vested interest in those events doing well too. We don't only care just about the village. That may be in the Department of Tourism, but we have a vested interest to our partners in our community. Jump Up, all of those things. We will be working closely with them to ensure that they're a success and people know about them.
Thank you. And my final on this particular round is, again, we need to address the paving down in Frederickstead as well in the parking area. I think we know that it's the rainy season during the month of December, and it's really atrocious having to navigate the mud when those heavy days of rain come. So I think we have sufficient time for us to be able to address the graving and paving that may be required for us to be able to have some safe as well lighted parking area, but more importantly that that we could be able to keep them dry and they don't have an amount of mud that's going on in that location. As well as I want to end by thanking the RT Park for the utilization of the Catalyst Fund to support some of our events and being able to provide the partnership between the RT Park and the Department of Tourism in providing those little small microloans, so that we could be able to see our vendors maximize their opportunity for them to have a good festival season. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you to the Department of Tourism. Again, we're here to support you in your endeavors to make this a good festival season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Just to piggyback on some of the little loose points, security, itinerant licenses being granted to people outside of the village. I know we've had some issues with people trying to piggyback off of that without, being a part of the festival. Have we resolved those issues?
It's interesting that you would ask that. We have been working with DLCA and VIPD. For us, collaboration is very, very important. So we had one meeting and we're following up, dealing with that. We wanted to deal with it early so it wouldn't be a situation where after the fact, we're having those conversations. So we have been collaborating with VIPD and DLCA, and actually the cannabis board was also involved in that conversation because people are selling different things. Some of them are CDB infused, so we're having those conversations. I just want to put on the record, as we go through this process, you'll hear me say this again and again. Tourism is not the 30-something people that are working in each of the districts. It is really our community. We have amazing collaborations. That's a word you will get sick of me saying, but I love a good collaboration. It makes things go smoother, and everyone is at the table and able to resolve issues, I think, more quickly. So we are working with them on the license issue.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 4 minutes. Okay. Maybe she got dropped. So.
There she is.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Senator, please. Okay. Media, can you recognize the audio? Senator, I don't know if you could hear me, but we can't hear you. Okay. So we're going to try to fix that and get back to you. So sorry. All right. So let's go to Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all the testifiers, viewing and listening audience. I want to start out with asking the question about the Juve, because a lot of folks are trying to figure out why the Juve date has been changed. Can you guys expand on that a bit for me, please?
Sure. Good afternoon, Senator Johnson. Jennifer Matarangas-King. So going back to collaboration, we have been working very closely with the VIPD. Initially, a date went out for Juve on the 1st. And in concert with them, they expressed a plethora of concerns, including staffing and shortages and doing Juve on New Year's Day. They talked about gunshots. They talked about a series of things. At the end of the day, we have to defer. We, as the Department of Tourism Division of Festivals, we have to defer to the subject matter experts. We know even with all the planning and everything, sometimes unfortunately things happen. And at the end of the day, the police department is there to protect us. We asked about other possibilities to augment the staffing. They indicated that those were not possibilities, whether it's the National Guard or other things that people may think is available. And so at the end of the day, they indicated that it would be best to have Juve and Food Fair on the same day. We know that there are ships coming in, and they assured us that it would be better for them to manage all of that at the same time. We will also be ramping up in terms of resources, knowing that we have locals and visitors that we're concerned about. So I will say, you know, that's where we are right now. I know there's a community concern, but we're really taking the time to figure out the best way to do it. I will say, you know, the best case scenario, locals and visitors will have an opportunity to have two authentic experiences. They may want to do both, they may only want to do one. And we have had Juve and Food Fair at the same time in the past. I know we didn't have it with two ships before, so that is a new wrinkle, and all of those things are being considered. But at the end of the day, the VIPD, they are there to protect us, and this was their advice to us. They were very concerned about us doing it any other way. And we have to defer to them. I'm not managing the manpower, and I'm not managing security. And I don't want to be in a situation where we go against the police department and there is an issue. And so we are trusting their advice. They're the subject matter experts. And here we're going to do all that we can to bolster and support, but that's where we are right now.
Thank you for that explanation. I want to ask you a question, again, Commissioner Designee. Everyone talk about that convention we go to with a cruise ship. I just lost my train of thought. They just
Sea trade,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all good and well. But there's a similar convention that goes on with the airlines. And I'm trying to figure out why we are not taking part in that. And I tried to adventure into it last term. It was a very expensive endeavor for my office. We could not afford it. But I knew someone, a private person who invested their money, went to that convention for airlines. Mm-hmm. And there was no one from the Virgin Islands to represent. I also spoke to Director Dow in regards to that. And they too were not taking part in that convention. And I'm asking that you look into this and see if there's a way that someone from tourism can go to this convention, because the island of St. Croix is experiencing a lot of hardship with airlifts. And if we don't go to these conventions to market and sell this island, we will continue to adventure in hardship. And in the testimony, we spoke a lot about the new airline that's now going to Dominica. Mm-hmm. People of St. Croix still have hardship going down to the Eastern Caribbean.
Time.
They'll have to plane from here. Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please continue.
They'll have to catch a flight from here to either St. Thomas or from here to Puerto Rico to traverse down to the Caribbean island. And in conversation, they said the reason why they got that airline from St. Thomas to Dominica is because there's a lot of people from Dominica and the island of St. Thomas. Well, St. Croix have a lot of people from St. Lucia. Mm-hmm. So we need to try to find a way to route to one of those Caribbean islands, a hub, to augment St. Croix, so that people don't have to go Puerto Rico, Florida, in order to divorce back to these Caribbean islands. So I'm urging and asking you if you can look into that measure, that convention that they have for airline, and see if you guys can take part in it to try to help the island of St. Croix.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about, or anyone of your members on your board?
Okay, so you're saying this, okay, so there are two of them. There's Routes International and Routes Americas. I actually went to Routes International, so We had a very large display at Routes International. I was not here for Routes America, but we have been participating, so I'm not sure if they're talking about something else, but Routes are the two main ones that occur every year, and we have had representation. And I and my team, we were actually at the one in Hong Kong earlier this year. So there was a presence. So is this a conversation, the person that you said, is this?
Last year.
Oh, this was
Not this year. Not this year. It's last year I tried to adventure there.
okay.
And I don't think no one should have.
Okay, well, let me defer to Alni Henneman, who has been here a long time. She said that we were represented there. So.
Senator, I'll ask you to, there are a number of airline aviation conferences. So if you could provide the name, but every year the Department of Tourism attends Routes America and Routes International, and we meet with all key stakeholders who service the territory and potential partners as well, and some airports that provide good service to us. I'll just give you an example. We meet with Denver because it helped facilitate the Southwest airlift. We meet with SAS, which is based out of Copenhagen, because we're trying to get that Danish flight into St. Croix. So both Routes America and Routes International are the aviation conferences that we attend. So if you can get the name of the other conference, we may be able to see if it is viable for us.
I definitely will share that with you. And Mr. Chair, if I may, I just have one or two questions I'd like to wrap up with.
Yeah, please
I know
continue.
my time was counted. The department spoke about the collaboration with a couple of sports entity, Boston Red Sox, New York Jets, and a few others. What direction are you having conversation with sports, parks and recreation to try to boost our sports tourism in the territory? And hopefully the stadium one day will be complete, that we could try to have some kind of a activity with one of those groups that you're doing partnership with in advertising the Virgin Islands. At the same time, we're spending our money getting advertisement. I think we need to find ways to go about having some kind of a conversation with them to host some minor league or major league baseball on the island of St. Croix when the Parley Joseph Stadium is complete. So I'd like to know if you guys are having some conversation, colliding parks and recreation in your conversation with these entities that we are investing money into. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson, for your wonderful line of questioning. We're going to try again to get Senator Alma Halliger Francis on the...
Do you want me? I'd like to respond to his question.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that question, Senator Johnson. So first of all, anybody that we're partnering with, just know it is a foregone conclusion that we're trying to get them here. For sure, in some capacity. It may not always be a baseball camp, it may be something else, even meetings. So that's always a part of the conversation. And we have been making some headway in terms of LPGA, perhaps doing some activities here. But I also want to say, outside of the sports piece, we're involved with organizations like CTO, the Caribbean Tourism Organization. Any affiliated group, anybody that we're doing business with, and we've had great success. We are always encouraging them to come here to have your meetings, to come here to have your conferences. Our engagement with other Caribbean organizations is very, very important. The challenge that we have sometimes is a visa issue in terms of it's easier to meet perhaps like Canto, which is a Caribbean organization for telecom. I've been encouraging them to come to the VI. I used to be a part of Canto in my other life, and they said we can come for some meetings, but it may be a challenge to bring 400 or 500 people who are primarily from the Eastern Caribbean or the Caribbean here because of visa issues. But the point I'm making is, if we're talking to you about anything, we're also encouraging you to come here to have your meetings, to do activities and events. That's a foregone conclusion for us. Alani, do you want to add anything?
No, Commissioner, I think you summed that up perfectly.
So, quick question. What are we doing to make sure we don't repeat what happened last festival with the Soca Monarch situation, where they used the village, the festival village, to hold a competition, and the attendance was horrible, and the outcome wasn't what we had hoped. So hopefully we could improve on that.
Good afternoon. I'm Alvin Burke Jr., Assistant Director of Festivals. Is that Soca Monarch you're mentioning or Calypso Show? Because there's a difference.
The text says Soca Monarch. It might be Calypso.
Well, I think you're referring to Calypso Show. I'm proud to say that this year for December 27th that we are hosting the Calypso Show back in Island Center. Okay. It's been a long anticipated event. We're very proud of that. For anyone who remembers, Calypso Show in Island Center has been an intimate and mature type of setting, so we're very proud of that. I would also like to mention that we have a new chair for the Calypso competition, Mr. AJ Ventura, who has been very, very, very I was just texting him, as a matter of fact, who's been very intrigued in everything Calypso. We're also going to have the world famous Express Band still backing up the Calypsonians. So I want you to mark it on your calendars that December 27th, that's a Saturday, the Calypso Show will be back in Island Center. So I'm very happy to announce that. And a lot of different things that we're doing with the Calypsonians too is try to revigorate them, where we're doing different photo shoots that's going to be coming up with them. That's under advisement of Commissioner Matarangas-King. We're doing a lot of different things with the Calypsonians. We know, for the lack of a better word, a lot of them are kind of long in the teeth. So we want to bring them up to modern times in terms of revigorating them, making sure they're on the radio stations, the popular radio stations, social media. So that's what we're doing right now. So I'm feeling really confident that the Calypso Show would be very well attended this year.
Yeah, and be sure to include that as a part of the compensation that you're spending money to help rebrand it.
I am.
Not cheap.
I would like to add, I think that we are really taking the time. Like I said, things were great before, but really every single experience is important. And so making sure that the Calypso Monarch is marketed as much as the reggae night as the other nights, making sure that we show love to our children with children's parades. So in terms of the messaging, I really want people, there are going to be some people that do everything, and some people will do one or two things. But the point is you will know about all of them, and that's the effort that we're making as we move forward.
Okay, let's see if the gods are with us again. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, are you there?
Good day. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am only going to make the request to media not to block my mic. The number that you see is actually where my audio is coming through. Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers and staff. My first round of questions have to do with, I know you guys talked about putting out a newsletter. What benefits have you seen by putting out this newsletter, and what type of feedback have you gotten from it?
Okay, so the VI Desk Side newsletter, you got the first one. I've only been in this role for 90 days, so you got the first one actually last week. One of the things I think it's important, we do a lot of advertising, a lot of things are happening, but our community, we're advertising outside to come here. So a lot of times people aren't aware of everything that we're doing. And we don't want to wait until it's a budget hearing or a hearing like this to talk about all the things that we've been doing for the last 6 months. So for us, you know, showing maybe not everyone reads the newspaper, not everyone is on social media. This is an opportunity, and of course our distribution list will grow exponentially. This is an opportunity for people to see what we're doing. There was a discussion about routes and what we did when we spoke to the airlines in the newsletter. There's, you know, we're advertising about a preferred partner program. There's a lot going on in the Department of Tourism all the time, and this is a way to get information out on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you so much for that. As you know, nationally, there is a government shutdown, and there has been some issues with travel to and from the territory, because some of the air traffic controllers have been, you know, put on hold because of the financial payments several airlines has seen delays. What type of contingency plan has the tourism department tapped into or planning to do if we see potentially decreased numbers coming in December, et cetera, because if this government shutdown is not resolved by then?
So I've been hearing good news today that it looks like we are almost at the end of it. It appears that the plan is to have it wrap up this week. We have been monitoring very carefully because in many places, there are about 40 airports affected, including Miami, places that are feeders to us. We have not had any major disruptions yet, but it's something that we're watching closely. And I'll defer to Alani Henneman, who may have some more information.
Good afternoon, Senator. We asked our two agencies on record, Public Relations and Marketing Agency, to monitor and reach out to our partners to see to do forecasts in terms of what may impact the territory. Hopefully, if we can get through this week and next week, we should not be majorly affected. It has delayed a few connecting flights into the territory, but overall, we are still on par.
Okay, so you're monitoring it. That's good. Yes. I'm happy to hear that you're paying attention to it.
Absolutely.
I want to talk a little bit about the our local artists as some of and we do hear a lot of times that there's been some tension and friction back and forth about payment. Why does that even happen in the first place? That, you know, sometimes senators and the artists are very up in arms, and then sometimes we have to reach out and request how long are things going to be paid. But we don't hear that same type of discussion for the artists that come into our territory. Some of them which you have to pay up front before they even get here, or is that the case? Explain to me why this seems to be a discussion annually.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So, for instance, as I mentioned earlier, where I was elaborating on the number of local artists, if someone didn't send in an invoice, or you know they didn't sign a contract on time, or something to that extent, there's a cadre of things that could make a payment be missed, but we're never not going to get them paid. It is on our end to work better in making these things happen. And to elude, it goes back to what I was mentioning with regards to local artists having their own contracts and making sure that their paperwork is tight so that we can ensure that nothing is ever missed. Yeah.
Well, I do appreciate you saying that, and I do agree with what you said in regards to our local artists. I think as our musicians, I'll be honest with you, I think we spend a lot of time fighting over pennies when we're letting the dollars go by. Our community and our local artists produce a wealth of music over the years. I am in my 50s, and I grew up listening to a variety of music which I have loved. But one of the things that our local artists keep doing is leaving money on the table. And while they're having a concern with getting monies out for local events, they're not recognizing that they're leaving potentially thousands upon thousands or even millions if they have hits of dollars on the table, because a lot of them are not registering to collect royalties on all this music that they've produced right here in the territory. One song could potentially make some of our artists millionaires, but if you don't register them to your pros, if you don't register them to the ASCAP and the BMIs, if you don't register them to like 13 different places, like for example, even if somebody plays one of our local songs on Facebook, do they know that after 30 seconds, they're supposed to get royalties from Facebook for just playing that clip? It's a lot of things our local artists, we have to do our part to make sure that we collect those monies. And it's one thing to get monies for gigs here locally, but I encourage our local artists, when you write a song, copyright it, register it, put it in all the different banks and register it to the 10, 13 different places that they should be registered to guarantee that you're going to collect those royalties on the hard work you put in. And that's the only thing I'll also try to help them with, because they have to do that part. So maybe it might get to
Time.
the point they're making so much money off of royalties, they might just be like, hey, we'll do this one for free for you guys this year. I'm just saying, we have to do our part as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I'll continue to listen.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Heiliger Francis. Appreciate you. Sorry, I said that reverse. Alma Francis Heiliger. I'm one of the starving musicians that spent my time working on my craft, honing it, played in countless festival, carnival, celebrations, patronales, everything. I've been around. And I could tell you, a lot of us don't make any money at it. It is so true what the senator said. A lot of us don't make any money at it. And now, especially, you have to go through all this additional, hurdles to protect your music, protect your craft. So hopefully you might get lucky. But it's a tough business. Maybe I should come and do a gig at the Village, huh?
Sure.
So one question I do have, Commissioner Designee, have you made contingency plans for WAPA?
Specifically
Blackouts.
at the Village, or?
Uh-huh. Do we have any backup power?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good. So
We have to.
I'm so glad they asked us questions so we could ask you.
Okay.
I assume, that was of course, but no, I apparently some people have concerns. Okay, so pretty much, I think that colleagues, does anyone have any pressing questions? No, I know, I'm just checking your time. Okay, we got one. Okay. All right, Senator Johnson, we'll come to you in 1 second. Let Senator Bocas do his last round, and then that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to Central staff, and good afternoon to Commissioner Nominee Jennifer Matarangas-King and her leadership team from the Department of Tourism. And a special good afternoon to Mr. Burke. We miss you, but it's good to see you again. So I wanted to ask, we talked about the cruise ship and the airlift growth, and we know that there's almost about a 30%, if not more, 30% increase in cruise ship passengers to St. Croix, which is a plus for that economy, which is a huge win. In addition to the fact that cruise ship calls are going to be substantially higher in 2026, and that is a fact.
Yes.
And I wanted to know, I was curious to find out, has the Department of Tourism got into any partnerships with any entities concerning the ground infrastructure or transportation, or even beefing up on the local vendors to accommodate this surge of new passengers that we're going to be seeing? How's that looking? How's that process looking?
Okay, so regarding transportation, Assistant Commissioner Elizabeth Hanson-Watley, I know you've been seeing her often because there's been a lot of conversation about transportation and taxis. So that is a big part of our conversation because the transportation is a major part of the visitor experience. And as I mentioned before, we are spending a lot of time really beefing up the team, growing the team on St. Croix, with having a dedicated director of visitor experience. And of course, we promoted someone in St. Thomas. And so transportation is a major part of that conversation. In terms of collaborations, there's a training at UVI, and I think they just completed a session, but we're also going to be doing some in-house training, the same organization that will be training our greeters, because we have a whole process. We have new greeters coming on board. We have greeters in St. Thomas. We're adding a couple in St. Thomas, St. John district, but bringing in new greeters. We signed contracts last week. We'll be doing quite a bit of training, and so we're working on really building up that team. Regarding vendors, we will be working closely, as I mentioned before, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, making sure that vendors for festival are aware of what they need to do. But that's an area that we can take a look at in terms of even encouraging more people to sign up as vendors. I think the big thing for us is, once again, having the directors, that's their job to really manage. They have already been integral in terms of the relationship between the cruise team and the team on the shores specifically. And that's a big part of the process, ensuring that vendors who are interested in having their excursion be advertised on the cruise ship, there's so much that director of visitor experience, that role is so critical, because that's the connectivity between the people coming in and the people who are here. Not just the visitors to the, not just the visitors coming in, but also making sure that the businesses and the stakeholders who are on island are aware of who's coming and are ready to support them.
Okay.
1 minute.
Thank you so much for your response. And I have some other questions, and it's in relation to the TAF. We know that you've mentioned about 52 million in collections, and even before this hearing, we had a previous hearing in the Committee of Budget and Appropriations and Finance, where we were trying to appropriate some funding to the Taxi Cab Commission for technological upgrades, which obviously the taxi industry is a part of tourism. It's an instrumental part of tourism from the ground transportation side of things.
Right.
And we were not able to get a clear account of what is in that fund. So I'm just curious to know, how is that reconciled? Because I am sure that you utilize that fund quite often for many things. And when that happens, I'm sure it's challenging for you. You know, so I've been asking this question since 2023.
Yes.
So asking this question about what is really in that fund, how are we to get a clear picture? Go ahead.
So you're correct. You've been asking about it for the last couple of years. The TARF, as we all know, there are numbers that are floating out there, and it hasn't been reconciled. I know it's a priority for finance. You know, we're going to give them all the support that they need. It's a priority for us because it's hard to budget and to pay in a timely manner. You know, the TARF was set up a specific way for a purpose. It is no longer being handled that way, and it does create a challenge for us in terms of payments, because now, you know, we're having to negotiate to get vendors paid. And that affects everything. It affects festivals, it affects our operations.
Time.
And it can also affect our reputation. So that is something that we have a vested interest in working with finance to help with the reconciliation.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know, because you can over-obligate, you can double encumber, you can, I mean, it goes on, right?
Right.
And I know that that is obviously something that's going to prohibit your department from doing what it needs to do. And I'm not going to belabor it too much because I just want to close out with one last question, because I want to know what goals you have in relation to the tourism component. We have all kind of different types of tourism, but we still can benefit from ecotourism, heritage tourism, agritourism. You know, we have a territorial park, we have a heritage zones, we have agricultural zones. Our gastro-tourism component has been growing in the last few years. We're seeing, you know, Tartwas, Coquito Fest, Pate Festival, Crujan Coconut Festival. How exactly is the Department of Tourism trying to grow these other sectors of tourism to include promoting the gastro-tourism component of it? Because we could be doing that internationally too, to attract tourists here. People may want to come here and experience the tart, which is the national dessert of the Virgin Islands. They may want to come here and say, what is coquito? Yes, you find it in Puerto Rico, but we got it here too because they migrated here back in the 1930s and 40s.
Right.
So, you know, but we just got our VI style to it.
Sure.
But, you know, how are you trying to support those gastro entities as the department and grow the other sectors of tourism?
So that's a great question, and we actually started off with that. When the first video was of Seja Farms Bush Cook, Chef Cook, so you're talking about food security. You're also talking about, because it's a whole weekend of events, so it's the farm to table. It ends with the farm to table, but it starts with children, cooking, farmers, all of that. So that's a great example, and if you watch the video, it was a recap of this year, but it's telling you to come next year for this event. That's one of the things going back to how we're working with our partners. It's not just supporting with a check, but also making sure that you have a great event that's an attraction. We want to be sure that people know about it and they put it on their calendar. There are people who come to the island every year around the same time. They may be watching and saying, ooh, I didn't realize that this is the week before, the week after I normally go. Maybe I'll go that week. So we are really looking at, and many of the things that you talked about, agritourism, we have a great reputation for being one of the great culinary hubs in the Caribbean. Next week I will be going to Barbados with the Taste of the Caribbean delegation. So the USVI is going, and we always do well with our bartenders, our chefs, our junior chefs. So I'll be happy to be there representing the VI, and I'm sure we'll do stellar like we always do. But there are all these ways that we are making sure if we're supporting it, then we're also going to help market it just like we did for VIPR. And so you're going to be seeing a lot of interesting things. One thing I will say, we were discussing it this morning, we're doing a lot on social media, and I'm very aware, coming from the media background, that not everyone is on social media. And what we would like to do is much of the content that we put on social media, we would like to present it to Legit TV. So people who aren't on social media, many of our seniors, can see some of the things that we're doing. Because I understand some... Yeah, and the Access Channel. Someone said to me, I don't see you guys doing any advertising. I said, well, the people in the States are seeing it because we want them to come down, but we need for our VI people to see what everybody else is seeing also, because we are doing a lot. I want to thank my team. It's a very small, I think we're one of the smallest teams, but very, very mighty team. And I want everyone to see and appreciate the hard work and the passion and the love that goes into what we do.
Thank you so much for your response, and keep up the good work. And thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bocas Jr. The chair recognizes a point of information, Senator Johnson. I see your hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I definitely want to make sure I put this on the record. And Commissioner Nominee Matarangas-King, I respect what you said earlier. Wholeheartedly, I respect what you said. I also want to accept what the police department is saying, but I don't agree. I don't agree. Having food fair, a tourist ship in town, and Juve on the same day, only God could come and tell me different. You're going to be chaos in Frederickstead. Because the same time that Juve going on, it's the same time then people trying to bring food down. And it's the same time the taxi man them trying to get tourists to go on their tour wherever they're going. Yeah. So who came up with this idea? I'm going to be the person to come back and tell them about the hardship that they create on that day. Nothing to you, Commissioner. I respect what you say, that you're going along with what the public safety heads are saying. But it's chaos we're going to create. I am as real as I can be. I don't hold back what I have to say, and I got time for that at this time in my life. I call it as I see it, and I see nothing but problems on that day. Nothing but problems. I want to take this time to wrap up. Me and Mr. Ian Turnbull have had some very heated conversation inside here, but we have always spoken. The other day I made some accusation on tourism in regards to some of the cars them that were coming over, and we spoke and we found out that there was some other agency paying for the cars, and it was not tourism. So I definitely want to acknowledge and apologize for accusing you guys for something that you didn't do. I am a man of my word. Trust me, on that day, we're going to have a lot of issues moving tourists out that wants to go to the next end of the island, food fair vendors coming in, and the party rebels trying to have a wonderful time on Juve. Trust me, we're going to have issues with that. And that's all I have to say about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Commissioner, I know you have your hands, Commissioner Designee Matarangas-King, I know you have your hands full. It's a new job, but you have a great team, and you're expanding the team. So that's going to be helpful. I wish you guys the best, the very best, because if you guys shine, we all shine.
Absolutely.
You know, so whatever we could do as a body to support the Department of Tourism so we could have some wonderful, not just festival, carnival, and celebration, just overall a wonderful visitors experience. That's what we're looking for, right?
All year.
So whatever we could do to enhance the laws on the books, that's what we're here for. It's not just solely, your job, your team job to make people feel welcome and be a part of our community. So whatever we could do as well, we're happy to do that. I see Senator Clifford Joseph. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, on the same subject, I think what needs to be into consideration is you had out a scheduled prayer. Some folks already bought tickets, so I think that should have been under consideration as well. The question I have is, my burning question is tourism working with Viper as far as, especially when it comes to St. Croix, getting an all-year flight out? Because if a flight is delayed coming into St. Croix, that's it. You can't catch a next flight going anywhere else. So I think we need to work cohesively to make sure that we have an all-year flight leaving St. Croix.
So
I know everything like around hotel rooms, but for this point,
the American
every other
flight,
reason to get out.
the American flight that leaves in the morning is coming back in December.
Okay, good. Thank you. Nothing but the Caribbean?
We're constantly working on air flight. Like I said, it's literally top of mind every single day. There are a lot of factors involved. And one of the things I want to say, we're in a very competitive environment. Many other islands that you see, all those flights that they have, they're paying for them. They're subsidized. Other governments subsidize flights. We don't. That's something that, may be a part of a conversation, but most other islands see, you're shaking your head, so. But that's a reality in terms of what we're competing against.
Well, thank you for your response, but I want to make clear that early flight will help some of the Caribbean, because that way you could go,
absolutely,
leave here and get on the other flight to go where you're going.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. That is true. Thank you for keeping airlift on the top of your mind, because I get a lot of those complaints, especially going out to the Eastern Caribbean. So whatever we can do, let's get to it. Commissioner Designee Matarangas-King, if you would, I'll give you a minute to wrap it up. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see Senator Francis. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your burning question. My apology.
Mr. Chair, I'll make it quick. I just wanted to ask the Division of Department of Tourism whether or not they produce an after-action plan for each of the festival carnival activities, and if the one for the previous year, which will be the 2024 festival on St. Croix, was completed, and how are they utilizing that then now to drive the decision-making process moving forward?
Go ahead.
Good day, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Yes, we meet again on the Wednesday after each of these events, basically to go over what we could do better, places that we see improvement needed. We notate those things, and then when we re-engage for the new season or the new year, we start with that as our first step in terms of things that we want to execute. We used to have issues, for instance, in St. Croix with the booth vendors on the south side, I would say, in terms of parking. We had that conversation the year before, then set up a group chat, and we're able to alleviate some of those issues. So we're always refining, and those after action meetings that happen the week or 2 weeks after, that's where we do that.
So is it a documented report, or is it just a conversation? Is there a paper trail that's left as a result of the after action discussion?
No, but we can implement that as something standardized. Yes, I like that idea. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that, again, it'll be utilized by all of the entities that's involved, and we'll have a report that you can look at. I mean, whoever comes after could be able to view that report and make decisions based on the reporting from the after action reporting.
I concur.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. And I would just like again to thank you and the team for coming, Assistant Designated Commissioner Matarangas-King. And I'm looking forward to meeting this cultural ambassador, which seems to be the big position this time around. So I know it's going to add value to the organization. So great move. So you've got 1 minute to wrap up, please.
Okay, well, thank you for inviting us here. We were very excited to come because over the last 90 days, a lot has happened. We have been on roller skates, making sure that we staff up and we ramp up, not just for festival, but really to improve the visitor experience. I was at FCCA recently, and this was something that is very important for everybody to understand, going back to all of us being vested interest when it comes to the territory. In many cases, the cruise ship, if you're coming on a cruise ship, the cruise ship itself is the destination. They're bigger, they're better, they have all sorts of bells and whistles. So when you step off of the cruise ship, your experience on land has to be a wow. When you step off of the plane, your experience has to be a wow. That's very, very important. And so it's not just about the Department of Tourism, but the destination and all that it's going to bring. I can't thank my team enough, and I have to include my special assistant, Kathy Armstrong, who's here keeping me in line. It's been an amazing 90 days for me. I'm coming up for my nomination hearing on Thursday, so hopefully that goes well. But it's been a pleasure to lead and support the team. It's growing, and we have a lot of exciting things. So while tourism and division of festivals was great, we're going to be even better. It's going to be a great festival season, and we want all of you, whether you're a local or a visitor, to enjoy it. Enjoy all that we have to offer in the beautiful U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Excellent closing. You guys should just be a marketing team. That's what you sound like. You know?
We know a little bit about marketing.
Look, I want to thank you and the team again. You guys are doing an awesome job. I know we didn't get to some of your other members in the back there, but we're familiar with them. They're awesome people, and just keep doing a great job. Yeah, we support you guys. Thanks again. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture will be in recess for 5 minutes.
Hey!
Good afternoon. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is back on the record. This is block number 2. We will be hearing presentations from DPNR, and we're excited to have them today, this afternoon in the well. I see we got Dr. Angeli from DPNR. How you doing? Okay, let's try it again. I didn't hear a word you said. All right.
The mic is off.
All right, that mic check didn't work. Let's try St. Thomas if St. Croix is offline. All right. Good day, Executive Director Rolon. How you doing?
Pretty good, thank you, sir.
Glad to have you. So your mic is sounding pretty good.
Yes.
And I think we have one other person online, Dr. Garcia. Is that correct?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. How you doing, Dr. Garcia? All right, and then back to St. Croix. Now let's finalize our connectivity there. All right. Dr. Angeli, please. All right, let's do a sound check again to make sure.
Good afternoon, Senator.
We're almost there.
Testing, testing. Good afternoon, Senator. Can you hear me?
Yes, excellent, excellent. All right.
Excellent.
Sometimes technology does this to us, but we're up and running now. So let me just say that the commissioner is not going to be here, but he sent the next best person. So I think we're all here. Madam Clerk, is there anything to read on the record? Okay. So, Dr. Angeline, you may proceed with your presentation.
Excellent. Thank you. And good day, Senator Frederick, members of the 36th Legislature's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, non-committee members, and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Dr. Nicole Angeli, Director of the Division of Fish and Wildlife, appearing on behalf of Jean-Pierre L. Oriel, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. As requested in the invitation dated June 20th, 2025, I am here to provide an update on our Bureaus of Fisheries, Wildlife, Environmental Education, and issues related to territorial fisheries management and invasive species. The U.S. Virgin Islands fishing industry encompasses recreational fishers, fishing charters, commercial fishers, vendors, and buyers. In the most recent completed fishing year of 2024, 157 commercial fishers in St. Croix and 135 commercial fishers in St. Thomas, St. John landed over 562,000 pounds of fish at over 30 landings on our islands, fish that is mostly consumed in our communities. Some fish like wahoo and mahi are purchased and sold regularly at our restaurants. Our most harvested fish stock is the spiny lobster in both districts, with a total of 156,585 pounds harvested in 2023. Other top species landed in St. Croix include dolphin, conch, wahoo, and stoplight parrotfish, while top species in St. Thomas, St. John include queen triggerfish, red hind, yellowtail snapper, and blue runner. Reasons these fish stocks differ by district include the bathymetry of the ocean floor, the gear types predominantly used, the composition and configuration of coral reefs and seagrass habitats, and consumer demand. All harvest of our fish stocks are below the limits that scientists set for our waters. Our environmental education outreach spans many stakeholders, reaching all ages. For the community, the division allocated in fiscal year 2024 over $948,000 in federal funds to a dozen local groups to create nature viewing areas, manage herbivores, create hiking trails, manage high school marine clubs, scholarships for youth programs, archery training, and freshwater fish inventories across each of our 3 islands. Annual work on endangered species included $50,000 of federal funds and technical assistance for developers and landowners, health assessments for reptiles like sea turtles and Virgin Islands tree boas, and survey work on our offshore keys for endangered seabirds. This year, in partnership with agencies like Vitima, we will offer invasive species training for policymakers and a rapid response training for better support of our invasive species eradication community program. That program collected over 558 snakes for bounties totaling $37,900 in its first 6 months between 2023 and 2024. Both wildlife control operators and removal agents can still register for the program to volunteer in their communities and to create extermination businesses that work with nuisance wildlife. However, the bounty program itself is currently suspended due to lack of sustainable funding. For fisheries business owners, our annual pre-registration meetings for renewing and new commercial fishers occurred in June of 2025 in the St. Thomas, St. John district at the University of the Virgin Islands and the St. Croix district at the Florence Williams Library. At the meeting, we invite our partners to present, review how to fill out catch reports, distribute new handbooks of the territorial and federal rules and regulations, and provide notary services to streamline the registration process for fishers.
Excuse me, Dr. Angeli. If you can you read a little slower? I think you're going super fast. Of course. And the stenographers.
I'm sorry, I'm just so excited. Yeah. Of course.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Another form of outreach that we engage in is providing 200 to 400 free nature excursions for residents across the territory, provided in coordination with local nonprofits and ecotourism companies, including 200 new trips on St. John this year. We are proud to expand wetland tours, letting local groups offer guided tours in nature and connect locally while thinking of our globally connected migratory birds, fish, and sea turtles. Every 10 years, our state wildlife action plan is updated and congressionally approved to support diverse species conservation, selected with local input. This year, for its 3rd iteration, we partnered with nonprofits to solicit outreach and feedback on our actions, hearing back from over 60 stakeholder agencies and dozens of members of the public. And for the next 10 years, the Wildlife Conservation Program will support 7 goals, namely mapping wildlife and fisheries corridors to restore 5 acres of degraded habitat, increasing 3 species populations by 10%, establishing 5 wildlife disease protocols, supporting a certifying training program for fish and wildlife practitioners, increasing funding by 15%, filling 30% of data gaps for species of greatest conservation need, and supporting private and working lands conservation, meaning our farmers and our private landowners who want to support biodiversity conservation. DPNR collaborates closely with our federal partners to ensure that the island-based fisheries management plans for the districts of St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix are operationalized. This includes entering data into federal databases for each of the nearly 3,700 commercial fishing trips that occur each year across the territory. Approximately 150 recreational fishing charter businesses allow our residents and tourists to explore our waters where pelagic fish like mahi, wahoo, and tuna are harvested. The new recreational fishing license platform Go Outdoors USVI was launched in August of 2025 to assist with sharing our rules and regulations while tracking fishing effort in the territory. Some of our collaboration and advocacy for our fishers includes providing information to the federal government on our stocks, for example, to keep the new minimum fork length size limits for dolphin fish of 24 inches and wahoo at 32 inches reasonable, as well as keeping the bag limits high enough for recreational charters to have fun, with 15 dolphin fish per vessel, or 5 per person per day, and 10 wahoo per vessel, or 5 per person in day, in effect since July 25th, 2025. This ensures that our recreational fishers will harvest fish at a rate that allows them to have fun and come back for more without overburdening the populations. We have both formal and informal means of soliciting input from the public and stakeholders in both districts for wildlife and fisheries issues. We have territorial fisheries advisory committees, federal fisheries district advisory panels, and the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council meetings 3 times a year. Our informal interactions with members of the fishing community are vast, as we participate as waymasters at recreational fishing tournaments, receive and enter commercial catch data reports representing each fishing trip in the territory, and work with our fishers on public aid programs. We employ fisheries liaisons using funds granted by the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council, and we employ port samplers through funding from NOAA to refine methods for weighing and measuring fish landed. We issued over 100 fish and wildlife research permits annually for our local scientists at the University of the Virgin Islands, as well as visiting researchers who are then asked to provide that data back to inform our management objectives. Lastly, we would like to state that much is known about the fish stocks in our waters and the wildlife on our shores, from surveys conducted by our divisions of coastal zone management and fish and wildlife. Within our marine protected areas, at the University of the Virgin Islands, the National Park Service, NOAA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and permitted researchers, we know that we have sustainable fisheries, but rapidly deteriorating habitats. Our bird and pollinator populations are trying to sustain their populations, but their habitat is also deteriorating. To that end, we are assisting coral nurseries through grants, technical advice, and permits in our territory to rebuild coral reefs and understand our ocean waters. The division supports wildlife rehabbers, rodent eradication efforts, and reforestation projects, including new trails in Red Hook and at Altoona Lagoon, and birding excursions on St. John. A missing piece in our management toolbox is restocking of fish and wildlife into our waters and our seas. To that end, we are currently developing capacity building programs to demonstrate how we may raise local species for food and to restock our fisheries and wildlife populations. I would like to thank my colleagues across divisions at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for their teamwork. And this concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have at this time.
And thank you very much, Dr. Angeli. We're going to have all the presenters present first, and then we'll start with the questions after. So, Mr. Roulon, if you would, please present.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Frederick and distinguished members of the committee. Okay. Committee of Economic Development, Agriculture of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands on November 20, today. I would like to take this opportunity to join in recognizing, honoring, and thanking the veterans of the U.S. Caribbean from St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and Puerto Rico. Men and women that went out to protect our country, and we are really grateful forever for those efforts. And also, now that I'm talking, I want to recognize Caroline Urgent. You are Caroline Urgent. Thank you a lot for your communication. Keep me abreast of what is going on all the time. Thank you very much. I wanted to recognize that. Mr. Chairman, we follow the questionnaire that you sent to us, and we are going to skim through our papers that we've submitted. And the first one, overview of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council current initiative affecting the U.S. Virgin Islands. The CFNC prepared fishery management plan submitted to the Secretary of Commerce via NOAA Fisheries for review and approval. If approved, the plans are implemented in the exclusive economic zone, which is in this case of the U.S. Virgin Islands, covers the area 3 miles from the shore to the limit of the 200 miles or whatever is equidistant line between the country that surround the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. In the case of our neighbors from the British Virgin Islands, we share the waters and we share the fisheries, but we have an equidistant line between the two countries. If the local government, in this case the U.S. government, considers appropriate, compatible regulations are promulgated and enforced by local authorities in coordination with NOAA, Fisheries Office, or law enforcement. Presently, the CFNC is developing and submitting management islands, FMPs, to benefit the U.S. fisheries. In addition to these plans, are going to be reviewed, and I want to read for the record this part, the implementation of the Presidential Executive Order 14276, which calls, among others, that each regional fishery management council, within 180 days of this order, it ended in September 30 this year, provide the Secretary of Commerce with update to recommendations submitted pursuant to Executive Order 921 to reduce burdens, domestic fishing, and increase production. And this is important because in the case of the Secretary of Commerce office, most of the time we are here to provide laws and regulations to protect the resources. Social economy is part of this. And this Executive Order makes sure that we identify action that will stabilize our markets, improve access, and enhance economic profitability, and prevent closures. The Regional Fishery Management Council will commit to work a plan and a schedule for implementation to ensure these actions are prioritized. The 8 councils have done so by submitting the appropriate documents as requested by NOAA Fisheries, and they are in the process now of reviewing these documentations that we submitted to them. In the case of the Island-Based Fishery Management Plan and the implementation status, the CFNC changed our approach, and we have management plan for each area, one for St. Croix, one for St. Thomas, St. John's, and one for Puerto Rico. This obeys to the need to follow the sociocultural difference between these areas. Although if we compare it to the rest of the United States, we're kind of small, we have enough difference among ourselves regarding the fisheries that are targeted by each one of the areas, the sociocultural needs of those fisheries, that merits the focus on each one of the areas by having a management plan for each one of them. We also have district advisory panels. These district advisory panels, in the past, used to be just an advisory panel. A huge advisory panel is cross-section of the fishery elements, fishers, commercial and recreational, dealers, buyers, lawyers, anybody who has anything to do with the fisheries. And of course, in all of them, we include the 2 local governments involved, which it's in this case the U.S. Virgin Islands, represented by the Division of Fish and Wildlife under the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Dr. Angeli, of course, is the delegate from the commissioner, and is a member of the CFMC. In the case of Puerto Rico, it's the same. We have the delegate from the Department of Natural Resources that represents the concerns of the local government in the council. We have major species that we deal with. Spiny lobster is the #1 invertebrate that we deal with, followed by reef fish and other species that are important for the fisheries of the U.S. Virgin Islands in this case. We have a minimum size, for example, the yellowtail snapper. We have regulations that manage the way that we use the appropriate arts for fishing, like in this case, traps, nets, and hook and line. All this is done with the participation of fisheries since the beginning, since the get-go. The idea of creating the councils was to avoid having management measures from the top down without taking consideration the needs of the industry, the needs of the people. And something that I learned for all these years, I've been in the council since 1976, is that we cannot rely on science alone. We need to also connect with the fishers. I come from a family of fishers, and I know more about the science behind fishers than scientists and myself in many cases. So we need those two components working together, and thanks to the district advisory panels, the SSC, and other advisory bodies that we have everybody working together toward a betterment of our fisheries. The management plan covers in our presentation from page 2 to page 8. It was prepared by Dr. Graciela Garcia Moliner, so if you have a question, she can address that as any specific question that you have regarding the amendments that have been worked at this time. The insights of council collaboration with local fishing and government agencies. In this case, the CFMC has established the 3 panels that I mentioned before, and we continue working in collaboration with the local governments and the federal government in all matters related to the realities of the fisheries in the U.S. Caribbean. The Manos-Stevens Act requires the inclusion of strategies for sustainable fisheries and conservation of marine habitats. It's very important that we consider the habitat in the case of fisheries, especially in this area. Without a reef, you don't have a reef fish. So we need to be mindful of that part, which is important, essential for the management of the species in the U.S. Caribbean. In the case of the impacts on commercial and recreational fisheries, the fishery regulations, we can say they have positive impact on the U.S. commercial and recreational fishery sector by providing the mechanism to conserve, manage the species that are important to the fisheries of this area. This is done, as I said, through the management plans and with the concurrence of the National Fisheries Service, the local governments, the fishers, and the plans are submitted for revision. And at the discretion of the Secretary of Commerce, these are approved or partially approved or disapproved. If they're disapproved, we got to go back to the drawing board and work on the needs that the Secretary had pointed out to us that merit some revision. Unfortunately, when we talk about grant opportunities, the Council is not an organization that can provide grants. However, we have a minor one, which is liaison funds that we provide to the local governments, U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Dr. Langeli mentioned that a little bit before. And we also can recommend, in many cases, scientists and managers that come to our office asking for support for proposals that they are going to submit to different entities. And the Council's support provides a better opportunity for these proposals to be approved at the different entities that receive those proposals. As, for example, National Fisheries Service, they have several programs where people can present proposals for the management of the recreation and or commercial fisheries in this area. And they come to us to ask for our letters of support for the proposal. Usually, when we submit those letters of proposal, they're considered, they have high considerations for the approval of these proposals. Our recommendation for improving data collection, the first thing is the appropriate funding, especially the local government agencies. The National Fisheries Service provide information to us through the Southern Fisheries Science Center, but at the same time, the Southern Fisheries Science Center get the information from the U.S. Virgin Islands Division of Fish and Wildlife and from the Puerto Rico Laboratory of Fisheries Investigations. The needs for providing this information have been stated since the get-go, since the 70s. Unfortunately, this is not easy because nowadays that we have less and less money, you have to balance out how much money you can set aside for data collection, but it still is a very important component. Without the data, we are running blind, and we have to also, by the law, go more into the risk-averse field. And it's only by having the best data available that we can, number one, have the actual fishing levels that we need. Number two, we can provide for the benefits of the fisheries by allowing the fishermen to, or the fishers to fish for more species at a higher level than without having the data available. So we will say that providing funding, federal and local, to the, in this case, Division of Fish and Wildlife for the collection of that data is one way to go. We also need to have better outreach and education programs to project the needs, to explain to people why we need to collect this data. When I started in the 70s, it was very rare to see a fisherman come to the table, you know, I have this data, where can I send it? They always thought it was an imposition. But nowadays, hearing from fishers from both Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, they came to realize that providing the better data results in a better outcome for the fishery of the area of the U.S. Caribbean. So these outreach and education goes everywhere. We have a program in Puerto Rico, we have programs in the Virgin Islands and projects that shows how we collect the data, where the data goes, and what are the merits of having a sound data collection program. So engaging fisheries and citizens, see, the beginnings, is paramount to the success of fishery sustainability. In our council, we are one of the few that we have the chairs of the advisory body, especially the chairs of the district advisory panel, which is mostly commercial fishers. The three chairs, Julian McGrath from St. Thomas, Gerson Martinez from St. Croix, and Nelson Crespo from Puerto Rico, are a key component of our management plans, are a key component of the discussions that we undertake every time that we meet at a council or any associate or a related meeting of the council. So not only we get the information to them, but we get information from them. Many times when we are discussing this information, we tend to look only at the scientific aspect of it. We keep forgetting the social, cultural aspect of the fishery that is important too. Plus, the fishery also give us a check and balance. You may have an idea of how the fishery is going. The fishery have the experience of the real fishery is going. So balancing those two, scientific aspect of the fishery, socio-cultural and economic aspect of the fishery through the participation of fisheries is important to our success. I would like to stop here, Mr. Chair, in case you have any questions. All the document is here, and Dr. Graciela Garcia Moliner also, if any of the members or yourself have a question specific about the management plan, we are happy to answer it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rolong. What's interesting is you mentioned Mr. McGrath's name just now. He's a commercial fisherman out of St. Thomas.
Yes.
Okay. And he wanted to be here to testify, but I don't know. He didn't show up. But the data that you're collecting from our region, the Virgin Islands region, it is through collaboration with our commercial fishery and DPNR, or
Yes.
do you do it outside of those?
We have two ways. The Division of Fish and Wildlife provide the landings data, and also they have what we call biological data that is outside from the landings. Just have different scientific projects that provide that information to us. And also we have, for example, in the case of Julian McGrath, he has been with us for more than 15 years. He provides us information as to the realities of life up there, you know, how the data is behaving, how their experience. And also he can communicate to us what the fishers of the USV and St. Thomas and John in this case, Gerson does the same for St. Croix, have to contribute regarding the data. So going back to your question, the specific, we have data from the Surrey Fisheries Science Center, which in turn collect the data from the Division of Fish and Wildlife and Puerto Rico.
Is it consistent, the information you're receiving, the data you receive from commercial fishermen like Mr. McGrath, is it consistent with what DPNR is providing you?
Yes, most of the time.
It is?
Yeah, when the land is, we have correction factors in Puerto Rico, and in the case of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Angeli makes sure that the rules and regulations are followed so she collects the best information available from the commercial fishers.
I know
Of course,
personally my concern is the lobster. I mean,
oh, yeah.
The limits that's being placed on the lobster. I mean, I need to make sure it was, like you said, don't always believe in just the science. You know, this is what you said. So, Doc, can you tell me what's going on with the spiny lobster? Especially on St. Croix, I see our population has almost vanished compared to St. Thomas.
Are you asking for, yeah, thank you, Senator, for the question. The annual catch limits that are federally set for our federal waters encompass a number that allows us to ensure that our lobster are not subject to overfishing and are not overfished. And we have not hit those ACLs. We have about 20,000 more pounds that we could be capturing in each district for lobster and for the lobster harvest. The ACLs are set by teams of fishers, scientists, and public input and review through really intensive and year-long processes. And so I think while we are seeing fewer lobster in our shallow waters and in our recreational depths and the spaces that we may be going recreationally, there are a variety of factors for that include habitat degradation, which include warming waters, causing some of our lobsters maybe to move out of habitats where we had formerly found them. And so I think there are two questions, and one is what is happening in our commercial fishery and what is happening in our recreational fishery for getting lobster when you go out right offshore. And I think we all have to acknowledge the degradation of our nearshore habitats due to sedimentation, pollution, and it's not necessarily due to overfishing at all or overharvest. I hope that helps clarify where we stand on that issue. And, you know, I too find it frustrating when I try and go out and get lobster and I don't see any on the first dive.
So the limits that we have locally, is it in line with the CFMC, or are their limits lower than ours?
There are limits that, so in the U.S. Caribbean and in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the annual catch limits that are set for federal waters encompass any landings that happen in territorial or federal waters. And we can manage our territorial waters, which are from the shore to 3 miles offshore, ourselves through limits, but we actually adopt those annual catch limits in some ways, because if those annual catch limits were ever found to be, if we were ever found to overharvest or report more poundage than what is set, then we would go into something called accountability measures, which we don't want. And that's when we would have actual closures of lobster seasons that are long and extensive and based on lots of different types of data inputs. And we've never been in that space. And so we do believe that we're managing our territorial and our federal waters consistently and very well, and in collaboration and coordination with Mr. Roland. It's nice that he's here.
Okay, great. Just one other thing, you talked about populating the species, those specific species of fish and crustaceans that we're having limits on. What measures have you put in place, both the council and us locally, to make sure we increase those limits?
For lobster in particular, we have both size limits as well as sex limits. So females should not be harvested, and folks know that, and they are doing that work, ensuring that they're leaving those female lobsters. We're also checking, our enforcement officers do check if they come upon folks with lobster. And so we have a variety of tools, and overall in fisheries management, we have a variety of tools. We have seasonal closures, we have size limits, and we have gear limits. So we can say, oh, you're allowed to dive for lobster, but you're not allowed to use maybe lobster traps in certain spaces or certain areas. So between those three types of management that we do for lobster, for conch, for yellowtail snapper, we're able to really flexibly manage and not overharvest any of our species based on the best available data.
Just curious, real quick, why is there such a disparity between the two districts when it comes to lobster?
So the lobster that there are a few answers probably for that. In St. I'm going to read some of the information for the St. Croix district that I had mentioned. In 2023, we harvested 42,876 pounds of spiny lobster. And in 2024, we harvested 33,424 pounds. In contrast, in St. Thomas and St. John, in 2023, 123,530 pounds of lobster were harvested. And in 2024, 125,138 pounds were harvested. So that's almost 80,000 more pounds in the St. Thomas and St. John districts. There are a variety of reasons for that. One, like I mentioned, is the bathymetry of the oceans, and they're better suited to traps. And traps are going to harvest lobster at different depths and in different spaces than what we're finding in our St. Croix waters. Most of our fishers in St. Croix, where I'm sitting today, are harvesting fish through the dive industry. And so there are differences in the gear as well as in the bathymetry of those oceans for those gear.
All right, let me open up the floor to my colleagues and start off with, I don't know, I can't see, but Senator Maurice James, are you there?
Thank you.
Okay, please, you have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, everyone in and out the room. I just have some straightforward questions based on my lack of knowledge, really, in terms of how do you obtain or monitor, you have here nearly 3,700 trips that commercial fishers take each year across the territory. How do you obtain that number?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Each commercial fisher is required to give to us before they register for the next year and within the month their actual trip. So we have a commercial catch trip, and a form is submitted for every trip they do that lists all of the most common stocks of species so they can easily fill it out. They have a map, they can indicate where they harvested those fish, and then they can submit them through commercial catch boxes that are located at all of our main landings as well as at our offices, and they're submitting those directly to us monthly.
And does the department do any visual inspections to see whether or not, in fact, the reporting is accurate?
Yeah, so that is a type of program that's called port sampling, and we've been actually enhancing our port sampling program through a research-based study to see where we need to be and when we need to be there. So we've had a scientific design where we went to lots of different types of landings, everything from the social landings like the kind that you see in Salt River to our more formal landings like our Frederickstead ramp. And we were able to calculate using with scientists at NOAA's Southeast Science Fisheries Center in Florida and with our staff internally, including Dr. Sinai Habtees and Maggie Rios, who are two of our main commercial fisheries scientists on staff, where we need to be and when we need to be there so that we can make sure that what's happening on the ground is what's happening in those commercial catch reports. And Mr. Roland mentioned something he called a correction factor. We don't have a correction factor in place, but that's what we're working towards. And so for Puerto Rico, for example, they know that if there is X amount of harvest or this number of catch reports, there are this number that are missing, and they have that correction factor. And so the port sampling program is really exciting because it's a huge change from what we've done in the past, which was either sit at ports randomly or wait for fishers at ports.
And wait for them. When it comes to, I think you talked about the fact that the amount is diminishing in terms of the various species. Well, let me ask you about the two invasive species that you spoke about. The snakes and, and I'm going to bring up the lionfish. Sure. That's the other one. You said that there is no more funding for the snakes, right? The Invasive Species Eradication Community Program. What level of funding would be required to sustain this bounty, that bounty program that you have? Because what impact does the fact that it's been suspended have on the control efforts that we've had in place when there was in fact a bounty given? Have you seen a marked difference?
So I'm going to very carefully answer this question because bounties are very controversial in the scientific community because they're...
I'm using the wrong word?
No, you're not. I'm trying to say, so I think there is huge value in the bounty program here for snakes because it allows us to educate the public. It allows folks who are market driven to harvest those snakes. I would say that the best scientific data available indicates that there are hundreds of thousands of snakes in our community. And so if we, within the first 6 months of the program, with 37 wildlife control operators, harvested nearly 600 snakes, I don't think we would have the money to sustain a bounty program.
1 minute.
I think there could be different types of programs where something happens for the lionfish are actual weekends where there's a derby. So there could be something that would be creative and allow us to still have that same type of management mechanism, but I don't think for overall management it's making a difference in the population.
You have here wildlife control operators and removal agents can still register. Would I have to be trained to become one of those? I mean, how does that happen?
There is an online quiz that you can take as many times as you need, and it points you to all of the resources. So the questions are meant to be thorough so that you have to go into a document that has all the information, but you only have to answer a small piece of it.
Okay, and regarding the spread of the lionfish, what are the control mechanisms in place?
Yeah, so the lionfish issue has coming into its, we're approaching nearly 30 years of lionfish management in the territory, and we are protecting vulnerable spaces and areas where there is recreation occurring in our waters. And there are nonprofits that have started and are getting enough donations and enough grants, standalone grants, to do this work on their own. And so we are supporting those programs through permitting, through acting as waymasters at their derbies. And the lionfish, unfortunately, are so hardy. They're found very deep in the water. They're found everywhere. They have a life history that allows them to have so many babies that if you just have one left on a reef, you still need to go back the next year. So this is a long-term management and maintenance program, and with a lot of invasive species like what we have here in the Virgin Islands, it's a long-term strategy to protect our vulnerable coral reefs, our vulnerable habitats for nursery fish.
Thank you. I believe my time has been called. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James, for your line of questioning. Mr. Colon, E.D. Colon, just really quick, the executive order that we're currently under, is it a mandate that we reduce the burden on domestic fishing, or is it a strong suggestion that we do?
Yes, actually, it's written in the executive order of President Trump. And the way that we do that is by looking at opportunities to do so. For example, in the case of many species that belong to, large fisheries, $100 million or more dollars a year, for every regulation that you have, now you have to cut 10. So that doesn't apply to us in this case because our fishery never, I hope they will get more than 50 million, but right now we have about 5 or 6. But we have other ways. Actually, in our case, we ask the fishers to identify ways that we can do that. And we had a meeting in July where we have the district advisory panel members, we have other members of the community looking at the possible ways that we can identify species that we can unregulate. We can identify species and or needs that we have for money, et cetera, to improve the socioeconomy of the fishery in this area.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. for his 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to everyone in the room. This is for you. As far as coral reefs, where are we as far as damage or rebuilding?
Our coral reefs have been hit by disease, warming waters, storms. Some of these corals are hundreds of years old, but there are now multiple organizations, including the University of the Virgin Islands, that are working on really advanced programs to grow those corals quickly and get them out onto our coral reefs, and are showing within 3 and 4 years incredible growth. The most important thing for a lot of our fish, which we're really focused on fish, and coral is the habitat where a lot of our fish are living. A lot of our fish need structure, and then they also need food that's coming off of those corals. And so while the corals may take generations to rebuild and regrow, a lot of our fish are keen in on those corals and the structures that are being put into our waters. Even our artificial reefs are finding rebounds of lots of different species of herbivorous fish that are now returning to some of the waters that were completely vacant before.
And as far as monitoring, who's bringing in what? I mean, you're letting them check out, but who's monitoring size and?
Yeah, so there are different types of research permits and propagation permits that are granted to organizations who have propagation facilities on land and in the water. And I think the most exciting part of this is that they're all meeting either monthly or weekly to discuss how their different coral nurseries are doing. They meet monthly to discuss how coral diseases and bleaching events are affecting the corals that are in the water. And this is every organization from small nonprofits to large nonprofits to universities to our coastal zone management division. And we're consistent and we're doing the work, and as well as attending NOAA's federal coral reef task force meetings, which our commissioner Oriel has chaired in the past, and we've hosted at Frenchman's Reef when it first opened.
So what about, since we're talking about coral, any plans of making any man-made?
Yeah, and so our division actually 2 years ago at the end of our hurricane disaster relief program, had initially applied for some funding to go to the University of the Virgin Islands and the Nature Conservancy to assist with their coral programs. The Nature Conservancy put in life support systems for their coral nurseries and their water tables in Little Princess. And the University of the Virgin Islands actually constructed artificial reefs offshore of St. Thomas. And we received their report this past year, and they're showing really great growth. The overall monitoring that you're asking about beyond just our artificial reefs is done both territorially and federally. So there are programs through the University of the Virgin Islands, which is our territorial coral reef monitoring program, as well as our federal national coral reef monitoring program. So all this data is going into national, local databases and being shared up and down.
And but how do we prevent the different animals and species that we shouldn't be having here on the island coming in?
Yeah, this is something that we are only at the beginning of addressing, because that issue of what we would call biosecurity has different components. There's the pre-border component, so that would be when a cargo ship comes in and has ballast that it wants to release. But then there is when it's first detected in the territory, and so that's post-border but early detection, what's called early detection and rapid response, which we don't have programs for. And then there's something that we've been talking a lot about, which is this long-term maintenance and establishment funding, which is for our vulnerable species after something's established. And invasive species tend to establish quickly. So when we're talking about early detection and rapid response, we need to go out next month and remove whatever it is that's in the environment. And so we now have 5 different grants that will that have a project period of the next 5 years. So through the end of 2029, early 2030, we will be putting together, with the assistance of VITEMA, because it is at that level in most states and jurisdictions that we would have something like a network where all of our agencies knew what their mandates were, that we were working together as one fused system of early detection and rapid response.
Okay, but outside of that, like for DPNR, like what are we doing to like stop the imports of different plants? 'Cause like right now we have a problem where most of our lime tree are getting killed by some insect or whatever.
Yeah.
And then if we could stay maybe just doing more local and cut out bringing in.
Absolutely.
Because it's bad. Just like for instance, you got a cat on the loose on St. Thomas.
Right.
Because we spend more time trying to leave the island. We can't leave with a mango. We can't leave with this. We can't leave with the others. But then we allow everything to come in. So
it's not
we
fair.
Gotta get that wall. We got to get that wall up.
I agree.
So make sure.
Yeah, that collaboration is a really important part, Senator Joseph. I think the collaboration that we have with the Department of Agriculture, who mostly manages the domestics that we're talking about, they also have that authority to inspect plant pests, as well as domestics that are coming into the territory and either quarantine them or ask them to go back. Whereas our jurisdiction is mostly in the realm of exotics and non-native species in that regard.
Okay, well, I heard my time call, so thank you for your response, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
And thank you very much, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., for your question. And the chair recognizes Senator Marvin A. Blyden for your 4 minutes.
Am I on? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. And thank you so much for your testimonies. Let me ask Director Nicole Angeli, in respect to funding. You spoke in testimony about funding from NOAA. How often do you receive funding from NOAA? And for instance, for last year, how much did you receive, and what are those funds used for?
Yeah, so last year we received 5 different awards from NOAA that ranged from $50,000 to $160,000. Those funds are the only funding that we get for our independent fisheries surveys, as well as what we call our dependent fishery surveys, so working with commercial fishers. All of our funding at the Division of Fish and Wildlife for our operations and research comes from federal funding and grants. Some of those consistently come every year, like the pots of money for our fishery surveys, as well as the pots of money for our commercial fishing port sampling programs and our database entry for our commercial catch reports that we were talking about earlier. Every year, that's about $300,000 to $450,000 to manage our entire commercial fishery and research. We also supplement that with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service funding, which is the majority, nearly 85% of our funding comes from our either wildlife restoration or sport fish restoration funds, but those are restricted for use on recreational fishing. So although they are usually about $1.3 to $1.6 million a year, they can only be used on the recreational fishery, but do supplement where we're doing our finfish surveys, where we're doing some of our habitat surveys in our habitats where conch and lobster are found.
Okay, thank you for that information. I think it's important that, honestly, we know what's going on there. But let me ask you again, in your testimony, you spoke to 200 to 400 free nature excursions for residents annually, and you talk about nonprofits, etc. But my question is, when it comes to those nature excursions, what about our students? I think it would make sense to actually get our children involved in nature that's around them and take them on those excursions. Have you all partnered with schools or whatever to see how we can get our children involved? Because that's what it's all about. Can you speak to that, please? Because I understand, I like what you're doing, but what about the children? Let's talk to me about that, please.
Yeah, so we have about $150,000 for aquatic education and about $200,000 for wildlife restoration education every year. And those funds are, the majority of those funds do go to either youth scholarships for programs like Youth Ocean Explorers at UVI, or to supporting different types of marine clubs in high schools, the different types of trips that we make to schools to give presentations. And we also have, for those trips that you're talking about, the kayak tours as well as the wetland tours that we'll be doing, priority is given to school groups, and we are promoting those within school groups. We also have a series of Train the Trainer events that have happened over the past several years, including a really exciting program from a local perspective, because it trains elementary, middle, and high school teachers to engage students in bird watching, bird monitoring, and citizen science.
Okay.
And so that is something we're definitely doing.
Well, let me ask you again, though. I want to circle back to the children. Let me see, you promote, how do you go about promoting those activities in the schools, and what have the response been?
The response has been ecstatic. There are always teachers who have participated in, 15 to 20 teachers have responded and been trained for our bird sleuth program in each district. We have Take Me Fishing clinics that are requested by some schools, and we have coordinated through, especially through some of our coordination with the Department of Agriculture and the local Food and Farm Council, with the Department of Education, to get the word out on when those trips, when those types of clinics are available. We've also participated in the summer camps that the Department of Sports, Parks, and Rec promotes, both providing monetary support as well as in-kind support with our trained staff to do special types of projects like Take Me Fishing clinics or archery clinics.
Thank you for all of that. But and lastly, before my time is called, I want to hear exactly about the excursions and the students in that space. That's what I really am interested in, because I know for a fact they will be very interested in that, and they really will wake up their mind to other things. I want you to speak exactly about that space, please. What's going on in that space with the students and the excursion itself? The free excursion that you give out, 200 to 400 individuals on an annual basis. the students and the excursion. I want to speak about that area, what can be done in that space with our students. I know you said a lot, but I'm talking specifically about the excursions.
So those excursions have been done by two different ecotourism companies over the past several years. They have, the students did both pre and post trip surveys. Most of those trips were taken by students with student groups or with youth groups or youth camps, soccer teams, and we have lots of data about what's happening on those tours. Essentially, kids learn how to get in and out of a kayak. They do a kayaking trip with guides from these tourism companies. And then afterwards, we provide these free aquatic education materials. We have posters for classrooms. We have coloring books. We have different types of fact cards, fact sheets that they're taking back with them. And we also have, and all of this is funded by our federal funds. So it is prescribed in that it has to be related to recreational fishing or learning about habitats of fish or habitats of birds and mammals. But all of those different types of programs are coordinated by us with schools, through principals, through different methods of outreach. If that's what you're asking specifically, how do we get the word out? We're sending it out through press releases. We're sending it out on social media. We're coordinating with the Department of Education and all of our partners.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin Blyden. Thank you for that line of questioning. Dr. Garcia, are you still on the line?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Quick question. Is there any way that your organization can assist the Virgin Islands in our attempts to build our capacity for restocking fish and wildlife, the fish and wildlife population? More so the fishery side.
Well, actually, Mr. Rolon should be answering that question regarding aquaculture and mariculture efforts that might be upcoming. In terms of the work that we do with the Science Center and the DPNR, we look forward to receiving information on what's needed to see how we can provide the way of maybe finding the funding for the work that needs to be done. So that's one way. The other way, it's incorporating the fishers in all of the steps that have to do with management for conservation and sustainability. So we also have something that's called the Marine Resource Education Program that brings together commercial, recreational fishers, educators, etc., to learn about the process of evaluating the populations of fish and identifying the gaps that we have in both the data collection and the efforts of providing sustainability at the end of the road. The only other thing that I can think of would be if through Executive Order 14276 and the efforts in terms of aquaculture being part of rebuilding fisheries or restoring fisheries in the United States, that could be one venue to apply for funds and concentrate the efforts on the species that we need. And that would have to be done in direct collaboration with the DPNR in this case, and with the needs of the fishers in terms of what they would like to see restored. So in the case of Queen Kong, for example, in the case of the Nassau grouper, those are two species that are under the Endangered Species Act. They are listed as threatened. And it's one of the concerns, especially for St. Croix, for example, in terms of Queen Kong, that it's one of the main fisheries that they have. And that could be one of the species to be looked at in terms of maybe trying to restore the populations. Does that address your question, Senator?
Yeah, I still need to find out how we restock them. And since you just indicated that you help find funding for such activities, such efforts. It would be nice if you could tell us how you could lay out a path for us to collect the funding for our Queen Conch population, especially on St. Croix, where it's obviously declining at a rapid rate.
So the venue that we use is that any funding that comes available through NOAA, we do a huge mailing, both in terms of the via email and also via the social media and the liaison officers that we have to provide the information on how to apply for those. They're usually, most of them, scientifically guided. So part of the efforts are the cooperative research program that NOAA had, and that one has specific collaboration with the fisheries.
Okay.
That at this stage, it's waiting to see what's happening with the federal government.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned because of the government shutdown and the fact that DPNR is essentially about 80%, 90% federally funded, that it's going to impact a lot of our efforts. And, you know, what happens during that time? You know, does it impact our plan? Of course, it's going to impact our plan. So how do we meet this mandate that the president has given us, 14,276, when the funding isn't even there? All right.
So the council actually provided, if I may, some information to NOAA specific to the needs of the local area, and that includes really looking into the Queen Conch fishery. So that's part of that letter and file that we sent over to NOAA to be reviewed. So instead of coming around and deregulating something, we would like to see it be restored to a very productive fishery. Now that will be all pending if there is any funding available to do that. So there is some interaction already between St. Croix and Puerto Rico via what an NGO has set up as the Queen Conch hatchery in Naguabo, and that that they know, the fishers know that that's happening in Puerto Rico. That has also gotten extended to other areas. So that's one possibility that we can look into, more collaboration between that NGO and the people of St. Croix.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. for your 4 minutes. Okay. Well, let's go ahead until the senator returns. Let's go to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 4 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers. My first line of questioning has to go to, you guys had talked a little bit about the app. And I wanted to know, how does the app help you monitor, or have you seen any type of major benefits from the utilization of this app?
Senator, who are you directing the
specifically
question
talking
to?
about they had referenced the Go Outdoors app when I was reading the testimony. That's what I'm trying to figure out a little bit more about. How do you measure the effectiveness of this app?
Yeah, the Go Outdoors USVI app that everyone should sign up for, USVI is the important part.com. It has been very successful. We have a hotline that anyone can call from any space. You can sign up entirely online for your recreational fishing license. There are also spaces for example, if you're a scuba diver and you would like to benefit your funds to benefit the sport fish restoration funds that we use for our coral reef, for our fisheries work. There is a donation tab as well within that app. We have over 167, the last time I checked, fishers who had already signed up for their recreational license, both residents as well as non-residents. We have some of those funds already coming back into the Sport Fish Restoration Trust Fund. So anything that is provided in that app is going to specifically go back to our fisheries research. It's the first sustained revenue fund that we have had, and we're really excited about actually being able to quantify the recreational fishery, which has long gone unquantified.
Okay, well, thank you so much for sharing that, because I've always been one when we're going to invest into things, I want to know what we're getting back for it, and if it does help the public in general as well as the department. I want to ask about, I remember as a senator we had passed a piece of legislation, the one for the snake bounty, which at the time I thought was interesting. I did support the piece of legislation, but what type of snakes do we collect here? Because I keep seeing these random videos of huge snakes in the territory. I mean, it's to the point I'm very cautious of wanting to be in certain areas, because these things are not part of our habitat, but they're here. And it seems like they're taking over. And I knew that was part of the reason why that bounty program was created. So tell me a little bit about that, and like what kind of snakes are you guys getting from this program? And do you think there are certain things we need to do to potentially curb the growth of particular species here in the territory?
Yeah, so that's a great question. It does feel like there's an overwhelming amount of information on red-tailed boas, which are an invasive species here. Their genetics indicate that they're from the pet trade, mostly collected in Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. The red-tailed boa is not harmful to humans, but it is a large snake that eats small mammals. It originally was found in the western side of St. Croix and has been spreading across St. Croix. In 2018, which was when the last population models were done, it indicated that there were between 80 and 100,000 snakes on St. Croix at that time. So they were well established. The federal government has scientists who do respond.
1 minute.
Early detection response piece I had spoke about, and they said, oh, they're already here. But I do want to note that there are other species of snakes that are on St. Croix, which include what's called the worm lizard, maybe. You've seen it in a flower pot, or it looks like a little worm, the Amphisbaena that we have. We also have in St. Thomas and the St. John district several species of these blind snakes and the worm snakes, but we also have garden snakes and racers, as well as the endangered Virgin Islands tree boa, which we do a lot of work on with our construction companies, as well as with with several zoos, the North Carolina, St. Louis, and Fort Worth zoos in the United States, who have breeding populations of this small tree boa. It's very slender. It's as slender as your thumb. It's eating lizards and bugs.
Time.
Maybe small. And so I just want to note that, thank you for the question, because there is a difference in what we have native here, what should be here, and what shouldn't be here, which are the red-tailed boas.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, may I ask my final question?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. My final question I want to ask has to do with our local fishermen. As you know, dealing with fish is part of our agricultural product. And I want to make sure, like, sometimes you hear when I have conversations with them, some of them feel like their voices aren't being heard. Some feel like, you know, it's too much governmental control for certain things. I'm trying to figure out, how do you guys make sure that our local fishermen always have a voice when it comes to things that are specifically relate to them and them fishing here in the territory?
Yeah, there are several fishers who are really involved and are on all of the different types of input committees that we mentioned, our federal district advisory panels, our local fishery advisory committees, as well as the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council, which has lots of different types of committees that anyone could volunteer for, an outreach and education advisory panel, for example. But we also have just one-on-one space. Anyone could reach out. And if you do not feel heard, like, you can have a conversation with me. I have not had anyone reach out in the past few weeks, but when people do reach out, we do meet with them. We speak with them about what their concerns are. And for any fisheries policy that is happening, it is brought to those formal committees. So there are formal mechanisms, and we want more fishers. It is a struggle to find folks because these aren't places where you're paid to provide your input. Right? So they're volunteering their time to provide input. And so I understand that that is really challenging. And so if you don't have time for one of those formal committees, you can always come and give us feedback. And we do take it very seriously because what we do affects our entire community. It affects everyone who's going to the grocery store, who's stopping at a roadside stand for fish. And if someone's not feeling heard, then we really want to hear from them. If they don't feel comfortable talking to me, they could talk to one of our fisheries staff. All of our fisheries staff are always willing to make time. And we have fishers in our offices constantly.
Well, thank you so much for that response. I do appreciate the candid answers. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the additional time.
You're welcome, Senator. Thank you very much. To piggyback on that line of questioning, our fishery management plan for the Virgin Islands, well, how much input did the local fishermen have in that plan?
Are you talking about the island-based fisheries management plans?
Yes,
that we spoke about with the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council?
Correct.
Okay. There were, I'll defer to Mr. Roland on the feedback and input for fishers on that plan. But I will say on our end, it was a years-long extensive process with a lot of public feedback, meetings. I remember when I started here 7 years ago, going to some of those first meetings that were held at places on St. Croix, and there were 40, 50, at one meeting, there were like 65 people who were providing public input on those plans. And that was even before the formal feedback had to be provided through the Federal Register. So there had been layers that we've participated in. We provided comments as the territory on the island-based plans that the federal government was creating. And I would defer the rest of that to Mr. Roland, who facilitated the process.
Quick question. Do we have that many commercial fishermen on St. Croix? You said 60? 40, 50, 60?
I can see, yes. So we do have 100 this year we have like 160, 137 commercial fishers.
What district?
In St. Croix.
And St. Thomas district, how many?
$148. 148.
148 in St. Thomas. And so at what level do you consider commercial versus recreational?
Those are very different. So commercial fishers are registered with the DLCA, the Department of Agriculture, and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And so they're businesses.
Right.
The recreational fishers, which is completely different, and we don't formally track, but now we do, starting this year, is likely hundreds and hundreds of folks. That's anyone that puts a hand line in the water, anyone that's fishing for themselves and their families for subsistence or for fun. They now will have to register for that recreational fishing license, but in the past didn't have to.
And what was the limit on that? The catch limit for recreational?
The catch limit for recreational for It depends on the stock. So
Okay.
are you talking about like for lobster, or are you talking about for?
Well, you could say wahoo or mahi, whatever, because I mean that's the main staple to most of the restaurants here, right?
Correct, correct.
What's the limit
So,
for recreational?
The limit for recreational mahi, I'll have to look up quickly.
'Cause
I have it on here.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that they sell too.
Well, yeah, so that would be an issue, certainly. So those limits that I was talking about in my testimony for the 15 mahi per vessel per day, that is a recreational limit in 5 per person per day. And then the 10 wahoo per vessel per day and 10 wahoo per vessel and 5 per person per day. That is a recreational, not a commercial limit. So the commercial limit is based on harvest in pounds, whereas there are bag limits for our recreational fishers for those two stocks. And if all of these plans are online, and this is also part of the purpose of having both the recreational license as well as the commercial licenses, because then handbooks with all of the rules and regs come along with that. We put out press releases if there are seasonal closures, if there are updates to any of that information. And so the booklets, the handbooks can be found online. They're in print in the office. And we also have information, lots of infographics that you could print out and put on your boat. We have different types of stickers and decals coming that we'll be able to distribute more fully.
Okay. Mr. Rolong, you had a comment?
Yeah, but Angeli already, just a side note, I'm proud to hear Dr. Angeli. I know her for a long time. And to be sitting here with all the information she has is really interesting. So kudos to her. But I was going to say, address your question. In the case of the Virgin Islands, you have around 300 fishers, commercial fishers, divided 50-50 more or less. You heard 140, it used to be more in St. Thomas and John. One thing that is happening is that the generation change, as they call it, the age of the commercial fishers is increasing. And after Julian McGrath is one of the fishers who's trying to grab the attention of the youngsters, sell the industry to the youngsters. So we continue that. For every fisherman that you have commercial, you may have 100 to 500, at least in the case of Puerto Rico, recreational fishers. So if you have 300, and especially in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, that we are, our tourist industry is quite high out there, as you all know, in our economics. A study that was made a long time ago found that we have 2,000 fishermen commercial in Puerto Rico, for example, but we got over 100,000 recreational fishers coming in. One thing that Virgin Islands is doing that I congratulate them for doing it, and Puerto Rico is trying to follow, is establishing the recreational fishing license. So you will be able to have the universe of recreational fishers that are coming here. You will be able then to have sampling more conducted to address that component. In the case of the levels that you were mentioning, for each species that we have, law calls for an ACL, an annual catch level, for that particular species, divided among commercial and recreational fishers. Unfortunately, the recreational fisheries data is scarce. So in one case, for example, you have 1,000 fish, you allocate 800 to the commercial, because you know that for traditionally, and you allocate 200 for the recreational fishers. However, once the commercial fisheries reach their quota of 500, the recreational fishery stops, it's closed, because it's the risk averse that is called by the Manson-Stevens Act. But I believe that, and by the way, going back to the lobster, we were the one who convinced the Caribbean countries to adopt a size limit similar to ours to protect the lobster. And also, when we talk about the lobster, the scientists collect the information from Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands through the Department of Natural Resources here in Puerto Rico and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources in the U.S. Virgin Islands. But they are bound by law to use that data and set those regulations that call for ACL. And that's when it comes at sometimes the imbalance. We need to ask the fishers, do you think this is okay? Right now with the spiny lobster, the fishers are seeing lobster all over the place in Puerto Rico, yet you have that ACL. The ACL is also for the exclusive economic zone. People tend to confuse that. So the local governments, in the case of Puerto Rico, is 10.35 miles, or 9 nautical miles. Yes, we are 3 nautical miles. The local government decides whether you need to adopt compatible regulation to be risk averse, or you don't need to at this time because you have other mechanisms to protect the fisheries while you allow the socioeconomic of the fishery to continue. So it's kind of complex, but
yeah, I
but
think
that's
that
where we are.
out there, the mindset is that it's since the international boundary lines was reduced. So was it 7 miles out now?
Yes, 3 nautical miles.
Yeah, they'd come through with these huge trawlers and they just, gobble up all of our fishes. And so that's having a direct impact, as well. You might add climate change, warm waters, all that other stuff. But let's face it, you could see a Chinese trawler now just swinging by and collecting a whole bunch of fishes and no one says anything. They have no limits, no nothing.
Well, just a note aside, that's illegal. We have a problem where the Chinese, they go to, especially in the Pacific.
Right.
During the day, they respect the line. At night, they come in. Not only that, they fish for those species, send them back to China, and then they sell it back to us, the same species. That's a problem that we have in the Pacific.
Yeah. All right, the chair recognizes Senator Angel Bocas Jr. for his 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to have state something for the record. I emailed Director Angeli a draft of a bill concerning mariculture development. The act sought to promote aquaculture and mariculture. And mariculture, for the record, takes place in the open water, not in tanks, but in the open ocean. And it seeks to promote mariculture here in the Virgin Islands, the waters or the water areas for maricultural farming, mostly to export. And also it contains regulatory oversight. This helps with our food security, mariculture exportation, economic diversification, job creation, and the growth of the maritime sector. And the revenues were to have maritime sector development, youth programs, infrastructure improvements, and fisheries and fishermen grants. This was sent September 5th, 2023, September 21st, 2023, February 28th, 2024, March 7th, 2024, September 29th, 2024, and I finally got a response from Dr. Angeli on September 30th, 2024, and it didn't say much other than there was going to be a upcoming meeting on October 11th of that year. And I'm disappointed because I believe that mariculture is going to be a very important part of the survivability of the Virgin Islands. So I'm very disappointed, and I want to place that on the record. And now, Dr. Angeli, your testimony outlines efforts to preserve wild fish stocks, but makes no mention of aquaculture or mariculture initiatives. You are the lead division of the coastal and marine environments. You should have a stance or a framework on aquaculture and mariculture development in the Virgin Islands, to include collaboration with the Department of Agriculture on this. So why hasn't your division or the council advanced any formal aquaculture strategy to reduce the pressures of wild fisheries and increase food security in the territory?
If I may.
Yeah, so thank you, Senator. Yes, so I do believe that the commissioner had responded to the bill draft request, and his determination was that the proposed bill was already overlapping and had different types of overlaps with the Mayor and Aquaculture Commission, which ran for the past through 2023 and then sunset in December of 2024. And there were two main products, and your office was invited to all of those commission meetings. They were open meetings for the public to attend, and those were where we drafted rules and regulations for aquaculture, as well as an aquaculture plan for the territory. And we're still waiting to hear back on the rules and regulations from the Attorney General's office. And once those reviews come back, they will be hopefully propagated. There was a public comment period that occurred from November 29th of 2023, I believe, through February 12th of 2024. That culminated in a go-to meeting, a public meeting for review. And we did receive extensive comments that were incorporated into the rules and regulations. The actual aquaculture plan that we developed will have had several members that were prescribed by Acts 6471.
Dr. Anjali, one moment, because I don't know if the chair is going to give me the kind of time I want here today. I am saying to you, there's a process, Dr. Anjali. If I were a different legislator, I would just go fling a bill up and have a testifying panel. I have to get input from the stakeholder. That's how I operate. That's how this office operates. We work with the stakeholder. We try to collaborate and communicate. I received no communication from your division for years on this matter. And yes, after more thorough research, there was some overlapping components, but at the end of the day, in all actuality, the mariculture sector is still an untouched sector here in the Virgin Islands. I'm not talking aquaculture, I'm talking mariculture. Okay, let's be clear for the record. So I see you want to respond. I'm going to shift over here to Mr. Rolong.
Yes.
Buen dia.
Thank you. I don't want to get involved in all this, but just to let you know that the council is going to have a mariculture workshop in 2026. Actually, we have to slow down a little bit our plans because we have the shutdown.
1 minute.
But very quick, the marine culture is a project that National Fishery Service is pursuing and the council. And I would like to extend an invitation to you formally later, to you and of course, Dr. Angeli will be part of this discussion. And as we speak, there are several projects around the Caribbean and several industries already, probably you know all this, working on mariculture with the K's. Because in the case of mariculture, the investment is quite high. The know-how is there somehow, but you need to do a little more. And I concur with your statement that in the case of mariculture, U.S. Virgin Islands have a position there. Do you have an opportunity there, the same as Puerto Rico? And that's what we are going to try to address at this workshop in 2026. At the meeting of the council in December, actually specifically December the 4th, we're going to have an hour discussion on mariculture, possible projects here. At the workshop, we are going to invite the government representative and the industry to sit down and talk about future developments of mariculture. I'm not talking about aquaculture, because that's another $20, I would say in Spanish. But the mariculture is what we are pursuing here. We are not saying that we are going to do everything overnight, but at least we want to establish a baseline where the people can discuss the future of mariculture in the U.S. Virgin Islands in Puerto Rico. Thank you.
There are real pressures in the wild stock. You mentioned them in your testimony. Your testimony did not touch on mariculture initiatives as well.
Yeah.
So the next time, if you do return, this senator at least would like to hear about mariculture, because our food security here in the Virgin Islands, the second that we don't get that support from the national level, we're on our own. And we need to be ready for that impact, and we need to prepare. again, I was disappointed that no input was provided, but our reliance on food, especially even seafood, that's the main, we're surrounded by the marine or the maritime sector. That should be one of the places that we'll be able to survive. We've done it for hundreds and hundreds of years or thousands as the Caribs and the Arawaks. So it is possible, and we need to start looking at how we're going to develop that sector if we're going to be serious about our food security. And that means collaboration with the Department of Agriculture. And I believe you, Mr. Chair, have them up next. But before my time expires, I'm going to ask Ms. Angeli, with over 562,000 pounds of fish that landed in 2024 based on your testimony, how are you monitoring the fish stock sustainability across the districts? Because you're saying that you have, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're saying that your division administers the catch data and also the enforcement, but how can you confirm if that data is validated or audited or accurate? Because you have 3,700 fishing trips recorded annually, and I know that the DPNR Enforcement Division doesn't have that many individuals on the in the maritime sector. So how are you acquiring this data, and how accurate is this data?
So the data that we are getting from our commercial fishers is, of those, let's say 3,700 trips each year, verified by our staff who are in constant communication with our commercial fishers. If the handwriting's illegible, if they say, oh, well, I thought you were fishing, did you forget to turn in some commercial catch reports? Like we said earlier, there aren't that many commercial fishers, and so we do have a relationship with every single commercial fisher. They also have to verify, if they don't submit any commercial catch reports, they have to sign off that they did not fish any commercial fishing trips for a certain month or a certain time period. And then when they come to re-register each July, we're also talking to them again about their commercial catch reports. And all of that data is entered into federal databases, by which it goes through a cooperative process of quality assurance and control with NOAA's Southeast Science Fisheries Center in a process that they call the CDAR, the Southeast Data Assessment and Review process. Each CDAR project just looks at one fish stock. So, for example, yellowtail snapper, really important fish for the U.S. Virgin Islands, has its own CDAR. It takes lots of time. They redo them every so often. And if we think that we're not getting all of the data, and usually what we're actually focused on is not the commercial fishing sector at all, but the recreational fishing sector, because we're really not getting that data on fishing effort. There are some amazing charters and amazing fishers who do turn in fishing logs to us, and we do use that data. But for the CDAR assessments, which are for the entire fish, and a lot of these fish are also migrating around the South Atlantic or to the Gulf. So we're looking at an overall regional stock and then what's in our waters. And if there are gaps in that data, then we're trying to assess it with specific projects. For example, we didn't know what type of gear we really needed for protecting very small, or what type of gear we were missing lobster data on. So we did like a gear selectivity study, like what size lobster can get into each of our traps. That was a data gap. So we can address small data gaps through research projects, through specific funding that we would apply for. We've also done something similar for sargassum. We didn't know where sargassum was coming into the territory. We had no local ocean current models to actually model that. We didn't know its effect on fisheries. And so we've been able to work with the University of South Florida, the University of Virgin Islands, and others to get more of a handle on, for example, how sargassum is affecting some of our fish stocks, or where at least sargassum will be coming into the territory. So although it's not perfect, and data collection never is perfect, we do believe that through the multiple methods the strong relationships that we have with fishers, the registration process that's annual, as well as multiple ways of checking in with at least our commercial fishers and this new management mechanism for our recreational fishery. We do have data that can be used, and we know a lot about our fish and the fish in the waters.
Thank you for your response, but I want to encourage you to make sure that this data is accurate, because if we overfish, it's going to put us in a very, very dangerous situation. And in addition to that, creating and supporting and promoting a mariculture sector that can offset that overfishing component could be something that helps us in the long run and create an economic stability for the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the additional time, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your leniency. And thank you for the responses.
No problem. You're welcome, Senator Bolkes. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to testifiers. I want to start my line of question to Dr. Nicole Angela. You spoke about some snakes, and in the line of question with my colleague, I don't think you spoke about this 558 snakes. What type of snakes are we talking about, to be specific?
Red-tailed boas.
And you also made a statement that I don't think a lot of people would agree with you, but I do. In regards to funding it, we're far and way behind. So I think you need to dive in a little more deeper, explaining why you're saying that there's thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, because I think a lot of folks don't realize that one snake could drop maybe 60 baby one. So if you have 558 caught, what are the numbers that we're looking like that people are not being realistically about understanding that the amount of snakes that are out there are far beyond our dreams?
Yeah, so the 558 snakes that were captured through the bounty program are only actually, Senator, a small portion of the snakes that have been caught by other private individuals as well as researchers. So we've had master's students from universities in the Southeast as well as the University of the Virgin Islands collaboration and the U.S. Geological Survey collaboration on understanding what these snakes are eating, if they're eating native birds, which they are, in addition to mongoose and rats, if these snakes can be found with detector dogs in a project that the National Park Service did at Salt River. We are doing lots of different types of things to manage these snakes. So bounties are just one tool for, I think, education, outreach, understanding, and management, especially in vulnerable areas. There are jurisdictions that, like Florida and Louisiana, that are actually funding market-based solutions, almost like an Uber, but you can report a snake and then someone who's nearby can come and get a snake for a certain amount of money. And then those snakes are euthanized and their hides are tanned and they're sold to high fashion industry places. There are market solutions that we could explore. I've looked into it with those agencies. It's incredibly expensive as well. So invasive species is certainly something that is not funded at the levels that it needs in order to make an impact in either the education and outreach or in the actual management of the species. And we do appreciate all of the work that has been done to create the invasive species community eradication program. And I think just even having that list of wildlife control operators and having exterminators able to add on a nuisance wildlife goal to their business has been a game changer.
1 minute.
So really appreciate that, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much. And then I want to have a conversation in regards to the snapper and the breeding ground on the South Shore. And earlier someone talked about the Japanese trawlers. Our fishermen are restricted from entering a certain area on the South Shore where the snapper breed. However, the trawlers that comes through after that breeding season is pretty much done and these fish start to travel, they gobble them up. What can be done in regards to these trawlers being X amount of miles offshore, just sitting, waiting for these snappers that, as we say, they're gonna catch them right outside our water, take them away, ship them back up, we buy frozen snapper. I don't buy frozen snapper. I buy a fresh snapper.
Yeah.
I can't afford to buy a frozen snapper that was catching the water here, went someplace to come back. So what can be done from the standpoint of these trawlers that are, I think, are pretty much violating, these areas with these trawlers coming up and gobbling up the amount of fish that we don't have no record of, that we can say, well, okay, the trawlers is going with thousands of pounds. What can be done?
Yeah, I think this is where our coordination with the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council is key, because at that table, we sit with the Coast Guard, we sit with NOAA's Office of Law Enforcement. I just want it on the record that right now we have no law enforcement officers, federal law enforcement officers who could get into that space at all. And any that are specific to fisheries, they all are either in Florida or in Puerto Rico. And so if we have any endangered species violations, if we have any issues in navigable waters, those issues are having to be dealt with by our local enforcement, which we all know is so restricted and capacity limited. And so having additional support and talking about that a lot at the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council is, I think, something that we could start thinking a lot more about. And we already do coordinate, let them know when things are happening. There are coordinated operations, but the funding levels to really communicate and collaborate just aren't there. Even for the Coast Guard funds that would come to our enforcement officers, they're so small that it doesn't, the agreement that you have to make and all of the work that you have to do in order to get those funds doesn't make sense for our enforcement officers to enter into an agreement for. And so that is a complicated and sticky issue, and I would love to talk more about it.
Well, then I'll ask my question to Mr. Roland. What kind of partnership we can link with Puerto Rico to be a part of Puerto Rico to make it one jurisdiction when it comes to those fishing trawlers within our waters and Puerto Rico waters? Because this is something that we have to address. We're sitting here thinking that it's not affecting us, but it affects our catch. So, Mr. Roland, can I hear what kind of advice you can give to us, and how can we probably collaborate with you guys to be involved in the numbers? Because people might look at us and say a population of 130, 120, why would we need to monitor these trawlers? But we have a very large breeding ground on the South Shore of St. Croix for the snapper. So we need some assistance from the federal government, and if we need to partner with Puerto Rico, then please tell us what we need to do.
Thank you for that question. I just made a note to include this in the discussion that we are going to have about enforcement in our next meeting in December. Number one, we don't have, well, we need to have testimony by the Coast Guard and the National Fisheries Service as to the presence of those trawlers. In the past, we have trawlers coming here, but they don't fish the reef fish. They fish for pelagics. In some cases, while fishing the pelagic, they take turtles and take other species that are prohibited by the U.S. government. So going back to your question, at the federal level, Puerto Rico and the U.S. are together. So if these trawlers are fishing here, number one, they are illegal because you have to have a permission for international, that goes to the international office in Washington. So I'm going to include this in the council meeting this December, and I want to make sure that we ask the right question. I go with Dr. Angeli that this is something that we should be discussing at the council meeting and as soon as possible.
I surely appreciate that, because I think we take it for granted, and some folks are not aware of that snapper breeding ground, but it's a very healthy breeding ground, because when the time comes, our fishermen in St. Croix could catch a boatload of snapper. So could you imagine what those trawlers are doing in comparison to us? So that catch needs to be ours. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. I'm going to wrap up, but I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Roland, one very important question. This executive order 13921 gave us 180 days to come up with a plan. We're roughly, 158 days into this?
We already went over the deadline, September 30.
We asked for an extension?
No. We didn't have to ask for that. Now the ball is in the court of the National Fisheries Service, Washington.
Okay, it was submitted already.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
good.
they're looking about every council submission of what we are planning to do. And what the president wants is to, once they approve from the outline that we send, we need to amend our management plan. So it's not overnight. It will take 2-3 years. In that process, we need to include the fishers. So we're going to have meetings with the fishers, especially the advisory panel meetings, because we want to make sure that although we need to comply with this executive order, we want to make sure that we don't hurt the local industry.
Right.
Because sometimes when something that you think is good now, it comes and bites you in the future. So we want to make sure that the local fishers and the local government are in agreement with whatever the council is going to do with the amendment of the management plans.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Great. We appreciate you coming. Dr. Garcia, thank you as well for joining us via video. And of course, I know we have a deadline, Dr. Angeli, and I think we made it. So if you guys would, I'll give you a quick minute to wrap up with your final closing statements, and we'll conclude with your segment for the day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been a pleasure and a privilege to come here. I've been coming here since I had black beard. I came here in the 70s, at the end of the 70s. And I'm at your discretion anytime that you need us. Just tell this lady here to call us and we'll be here for anything that you need. We work together with Dr. Angeli, and Dr. Garcia Graciela Morinelli is a member of our staff. So rest assured that whenever you need us, we'll be here.
Thank
It's
you
always
very
a pleasure.
much.
Thank you.
Dr. Angelique, before 4:15, we got you.
Thank you so much, Senator. The Department of Planning and Natural Resources is mandated to administer and enforce all laws pertaining to fish and wildlife, trees and vegetations and water resources on our coastal zones, lands, and offshore islands and keys. We hold that very close and dear to our heart. Our staff at the Division of Fish and Wildlife work within these mandates. We think about them, we talk about them, and we have ideas on how to improve them. And so I would just encourage, us to continue to work together in dialogue and ensure that we're really promoting and undertaking programs and projects in a unified manner. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share our programs with you.
Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you, Dr. Roland, Mr. Executive Director Roland, and Dr. Garcia. We appreciate you guys coming in. Thank you so much. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is back on the record. And this block 3, Madam Clerk, block 3.
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture on the state of agriculture in the Virgin Islands, including updates on Act 8854 regarding agriculture maintenance and equipment purchases, the USDA Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Program, the Department's Equipment Maintenance Plan, pricing of goods and services, Act 8306, establishing the Virgin Islands Agriculture Caribbean Conference, and Act 8404, implementing the Territorial Agriculture Plan. And from the University of the Virgin Islands on Territorial Agriculture Plan and the Virgin Islands Agriculture Caribbean Conference, including status updates, stockholder engagement, funding sources, expenditures, projected outcomes, challenges and solutions, as well as conference objectives, planning milestones, participants, goals, and budget details. Invited testifiers, Honorable Dr. Louis Peterson, Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, Dr. Sophia George, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, Harith Wikrima, member of the VI Local Food and Farm Council, Trevor Warner, farmer, and Ronell Allenbert, farmer. Mr. Chair, that's the end of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate the reading. Let's start with Dr. Sophia George. Please speak into the mic and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sophia George, President of the University of the Virgin Islands and co-chair of the Local Food and Farm Council. And good afternoon, other senators.
Good afternoon. I'm Harith Wikrama, President of Island Green Living and member of the Food and Farm Council.
Dr. Peterson, please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, Senator Frederick, and all of the senators present. I'm here with two of our farmers, Mr. Trevor Warner and Mr. Ronnie Allenbert. I just want to say, Senator, in case you did not know, that one of our testifiers, Mr. Allenbert, has to leave very shortly, and with your permission, I would like for him to be the first person to give testimony.
Absolutely. Mr. Allenbert, you're welcome to begin your testimony.
Good morning, good afternoon, Honorable Senator and staff. My name is Ronil Allenbert, second generation beekeeper and farmer. I would like to appreciate and say my thanks grant that I have received from the Department of Agriculture and the Senate legislator for purchasing materials for the bees and machine works for the farm. It really take a big ease off of my back when it comes to the machines itself and the plastic bags. I've been purchasing wood bags for years, and termites been eating up the bags in less than a year. So now those plastic bags really come in handy. Thank you.
Question, Mr. Adambach. How much did they invest in this project? How much did the government invest in the project to help you?
52,000.
Awesome. All right, great. You're next.
Me? Okay. I'm Harith Wikrama, President of Island Green Living and member designee of VI Local Food and Farm Council before the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture in the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon. I'm the volunteer president of Island Green Living, a nonprofit organization dedicated to expanding sustainability and food security in the territory and beyond. Island Green has been around since 2004. I'm honored to serve on the local Food and Farm Council and previously was an agricultural plan task force member. The task force held that the agriculture plan need to be bold and sweeping in order to usher in a new era of agriculture and food production in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This is the only way to significantly increase agricultural and fishing productivity and economic development locally and make food security and sovereignty a reality. The plan is a strong one, and the local Food and Farm Council has made substantial strides in its implementation. The council is filled with incredible intellectual capital and can-do attitude members. However, lack of funding has impaired the ability to make those sweeping changes that will truly move the needle. I implore and perhaps even plead the committee to approve the budget in order to support agriculture, our fishers, food security, and economic development. On behalf of Island Green Living, I want to underscore the importance of investment and support of Virgin Island Department of Education's Seeds of Security and Sustainability and Agriculture Education project. It is imperative that our children are given the tools, education, and engagement to be future agents of change while supporting their need for fresh, nutritious food today. Sustainability and agriculture education, developed by the exceptional Virgin Island Department Education team led by Sydney Meadows, includes Seeds of Security programming. It encompasses age-appropriate agricultural sustainability content incorporated into the curriculum, hydroponics, and other school growing systems for hands-on food production, composting, etc. Additionally, Future Farmers of America participation and farm-to-school fresh produce are vital. When students grow it, they eat it. Seeds of Security programming not only feed the students' minds and bodies, but it also awakens their passion and engagement. It is shown that programs such as Seeds of Security lower absenteeism and increase health of not only students, but the community. The students can also be catalysts of change within their families and communities when they share what they learn in schools. Increasing home gardening, community gardening, including the use of container gardening, can go a long way towards supporting food security. Residents don't need a lot of space to grow food, but it can have a significant impact on our reliance on importation of food. I myself am able to grow enough food to limit my grocery stores visits. Of course, we can't depend solely on students spreading their knowledge. It must be encouraged through dedicated community outreach and education, an element of the agricultural plan. As you know, more than 40% of the islanders live below the poverty line and currently rely on cheaper, less nutritious imported food. Let's make it a priority to encourage the community to sow the seeds of change. Chaya, which is a highly nutritious and easy to grow, an exceptional crop for the home gardeners. Dr. Nathalie brought it up at the last Food and Farm Council last week in St. John, an example. It is similar in taste and appearance to spinach and includes 4 times more protein. It is rich in calcium and vitamins A and C. Increasingly, community gardens where islanders have access to land to tend to grow their own food is essential as well. Feedback from the recent local Food and Farm Council town hall confirmed the widespread interest in community gardens. And the Commissioner of Agriculture has been in discussion with us about promoting community gardens. Bringing on a coordinator is crucial to making these and other agricultural plan endeavors a reality. I'm sure most of you know Summer Sibley Brown, who founded and heads the VI Good Food Coalition, is a treasure in the territory and has been identified for this position. She's already assisting with facets of implementation, but can take on full duties, providing leadership and accountability until the job is funded. The position is fundamental to the success of the plan. Another priority in the area is increased support for organic and sustainable farming practices in the territory. This will help eradicate harmful pesticide usage, potentially contributing to disease and health issues, fewer hospital stays, and increased composting and mulch, thereby reducing organic material from wasting away in landfills and causing fires. Growing and producing healthy organic food for the Farm to School program is also imperative. Virgin Islands Farmers Alliance has plans, and let's support them. Let's ensure our territory farmers and fishers are the ones feeding our children. Additionally, transition to organic farming practices, along with other green offerings, will help promote U.S. Virgin Islands as an eco-tourism destination, complete with quality, local cuisine, farm-to-table experiences, and valuable income to our coffers. The Commissioner-designate of Tourism is also interested, and I happened to speak to her on her way out from earlier testifying today. Under the mandate 2, the Local Food and Farm Council has initiated a territorial organic agricultural framework and subcommittee headed by Dr. Nathalie, a leader in sustainable farming, who currently has the only certified organic farm in the territory, Ridge to Reef. Let's see whether we can receive a blanket organic for the entire territory so each farmer does not have to pay a fee out of their pocket. Let us make a moving towards sustainable farms a priority and perhaps down the road become like the state of Sikkim in India, which has made a transition to 100% organic farming. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the Local Food and Farm Council. There's so much we can accomplish in the territory with your support. Rather than our hard-earned dollars going to those who import food to our territory, let's ensure it goes to our farmers and fishers. Together, let's ensure the territory becomes more self-reliant when it comes to food production and healthier physically and economically, reaping the rich and bountiful harvest. Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wigrima. I appreciate that testimony. I want to go back to St. Croix so we get to accept the other testimony. Dr. Peterson, who's the, I think that's Mr. Warner. Is he presenting as well?
Mr. Warner is presenting, but he is going to be here with us for a while, Senator.
Okay. All right. So
I would like to ask for Dr. George to give the testimony on behalf of the council, if you don't mind.
Yes.
So be it. Dr. George?
Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon again, Senator Frederick, members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, senators of the 36th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing public. As I said before, my name is Dr. Sophia George. I have the pleasure of serving as president of the University of the Virgin Islands and co-chair of the Virgin Islands Local Food and Farm Council. Thank you, Senator Frederick, for your formal invitation for us to come here to share an update on the implementation of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. On behalf of the Council, I express appreciation to this legislative body for your continued attention to agriculture, to food security, and to economic development across our territory. Legislative support is one of the many reasons this plan continues to move from vision to implementation. So this afternoon, I'll provide a focused update on the implementation of the VI Agriculture Plan. I will specifically speak to progress made since our last appearance before this legislature, work that remains ongoing or needs additional capacity, and I'll also talk about areas where legislative support is necessary to sustain momentum and to ensure measurable outcomes. The overall scope of my testimony provides accountability to both this body and to the people of the Virgin Islands especially our farmers, our fishers, and the community who depend on agriculture for livelihood, heritage, and food security. So the VI Agriculture Plan outlines 8 mandates. Each mandate represents a pillar of food security, economic development, education, and community well-being. I will start, of course, with Mandate 1 and walk through where we stand today. So Mandate 1 talks about a comprehensive regulatory framework. Under this mandate, the Agriculture Plan calls for the modernization of agricultural laws and regulations to better support farming, land stewardship, food production, and sustainability in the Virgin Islands. This includes reviewing and updating legal definitions such as farmer, agricultural land, and farm enterprise, and aligning policies across the VI Code to eliminate inconsistencies and outdated requirements. Currently, this mandate has not yet entered full implementation. The Council has identified the necessary first step, hiring the local food and farm coordinator who is designated under the plan to lead this interagency process. Once that position is filled, the work will begin in collaboration with the VI Department of Agriculture, the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Department of Justice, and of course, the University of the Virgin Islands. Modernizing the regulatory framework is vital for reducing delays in permitting, improving land security for farmers, supporting responsible land and water use, and ensuring that the laws of this territory reflect the realities of agriculture today. Mandate number 2 is about business models. One of the most active areas of implementation within the Agriculture Plan is Mandate 2. Its purpose is to strengthen the business side of agriculture and fisheries, helping farmers, fishers, and food entrepreneurs become financially sustainable through training, technical assistance, grants, and farmers and fishers development. Progress under this mandate is being advanced through 3 primary efforts: the Agriculture Business Center, the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund, and organic agriculture initiatives. Regarding the Agriculture Business Center, this is led by Director Shanta Roberts under the University of the Virgin Islands and the Small Business Development Center, and it now operates on all 3 islands. It provides business training, one-on-one technical assistance, licensing support, grant writing guidance, and financial planning tools for farmers and fishers. Over the past year, the center has supported 23 active farm and fishery businesses and trained over 85 individuals through workshops and consultations. It has hosted 8 successful workshops and webinars serving over 200 participants. It's also delivered training in business planning, organic practices, livestock management, soil health, cost tracking, and grant readiness. It also assisted producers in securing outside funding, including successful applications to the RAFI Caribbean Infrastructure Grant and other federal and private sources. It has built partnerships with the Department of Education, the University of Puerto Rico, U.S. Small Business Administration, farmer cooperatives, and local food businesses to increase outreach and bilingual support. The Agriculture Business Center has become a dependable resource for farmers and fishers, providing the structure, training, and technical support needed to strengthen operations and improve access to markets and funding. Building on this foundation, the Ag Business Center is prepared to expand once funding is received. Planned priorities include launching a 6-part agribusiness financial training series with the University of Puerto Rico Mayagüez, expanding staff on St. Thomas, hosting the organic workshop called From Mulch to Markets, Agribusiness Essentials for U.S. Virgin Islands Growers, and contributing to the annual Tri-Island Local Food and Farm Council Town Hall Series on St. John. Efforts will also include modernizing the Ag Business Center website and digital outreach to improve accessibility and visibility across the territory. Regarding the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund that I'll refer to as the PPIF, how about that? In partnership with the Economic Development Authority, the Council supported the launch of the first cycle of the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund in FY 2024, and $500,567 was awarded to 12 farmers, fishers, and value-added producers to upgrade infrastructure, purchase equipment, and expand production. Follow-up site visits conducted between June and September 2025 confirmed that 80% of awardees increased production capacity. Improvements included irrigation and solar pump systems, livestock fencing, greenhouse structures, and cold storage units. Participants also reported better access to local markets, stronger collaboration among farms, and improved resilience during periods of drought and severe weather. Although funding was not appropriated for FY 2025, the results of the first cycle documented through site visits conducted by Mrs. Summer Sibley Brown that the program works. The PPPIF is ready to continue and to scale once FY 26 funds are approved. Overall, this mandate strengthens the business side of agriculture and fisheries. It enhances food sustainability, supports entrepreneurship, reduces risk for producers, and helps keep more food dollars circulating within the Virgin Islands economy. Renewing this support from the legislature would be instrumental to our farmers and fishers, ensuring that the progress and optimism generated through this program continues to grow. There, of course, has been a lot more applications and interests than we were able to fund, so there is definitely a need. Regarding the organic agriculture program, just to let you know, many of you are aware that organic agriculture has emerged as a growing component of Mandate 2, led by Dr. Nate Olive, who is part of our local Food and Farm Council through UVI and the Virgin Islands Farmers Alliance. This effort is formalized through the Council's Organic Agriculture Subcommittee. Over the past year, the groundwork for organic farming has moved from concept into structured development. Efforts that are underway include creation of a territorial organic agriculture framework and subcommittee. This was launched in August 2025. We're happy to report that. Also, partnerships with USDA's Transition to Organic Program, the University of Puerto Rico, University of Hawaii, Florida Organic Growers, and NCAT to expand technical training and mentorship. Also, we've engaged in development of pilot programs to assist with organic certification guidance, farmer training, access to organic supplies, and buffer zone compliance. Integration of organic practices into school programs, UVI coursework, farm apprenticeships, and youth training initiatives. Accordingly, this work positions the Virgin Islands to enter premium markets, improve soil health, and support climate-smart agriculture, while giving farmers access to higher value revenue opportunities. Mandate 3 is about the local food and farm coordinator. At the core of the agriculture plan is Mandate 3, the creation of this local food and farm coordinator. This role will provide daily leadership, coordination, and accountability for the implementation of the ag plan. The council has identified Mrs. Summer Sibley Brown to serve in this role, consistent with the qualifications outlined in the plan. Although the position has been defined and agreed upon, it had not yet been activated because the funding necessary for salary and operations has not yet been released. As a result, coordination continues to be carried out in a limited capacity, and efforts to fully implement the plan is impacted as coordination remains fragmented and reactive rather than strategic. Firmly establishing this position is essential to move from planning to sustained execution. With a coordinator in place, agency actions can be aligned, timelines monitored, grants and funding opportunities tracked, partner relationships strengthened, and community engagement maintained across all 3 islands. Mandate 4 is the local food and farm fund. One of the most forward-thinking elements of the agriculture plan is the creation of a local food and farm fund, an independent charitable foundation designed to invest directly in the future of agriculture and fisheries in the Virgin Islands. The vision behind this mandate is simple: to give our farmers and fishers access to financial tools that go beyond the limitations of annual government budgets, which we know can be restrained. Progress toward establishing the fund has moved from concept to action. Legal counsel has been engaged, incorporation documents are being drafted, and the council has formally approved the name Food and Farm Fund. Once the entity is legally formed, the next steps will include appointing an advisory board, setting transparent guidelines for fund management, and selecting the first projects for support. Establishing the local food and farm fund as a 501c3 will be complementary to the other mandates of the plan. It creates a pathway to attract private donations, federal grants, corporate sponsorships, and philanthropic support, ensuring that our agricultural growth is sustainable, community-centered, and resilient for generations to come. Mandate 5 is the Local Food and Farm Council Advisory Committee. The Local Food and Farm Council remains the coordinating body for implementing the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. The council members meet bi-weekly, religiously, and we bring together representatives from key agencies including Department of Agriculture, University of the Virgin Islands, Department of Education, Economic Development Authority, and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Also includes honorary farmers and fishers. And these sessions ensure collaboration. We monitor progress. We address challenges affecting farmers, fishers, and food producers. While this work continues through the commitment of its members, full effectiveness will require dedicated staffing and administrative support. Still, the Council remains active, functional, and committed to providing leadership, structure, and transparency in carrying out the mandates of the Agriculture Plan. Mandate 6 is about the local food symbol. A territorial symbol to identify locally grown and produced food has been created and approved. The food label featuring the symbol were previously distributed at agriculture fairs and town hall meetings to begin introducing it to farmers, fishers, and the community at large. However, adoption has not yet been formally implemented. Without a local food and farm coordinator, and with the product label and integrity subcommittee still being established, there is no formal process for follow-up distribution or guidance on how the symbol should be used. Farmers and fishers can receive the labels, but consistent application, retail visibility, and policy standards are still being developed. Mandate 7 is about education and training. Agricultural education continues to be one of the strongest areas of progress in the implementation of the Agriculture Plan. Under the leadership of Director Sidney Meadows, the Department of Education's Sustainability, Agriculture, and Environmental Education program has shifted agriculture from an extracurricular activity to a structured academic pathway. Major accomplishments include the development of the Sunshine Curriculum and the VISAE 360 Agriculture Education Framework, aligning agriculture education with territorial standards, cultural knowledge, career readiness, and the vision of the Agriculture Plan. The launch of the territory's first hydroponic freight farm at Eulalie Rivera School on St. Croix, a fully functioning mobile farm that serves as a living classroom for modern food production, hydroponics, agribusiness, and sustainability. Also, growth in agricultural education capacity, with the number of trained agriculture educators increasing from just 4 to 38 across public schools. Also, sharp increases in student engagement through 4-H clubs, classroom agriculture programs, and career and technical student organizations, including the Future Farmers of America and MANRRS, with Future Farmers of America participation alone growing from 25 students to over 150 students territory-wide. This engagement is supported by hands-on resources, including the distribution of hundreds of free seed packets and grow bags to students. Furthermore, schools have been equipped with extensive materials we procured, such as hydroponic systems, solar irrigation kits, rain barrels, and much more, providing the foundational tools for experiential learning. Also, new student practicum and training sites are being established through partnerships with University of the Virgin Islands, the Bethlehem Sugar Factory Restoration Site, UVI Aquaponics, the Botanical Gardens, and local farms. This mandate is preparing the next generation of farmers, fishers, agriculture professionals, educators, and entrepreneurs. Continued investment in youth and educators ensures that agriculture and fisheries remain viable career pathways through programs like SAE, 4-H, Future Farmers of America, and developing partnerships with the University of the Virgin Islands School of Agriculture. It also supports succession planning so that as experienced producers and agriculture educators transition, there's a skilled generation ready to continue advancing food security and sustainability in the Virgin Islands. Mandate 8 is about data benchmarking and analysis. Reliable data is essential to understanding where agriculture and fisheries stand today and how to plan for the future. The University of the Virgin Islands Eastern Caribbean Center continues to lead this work by collecting and analyzing information on farmers, fishers, food production, land use, and community participation across all 3 islands. Over the past year, the ECC completed surveys of farmers, fishers, home gardeners, and small producers to provide a clearer picture of agricultural activity throughout the territory. This data now serves as the foundation for policy recommendations, funding requests, and ongoing progress tracking. Mandate 8 is essential because it creates accountability. It ensures that the efforts of farmers, fishers, and home growers are visible, counted, and included in planning. Further, this ongoing research provides the foundation for evidence-based decision-making and ensures that agricultural development in the Virgin Islands is guided by accurate local data rather than assumptions. Additional recommendation 1, high priority projects. This high priority project extends beyond the mandates but directly advances the plan implementation. The University of the Virgin Islands, through its Office of Sponsored Programs, has launched the TAP program to strengthen leadership capacity and funding support for the agriculture plan. This one-year fellowship builds local expertise in agriculture development, grantsmanship, and food sovereignty. The first cohort of TAP fellows include Dr. Carolyn Boykins-Winrow and Ms. Dania Collingwood, who will be leading initiatives that integrate agriculture into academic programs, expand youth mentorship, and build tools that strengthen community engagement across the territory. The Office of Sponsored Programs has also introduced a grant writing academy to expand our ability to access federal and private funding. Together, these efforts aim to develop a network of trained professionals who will sustain and grow the work of the agriculture plan for years to come. The strength of the agriculture plan rests with the people who live its reality every day: our farmers, our fishers, food producers, educators, and community advocates. Their voices continue to shape implementation and keep the work grounded in lived experience. To ensure their input remains central, the Local Food and Farm Council hosted its annual hybrid Tri-Island Town Hall series in October 2025, held in person and live streamed for broader participation. Town hall attendance online and in person examples include the St. Thomas Town Hall was held on October 6, 2025. There were 25 attendees. The St. Croix Town Hall was held on October 8, 2025. There were 21 attendees. And the St. John Town Hall was held on October 27, 2025, and there were 59 attendees. Across 3 islands, more than 100 participants shared candid feedback, highlighting the urgent need for improved water access, stronger market support, and continued investment in agricultural education and home gardening. While attendance was modest, engagement was strong and solution-focused, and farmers and fishers consistently reaffirmed their support for the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan and the territory's broader goal of food sustainability. They emphasized that success depends on all of us working together through continued collaboration, transparency, and support from this legislative body. The implementation of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan continues to advance, but progress remains constrained by the absence of key staffing and consistent funding. Sustained investment and legislative partnership are essential to maintain momentum. The Council respectfully requests the legislative approval of the FY 2026 budget submitted for the Local Food and Farm Council. This budget would provide the resources necessary to continue implementation activities and address gaps identified through the plan's mandates. Although among the highest priorities in funding is for the Local Food and Farm Coordinator, Mandate 3 that I talked about, a position designed to serve as an operational link between agencies, farmers, and the community. The candidate has been identified and is ready to assume the role once appropriations are secured. Filling this position will immediately strengthen accountability, interagency communication, and progress tracking. Modernizing the regulatory framework, Mandate 1, also remains a critical priority. Legislative direction and oversight will enable coordination among the Department of Agriculture, DPNR, Justice, and UVI to address long-standing barriers to land use, water access, and permitting. Finally, restoring financial support for the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund, Mandate 2, will allow the Council to continue to support proven program that has helped farmers and fishers expand production capacity, improve infrastructure, and strengthen their resilience. In summary, the Council seeks continued partnership, targeted investment, and approval of the FY 2026 budget to ensure this work continues with measurable progress and lasting impact. Senator Frederick, members of the committee, and senators of the 36th legislature, I thank you sincerely for the opportunity to present this update on behalf of the Virgin Islands Local and Food Farm Council. The progress shared today reflects the collective efforts of our agencies, educators, farmers, fishers, and community partners. Each mandate of the agriculture plan is a demonstration of what can be accomplished when commitment is matched with resources and collaboration. With your continued partnership and approval of the FY 2026 budget, the Council can strengthen coordination, expand programs, and build on the progress already made. The farmers and fishers who drive this work are eager to see that progress sustained. Together, we have opportunity to transform agriculture into a cornerstone of food security, economic vitality, and cultural pride for the Virgin Islands. I thank you for your time, your attention, and your continued support, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. George. I see the attached budget, page I. Okay. So at least I know what type of numbers we're talking about.
Right. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Peterson, did you have anything to present?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon once again, Senator Frederick,
Good afternoon.
Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, and all other senators present. My name is Louis E. Peterson, Jr., the Commissioner of the VA Department of Agriculture. I'm here today representing both the Department of Agriculture and the local Food and Farm Council, of which I'm co-chair, along with my colleague, UVI President, Dr. Sophia George, whom you just heard from. I am here to offer a very brief testimony in support of that which was just shared by Dr. George on behalf of the Council. I will be highlighting concerns, issues, and challenges that are specific to the VA Department of Agriculture and which directly impact its role in the implementation of the USVI Agricultural Plan. Also, Senator, with your permission, I will share my time with two farmers, one of whom you already heard from, who are perhaps in the best position to describe the impact of funding the USVI Agricultural Plan and the hard work of the local Food and Farm Council. The second part of my testimony will provide a summary of our planning efforts in preparation for the 2026 Virgin Islands Caribbean Agricultural Conference. In addition to the 8 mandates of the Agricultural Plan, the Department of Agriculture has the obligation to execute numerous responsibilities per the Virgin Islands Code. However, during the past several decades, both the size and the professional capacity of our staff have dwindled. Yet, during the same period, our legislative mandates continued to increase. To illustrate even more clearly, Senators, one of our long-term employees recently reminded me that when he joined our ranks in 1983, our agency employed 15 heavy equipment operators in the St. Croix district, in contrast to our current staff of 4 operators. In addition to the absolute size of our personnel, other related issues include the steady deletion of critical professional staff positions and low salaries. Therefore, the primary challenge of our agency with respect to the agricultural plan implementation is our diminished workforce. Examples of professional staff positions which have been deleted from the department's personnel listing over time include the entomologist, the plant pathologist, the animal scientist, horticulturalist, agricultural or civil engineer, soil and water conservationist, agricultural economist, and the agronomist. As we plan and work towards our future needs, we anticipate the hiring of personnel as well with skills in grant writing and employing enforcement officers, in addition to more butchers, heavy equipment operators, and heavy equipment mechanics and laborers, in order to increase our capacity to effectively deliver timely and professional services. I am pleased to share that during fiscal year 2025, we hired an additional heavy equipment operator on St. Croix and an industrial engineer, again on St. Croix, by utilizing our regular annual allotment, which of course was provided by this very body. In the current fiscal year, we have already hired an additional butcher to enhance our operations at the St. Croix Abattoir. Salary increases negotiated in fiscal year 25 have already been addressed for the majority of our staff. We're actively working to complete all outstanding issues of salary raises and other adjustments by the end of the calendar year. On page 63 of the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan, recommendation number 3 notes that certain positions that were formerly existing in the Department of Agriculture are no longer funded. Therefore, it is recommended in the agricultural plan that appropriate funding be provided to the Department of Agriculture on a recurring basis. Pursuant to this recommendation and mandate, the department anticipated additional annual funding to incrementally address our staffing concerns and the hiring of the local farm and food coordinator. Accordingly, Act 8918, Section 3, as amended by Act 8979, Section 12, provided funding in the amount of $383,000 to hire critical staff for the department to support the implementation of the agricultural plan in fiscal year 25. However, to date, those funds have not been received. Subsequent to our request for the release of funds, our agency continues to engage in frequent and routine dialogue with the Office of Management and Budget to resolve this issue. Our team is very cognizant of the fact that we should not be entirely reliant on local funding for the operations of our agency. Based on this awareness, the Department of Agriculture team relentlessly seeks external resources to address the needs of our department. Consequently, we continuously seek and obtain federal funds to support ongoing as well as new projects and programs. However, the sustained long-term staffing of the Department of Agriculture will require local funding. The Department of Agriculture can only fulfill its mission and assume its responsibility in the implementation of the agricultural plan when it is fully and professionally staffed. Our capacity to continue seeking external funding also depends upon the level and quality of our team. Rebuilding the agricultural sector of the Virgin Islands requires the rebuilding of the Department of Agriculture. As was mentioned previously, during the testimony delivered by Dr. Sophia George on behalf of the Council, one of our most gratifying initiatives was the execution of the PPPI project, which provided local grant funding support and enabled farmers to increase their production, their profitability, and their operational efficiency. Today I have with me two of those producers, one of which has already testified. The second of which is Mr. Trevor Warner, who will provide testimony after my remarks regarding the impact and the value of the funds provided in fiscal year 24. Unfortunately, as was said before, no funds were made available for fiscal year 25, but we are hopeful that we would be able to offer this opportunity again for the benefit of our farmers, the benefit of our fishers, and our community in general. Regarding the Virgin Islands Agricultural Caribbean Conference, our organizing committee meets bi-weekly to plan for the execution of this event jointly with the annual Caribbean Food Crops Society Conference. Our planning committee consists of representatives from the University of the Virgin Islands, specifically the School of Agriculture, the Department of Tourism, and the Department of Agriculture. We propose to convene the joint meetings on St. Croix on July 13th through the 17th, to be exact, of 2026, inviting off-island guests to arrive prior to the annual Mango, Melee, and Tropical Fruit Festival, which will be held on July 12th, 2026. Based on current discussions, the opening session will commence on the following day of the festival, the day following the festival. Our established theme is increasing food security in the Caribbean through innovative agriculture. To date, the following subcommittees have been established to distribute responsibilities: the Executive Subcommittee, Logistics and Transportation, Field Trips, Public Relations and Technology, Technical Sessions, Registration, the Exhibits, the Program and Publication Subcommittee, as well as the Reception and Banquet Subcommittee. Pursuant to Act 8306, the sum of $50,000 from the Department of Tourism is to be allocated yearly for the planning and execution of the annual Virgin Islands Agricultural Caribbean Conference. Our planning committee has requested the release of the fiscal year 25 and 26 funds from the Department of Tourism to serve as seed capital. In addition, we are preparing to issue requests for sponsorship support from public and private sector entities. The UVA School of Agriculture and the Department of Agriculture have also already pledged monetary support. Our organizing committee will also be seeking federal financial resources to support our efforts. The preliminary estimated budget for the 2026 joint conference is $200,000. Our primary concern at this point is securing adequate funding to effectively execute both meetings. Attendees at the conference will include, but not be limited to, Virgin Islands farmers, local and regional scientists, colleagues from the U.S. mainland, local educators, students, and policymakers. Although the conference program has not been prepared, possible presentation topics include pest management, modern innovations in agriculture, agriculture as a business, self-empowerment strategies for small farmers, and agritourism in accordance with Act 8306. Other possible components include a farmers forum and a student-oriented session. As a result of the joint meetings, we anticipate increased territorial and regional collaboration among producers, scientists, academic institutions, and farmers. In closing, Senators, I express my sincere appreciation to the Office of the Governor, as well as the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, for supporting our programs and projects. On behalf of the Department of Agriculture team, thank you, Senator Frederick, and other members of this committee, and other members of the 36th Legislature for the opportunity to share this testimony. We look forward to your continued support and full funding of the Department of Agriculture and the local Farm and Food Council as we work together to execute the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan and the mandates of the Virgin Islands, and to execute the mandates of the Virgin Islands Agricultural Plan and to execute the Virgin Islands Agricultural Caribbean Conference. Thank you again for the time, and now I will ask Mr. Warner to share his remarks.
Yeah, greetings to everyone. My name is Trevor Warner, I occupy 5 acres of land. I usually was a fruit farmer, and due to this grant that it was given to me, it activated me, it bring me more sustainable the farm, because right now I'm planting a lot of vegetables, occupying fruits already there, but the vegetables was missing. And due to this grant, I was able to purchase a tractor, purchase irrigation, purchase fencing. Is a lot of days in the area. To me, the farm is more sustainable right now. Still working on it. Still appreciate if there is more grants, because there's a lot of things to be done. Presently, right now, I'm trying to build a fowl pen, a chicken pen, make everything more sustainable. I'm an organic farmer, don't use no chemical, strictly organic. Planting cucumbers, eggplants, peppers, pineapples, beets, okras, a whole heap of stuff. I'm fired up. This grant get me fired up. So I appreciate of who all was take part in this grant business. I appreciate all of that. Because got me fired up. Right now I'm 2 other person working with me. The area that I'm thinking about agrotourism. As on the property, I usually used to do reggae shows. And now I could do more farming. It's just a nicer feeling, a better feeling. And I really appreciate the grant that I was given. And I'm working to produce one of the most food in St. Croix here. I'm trying to do that. Produce the most food on a wholesale basis too, not just retail. Also in the grant I was given, I purchased a set of plastic boxes. I have bees too. And for this year, I produced more honey than I ever produced. And everything is on a good track since I get the grant. Everything is on a perfect track. I am here now trying to get into agrotourism so I could even employ a couple people to, So give thanks for this grant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warner. Appreciate that testimony. Very good. Very good. I got a lot of questions for you. I love a success story. I think we have one testifier that's about to leave. Colleagues, if you have a quick question for him, he could probably respond. Mr. Rick Rima of Island Green Living. If anyone has a pressing question for him, this is the time. Anyone? All right. Senator Bocas, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, central staff, and the testifiers before us here today to discuss the state of agriculture in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Wick Rema, good afternoon, sir. You emphasized there was a need for a coordinator to implement the ag plan. What has been the consequence on your side that role has remained unfilled or unfunded, and what timeline do you recommend the immediate activation or filling of that position?
Yes, some Sibley have done some of the work in volunteer capacity as well, and Dr. George and Commissioner Peterson can address that more in detail than myself.
Please recognize the microphone of Dr. Sophia George.
So similar to what Mr. Wikrama shared, because we haven't received funding for the local food and farm coordinator, the immediate, as soon as we can get the funds, we can move forward with that process to get that person onboarded. So right now, we're relying on volunteer support to help do some of those duties, but have not been able to do all of it without the funding to move forward with that position.
Is there a particular figure associated with that position?
Yes. Well, we have it, actually, we combine them. I don't remember the exact one, but for critical staff hiring, that's for the Department of Agriculture, that was 383,000. And then for our operation, it's 300,000.
Okay, very well, thank you. And you mentioned the Seeds of Security program. Are there any schools that are currently participating in that program?
Yes, Sydney Meadows is executing it, basically giving children seeds and for them to grow. They've done the aquaponics system as well. And so it has progressed to, I believe, over like 10 schools right now, and she's expanding it fast as they can.
Okay, very well. And we're seeing an impact on that, the student nutrition or anything like that, any learning outcomes? Or can we expect to see a report of some sort?
Yeah. So the Seeds of Security, I mean, basically is not only giving the seeds to grow, but learning about the process and learning about the environmental benefits out of it and how it's going to help by eating healthy food from home. So kids who grow will eat the food they grow, whether it's broccoli or beans that they would not eat otherwise, or okra. So that would be a way to have healthier food, and then less absenteeism in school because now they're healthier and less taxing on the healthcare system here.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, is this my time or is just a question for?
It's your time.
This is my
took
time.
like 20 minutes.
I apologize. So let me switch over to.
No. That's my.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'll take care of it.
I have 1 minute.
Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Dr. George, Mr. Wikrima, and Dr. Peterson, and thank you guys for your testimony. I know Mr. Wikrima have to leave, so just let me ask you a quick question in respect to the last speaker. I was going there also when it comes to the students. Let's talk about what you have seen in respect to other areas that it affects them, like with absenteeism. You also spoke to the health perspective, but also the community as a whole, the larger community. How can they be the catalyst moving forward to actually show our older adults, how to actually farm from home and be interested in it, because our farming population is very aged, as you know, and we have to start from the younger ones. So let's speak briefly about that before you leave, please.
So the Seeds of Security is a project from the Island Green's Planet Green Force concept. It's explained and in a manner that they learn not only about the food system, but engaging the parents when they go home, and then when they come to school, write an essay on a certain subject. Then to learn about soil nutrition, the nitrogen level, the potassium level, and the pH balance in the chemistry part or in the biology part. But then on the art part, let them draw how they're doing gardens. So, and maybe song and dance, come up with agricultural-based songs talking about the success of what they're growing. So infuse that knowledge into every subject versus purely as just growing food and harvesting at the end. And measure the water. And water is finite, not infinite. So conservation of water, how much water it took. Do it like a project, and then when it starts sprouting, kids going to get excited about it. Small grow bags is how we have done it in another country. Actually did it in Sri Lanka, where 7,000 students took part in it, the largest public school. And Sydney Meadows here is starting to do similar things here, and I'm trying to have both of them work together to share knowledge, experiences, and make it a success in the Virgin Islands.
So basically you're saying once you share the knowledge, they really will get involved and grow based on what they're seeing and get excited about it. That's what you're basically saying.
Yes, it's a passion and engagement of the parents. Parents, the kids can go and teach the parents if they want, and this way do some competitions and school projects where parents respond to it as well. For example, They went to Julius Prov School last week, our recycling person, and I asked them to tell each student to bring one item that can be recycled. The plastic 1, 2, and 5. So now they're learning about that. And when they bring it, that means they're getting parents involved. They were like second, third, fourth grade students. So it's a way to teach them about why we need to preserve our beaches from microplastic, nanoplastic. Higher the grade level, we go into that level as well.
Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Senator
you, Mr.
Blyden. And
excuse me, I
Mr.
appreciate it.
Yes, you may be excused. Excellent testimony. Thank you for your input. Thank you. I think recycling is going to be another part of agriculture. Excellent plan. All right, so we're going to go down the list, colleague. I guess we've got Senator Maurice James. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, everyone in and outside the room. My questions are going to be focused on the Agriculture Business Center. I want to find out, I think President George may be the one to answer these questions for me. As I'm looking through the testimony, is the personnel in the Agriculture Business Center, are they full-time personnel?
Yes, full-time.
How many on each island? Because it says it now operates on all 3 islands.
So it's one person, but we also have a resource center on St. John, and this person goes there and also goes to St. Croix. I can't give you the breakdown of hours or days, but support on all 3 islands. We
So
need
it's just
one
it's just
full-time
one person.
one full-time person, and I think I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 part-time people. But Ms. Shanta Roberts is who directs the Ag Business Center, and she's full-time.
And yeah, I was looking at the accomplishments, which are many, but I'm trying to understand. Is the yearly allotment 250,000? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Because I saw that the FY 2025 budget allotment of 250,000 was received in June 2025. So what were they operating on prior to that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. How the money flows in this Agriculture Business Center.
Well,
is it
it's an annual appropriation.
It's a 250,000 annual appropriation.
Yes,
That's what you're
ma'am.
saying?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Of the 23 active clients, do you know how many are divided between St. Croix and the St. John district?
I'm not sure. I'd have to get you that data from Ms. Roberts herself, but I'll make a note of that request.
So how long has this Agriculture Business Center been in operation? This is one of the mandates, right?
Yes, it's been in operation prior to my arrival, so maybe, I'm not sure if Commissioner Peterson knows since when, but when I arrived on August 1st, Ms. Roberts was here already working and meeting with folks and supporting the Ag Business Center.
Okay.
It's about 2 years, Senator.
Oh, 2 years?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it's just then that the FY 2024, I guess,
was the
they
first.
received the money, but then they didn't receive anything for FY 2025 until June of this year, which means from October to June, they were operating on whatever was left over from 24.
I would have to ask Dr. George to answer that part of the question, as far as how they operated.
Do you know, Dr. George? I'm just wondering how, in terms of money, in order to do a lot of what they did, they needed funding. And so I guess my question goes to also if the $250,000 is needed to expand, because I think you want to expand staff and St. Thomas. I just want to know how they've been operating without any funds for those periods.
The university has been, trying to ensure Ms. Roberts doesn't go without a paycheck.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's why I'm curious as to how we're doing. I mean, this is the agriculture business center. I'm like, how are we doing business here?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And
Doesn't make any sense. My time ran out already. Okay, I just one more question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
And please continue.
What was that?
Continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It was just the commissioner. You were here when the tourism presented? Were you not?
I was here for a part of that.
Yeah, I did notice that at the very beginning, they featured the bush cook, chef cook. And so, as you know, you and I both were at their conference this year.
Yes.
And, we have to find a way to increase the participants. So I'm just wondering, how are you going to do that for your conference next year?
Understood.
Yeah, that's my question to you.
Well, for the conference next year, Senator, two things come to mind. As I said, it's a joint conference. The Caribbean Food Crop Society Conference is one that happens annually. It will taste throughout the Caribbean. So our turn in the territory is next year, 2026. So it's ideal for us to, since that is the case, to have an infrastructure to have both conferences. So we'll have persons coming from the outside, definitely speaking. But on the local side, we intend to ramp up some serious promotion as to what makes it attractive for local persons to also attend. We already have some good input from some of our council members and some presenters locally that I think in and of themselves will appeal to local people. So we have some ideas. I think we're going to get the crowd out for that day or days of the conference. I don't have a doubt about that.
Okay, this is a sneaky in for Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, your honey is on the shelves. Where can I find it? Because you said you had extra.
Yes.
This year.
I usually see the honey man who is here. I usually do a lot of wholesale for the honey man.
Okay.
Because he have a product where he use a lot of honey, the cold and flu. So most of the time we work together, I wholesale the honey man.
And it's well received.
Yes,
the honey. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the extra time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator James. Let me just ask a quick question, because I love a successful businessman. Mr. Warner, you were able to purchase a tractor, basically get your farm up and running finally. Instead of just producing fruits, you started to produce vegetables. You've got 2 employees and yourself.
Yes.
And the initial grant was also $50,000?
Oh, $57,000.
$57,000. And would you consider yourself self-sustainable at this point? Are you able to?
At this, but I still could do it more help, but I'm good for now.
Okay.
I still need something like a cooler to store a certain product you got there.
I think EDA might be able to help you. They have some type of processing center they're working on. So some of those things like you're suggesting, I think we're working towards getting more of a community processing plant with storage, cool storage, so that each individual farm don't have to, get their own, because it's expensive and it's not really necessary. But if you want your own personal cooler, you can. Okay?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm working right now on the farm, so the farm should be able to generate some kind of money to I just glad for the start. Yeah,
Awesome.
so if a grant come and I get it, it's okay, but I'm not really dependent too much on looking for a grant, as I'm working, producing, so we should be able to get some kind of money from that too.
Yeah, quick question. Are these young people or older people that you've got working with you?
Well, you don't get young people working.
Yeah. Makes
Some
sense.
people don't work the farm.
Yeah, we're hoping that we could get them to start, be more active in it. But
Well, unless the agriculture department build up a program. I mean, I'm open. The farm is open to have school children, but we got to work out the insurance part, because we want nobody fall and want to sue. And
I think we fixed the insurance part. I think that's been remedied. Yeah.
Yeah, my real goal is to, like, agro-tourism. I mean, there's a lot of cruise ships come here. I would like to open the farm. You have a bar on the farm. You have a kitchen on the farm.
Wait. Wait. You were going good. Did you say like a bar where you sell liquor?
Yeah, usually I have the license. I have a promoter license too. So it's cover
Okay.
liquor and,
Okay, no. Farmland, remember farmland.
Senator Frederick, may I just want, if you allow me to, interject that Mr. Warner is on his own personal property.
Oh, okay. I think you could have
That's not
anything you want.
agricultural land, it's
You could have
private
anything
property.
you want, Mr. Warner. Yeah. Okay, we stand.
But
I thought it was farmland. Okay.
No. It's private property.
No problem. Have fun out there. I'll come by and have one with you. All right, let's go to Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to my colleague. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Dr. Sophia Judge, as far as timeline, you said you had a specific timeline on the hiring for the farm coordinator?
We need someone ASAP. So, as was shared by Commissioner Peterson and Mr. Wickrema, this is a position we've been waiting on for funding on for more than a year. So in terms of timeline, as soon as the funding is received, we can proceed.
Okay. Okay, you said in the testimony on page 4, you also said that over the past year, the groundwork for the organic farming has moved from concept to structure. So what's the structure as far as, is there action going on, or?
Yeah, so we formed a subcommittee focused on organic farming as part of the Local Food and Farm Council. Dr. Nate Olive leads that subcommittee and has made a number of strides with other subcommittee members. I list some of them in the testimony there directly, with support for certification and organic farming. I understand there's a cost to that, and some work around, what could be done in terms of getting reimbursements if farmers were to become organically certified, and so they can get better understanding of those requirements. So we have made progress through that subcommittee that focuses specifically on organic farming.
Okay, and one more question would be for you. I see that when you was funded, you had 12 farmers and fishers.
Yes.
What's your plan if funding was to return? It would be is it there are more farmers to touch, or you'll be given to the one who are producing since they got this first set of money? Any plans?
Great question, Senator. So in the first year in FY 2024, when grant awards were able to be made, there were a lot more applications than we were able to fund. And there was a very competitive process and review process that was used to identify those 12 who were awarded and were funded across those 12 programs, a total of about a little bit over $550,000. This year, we're asking for an increase in that amount and to double that amount of funding available, since we recognize that there were over 100 proposals for the public-private partnership investment fund. So if we're able to get more funds, we're able to support more farmers and fishermen.
1 minute.
Okay, you said that the farmers or the fisher was also a production as well?
Clarify your question, please, sir.
I'm looking at the bottom of you're saying in your testimony that the money served its purpose because it showed that with the monies,
Right.
the fund were producing. I'm asking if the fisherman was producing as well. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, I didn't list in my testimony the 12 projects and what they focused on. What I put was just a summary of what they were all able to do. Those who used their funding to increase or to purchase equipment were indeed able to show, based on the site visits that Ms. Summer Sibley Brown did, that they increased production. I don't have the exact outcome for the fisher. I think that's what you're specifically asking about. But I do have in the appendix, I think, I'm not sure, well, we can provide you with the site visit reports that describes the outcomes of the funding provided to the 12 farmers, what they were each able to produce and on which island they each were. For example, we heard from one of the local farmers who were funded on St. John, for example, and he talked about increased production and able to order machines, et cetera. So we can give you a project by project summary of those outputs if that would be of interest to you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I got one more question for the Commissioner of Agriculture.
Please continue.
Okay, the territorial ag plan speaks not just to agriculture but to mariculture. Where are we as far as with the plan?
Well, Senator, I don't have much more to add on what was said earlier by Dr. Angeli. I'm a member of the commission, and we have been planning. We have the last time that we met, we're putting policies together.
Yeah.
And as she said, in the next month coming up, there's going to be a meeting to look at all of the above. So I would say to you that after the meeting next month, we may have a better report for you. But right now, we're very much in the elementary planning, policy-making stages of mariculture.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Doctor, for your response as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senior. I'm just glad that I'm beginning to see movement. I really am. I was a little dismayed earlier this year just to hear that we finally have the conference in the plans now for the first time since 2020. I am so excited. Sometimes progress is slow, but at least we're working still, and so this is great. Dr. George, you've really added a little injection to this process, so thank you so much. And Dr. Peterson, I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot. I just want you to know I'm fighting hard on my end to make sure you get whatever funds you could get. And my colleagues will tell you, I fight like a beast. But I have to also show them results. I can't keep screaming for more money, more money, more money, and they drive by and they see more dirt, more bush, less fish. So it's a two-way street here. And I'm saying let's all do what we can do so we could get the desired outcome we want. This is by law. So this was something that should have been down the road by now, but it is what it is, and we're going to do what we're supposed to do. Point of information, Senator Blayden? Oh, it's his turn. Yeah, okay. You have your 4 minutes. You're trying to tell me be quiet? Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon again to the testifiers and the viewing and listening public. Dr. George, the $500,000 that was awarded to 12 farmers, is that what assisted Mr. Warner with his farm? Is that the same fund? Do you know?
I believe so. I'm not sure if he was talking about funding from the Department of Agriculture or from the Public-Private Partnership Fund.
The Public-Private Partnership Fund.
Yes, that's from that.
Okay, very well.
If I may?
Yes, Dr.
If I may,
Peterson?
Senator?
Yes, Dr. Peterson?
I'm simply letting you know that yes, we're speaking of the same funding.
Okay, very well.
That benefited Mr. Wall.
Very well.
Yes.
I'm happy to see the results of those funds exactly because Mr. Warner has proven, and the other young man that left, what a little change can do in terms of outcomes You know, he have two more workers. He got a heavy equipment to assist him, and he has grown his capacity just like that. And I mean, hard work always pays off, and I want to say congratulations. That's a very good story. And he's even looking to go into the agri-tourism area, the space, and we need that, especially on the Big Island of St. Croix. We've been talking about that for years, so maybe he can be a trailblazer in that area. So congratulations, and when I come back to St. Croix next week, I'll take a pass and check out your product. I'll do that for sure. All right. Let me ask you, Dr. George. Let me go back to you because the budget for 2026 budget request of $2.3 million, and you have different mandates, like mandate 2, mandate 1, 4, different mandates, right? How will this work in terms of the budget? And all of the areas are just as important as the next, correct? So how do you plan to structure this in terms of the funding and the $3 million? Can you have different, the council's operation, organic agriculture, the business center, the Eastern Caribbean Center, Office of Sponsored Programs, critical staff hiring, sustainability and agricultural education, grant program. Talk to me exactly how did you come up with that, how it's going to be structured, and how it's going to be implemented?
So great question, Senator. So as you can see in the budget requests, this is not just a request on behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands. It's a request on behalf of the Local Food and Farm Council, which is collaborative. So it does include, for example, funding for the VI Department of Agriculture, so that for the $383,000 requesting for them, it's to help support, staff hiring in that area. And then in order to fund the Triple PIF grant program, which funds, those programs in those pilot projects, we're requesting $1 million, whereas in previous years, FY24 we got $1 million, FY25 0, and then this year we're asking for $1 million. So how it works is we coordinate together. We work. Director Wayne Biggs is on the Local Food and Farm Council. Commissioner Wells Hendrington is also on the Local Food and Farm Council. So we do have a request for funding for the Department of Education. And then for the University of the Virgin Islands piece, right, we oversee and manage the Agricultural Business Center, as well as the Office of Sponsored Programs, so we can help farmers apply for grants, the TAP Fellowship Program that you heard of that we funded folks to be able to lead in agriculture in terms of grant writing, supporting farmers with learning how to apply for grants, et cetera, that grant support submission, all of those things. And then the continued research, surveys, analysis that happens from the Eastern Caribbean Center that is supervised by the University of the Virgin Islands. It falls under the Office of Research and Economic Development. And then for the council's operations, as you heard, we meet religiously every 2 weeks from 9 o'clock to 10:30 on every other Friday. And so we have a staff person who supports that work in terms of minutes, making sure, we're tracking everything that we're doing. So it happens in coordination, to be honest. So how we have the budget split by mandates is just so that the legislature and the public gets an understanding of how those fit within mandates. Like the Agribusiness Center has its own mandate, for example, although some of this does cross-cut across more than one mandate.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And before my time is called, I just want to say, I know growing up, I used to hear St. Croix to be the breadbasket of the Caribbean. And we must be able to sustain ourselves. And with what's going on in our space right now with fake food, fake everything, we do need organic food. We have the land, we have the resources, we have the sea, and we should and must find a way to once again be able to feed ourselves and sustain ourselves, especially with what's going on in the world right now. It's more critical now than ever. And of course, me and my colleagues will do our best to assure that we right fit agriculture once again to assure that we can sustain ourselves during these most difficult times and moving forward. Again, thank you for your testimonies and responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. The chair recognizes Senator Novel E. Francis, Jr. for his 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you for your testimonies. sometimes I get a little bit frustrated because we seem to have this circular discussion in regards to agriculture, and I wish that at some point that we really could get all of the stakeholders together and really put our money where our mouth is and really commit all in to address this agriculture industry. I just heard my colleague talk about it being being the breadbasket of the Caribbean at one point. From the time I got into this body, there have really been a concerted effort to really fund up agriculture. I know initially when we started, we were just a little over $3 million. I think that we're up to like $5.4 million there. It's certainly not enough, but the numbers have grown over the years. There's a number of initiatives this legislative bodies over the years have really put forth to meet agriculture halfway. The agriculture plan, the earmark from our budget to particularly under Act 8259 that I sponsored. We talk about a symposium that we see going to happen soon. My colleague, Senator Javon James, had moved that legislation, and there was really a push for it. I hear where that partnership was beneficial, and maybe we could talk to the RT Park at some point, maybe we created a catalyst fund and to support our farmers. Again, I see that there is some benefit to that. We have real life testimony from Mr. Wan and others. We talk about once they get that grant, they were able to put it to work and be able to maximize getting equipment to be able to get the job done. But we can't continue to have this circular discussion without really addressing the issues that we're hearing here. Ag Fair, again, represent the largest state fair in the Caribbean. We know that it works, and agriculture means a lot. My dream is that one day we could have a real agriculture co-op where we know that our farmers could really just grow their vegetables and fruits or whatever and deliver them to some type of cooperative that would be responsible for selling these things, so that they don't have to be worried about marketing and selling, but rather just pumping out the product, so that we could be able to use them. We could see where our hospital will be mandated to use these products. We could see where the prison, the schools, and all these areas will be able to use these products, and then we could really have a commitment there. I would like to see where we're doing a lot more in terms of backyard farming. I look forward to getting up in the morning and doing my little watering up of my plants and getting things going, because we know that those are the things that I use. My spices, my spinach. Those come out of my farm, and I look forward to eating those. I look forward at the end of the day to go home and water my plants and get things going. And that joy that it brings about when you see your first hand of planting or your first hand of banana growing, you really have a joy in doing that. So if we could be able to teach our youngsters, I believe that there will be a greater interest in them being able to do that. So I wanted to ask you, Commissioner, first of all, I want to get into the issue of the local food and farm coordinator. What is the bottleneck? What is happening in being able to get that position funded?
Thank you for your comments previously, Senator Francis. And I have some updates for everyone. I think it will shed light on exactly where we are. As I mentioned in my testimony, we're in constant communication with OMB, who said that they actually released the monies. So the reality is this. OMB actually did release the monies, but it never came to us. The monies in error went to an entity at UVI. That was the reason why Act 8979, Section 12 was prepared. It was prepared to correct that error. I believe it happened in earnest because the amount was the same as an amount given to another entity at UVI. So until that monies can be redirected to us, we cannot use them. And I'm not sure what the process is for making that happen.
Have you communicated this with OMB or UVI so that we could be able to have that money then recirculate?
During our council meetings, we did mention that was the issue. And at this point in time, we're working with OMB to find out what the process is to have the monies redirected to the Department of Agriculture. I'm not sure what it is, but they will let us know, I'm sure within a day or two, what the process is.
From every testimony today, we spoke about this local food and farm coordinator and the importance of getting going. So we need to make that a priority. If you need to get me involved in it, I will certainly, as the chair of the Budget, Finance, and Appropriation Committee, I'll get involved, so that we can make that happen. I don't like to hear this discussion about little nuances that we as a government should be able to fix and get moving. And because of that, we're having all of these bottlenecks. So I want to address that. policies.
Thank you.
In terms of progress.
Parts?
In terms of progress. Are you satisfied? Are you comfortable in the position that you sit as the commissioner? We're making some progress and moving forward?
With hires?
With agriculture? Generally speaking.
Senator, the answer is, if it's a yes or a no, the answer would be no. Nevertheless, there is progress and there's forward movement. The issue for me is that it's not necessarily at my pace, but the answer is we're moving forward. The very fact that Mr. Warner is sitting here next to me speaks well of the progress. We have issues up to today, speak with my own staff. We have issues of putting plans in place and things fall apart. Right now, we're trying to respond, for example, methodically to the backlog of work orders we have to address farmers' needs with heavy equipment. We began the plan, and here we have breakdowns. So we're moving forward. So to address those issues, we are going to be purchasing 3 new tractors here in St. Croix. Only 1 is operating right now. We're going to be purchasing 3, thanks to some ARPA funding released to us by the Office of the Governor. Thanks to Act 8854, we're going to be purchasing as well a new bulldozer because we only have 1 operational now in St. Croix, which has given us off and on, mechanical problems. So the answer is yes, Senator. Progress is there. Overall, the answer is no. I wish I had seen some more, but it is for some real issues and not because of a lack of effort on the part of our staff.
Okay. Mr. Chair, was my time called?
Yes, but you can complete your question.
Very well. I just complete by saying this, that the chair is correct. He has been really lobbying hard, making every effort to ensure that the Department of Agriculture get what's due to them, so that we could get things moving. But at the end of the day, we're one government. I truly wish that we could come together, collectively to move the needle on this particular issue, because it's just when. Food security is very important. Food is life. And we really need to do our best to make sure that we're moving the needle on this particular issue.
I agree with you, Senator.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Warner, President George, for all that you do. And again, this body is committed to support and assist in any way possible.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Nova Francis Jr. I could tell you guys, food is medicine.
It is.
Long and short. So this is a issue that concerns every living human breathing being we have out here. And we could pretend like it's something we could shove under the mat, but it's going to come back and bite us at some point. Look how close we were with this SNAP issue that just took place. No one would have ever thought that one day the feds will not fund our most vulnerable population. And we don't have the capacity to say, okay, we'll just get some stuff from the farm. So I hope we take this serious. All right, the chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Good day to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers. In 2 months, I will be a senator for at least 5 years. And I'm going to be honest with you, I feel like I've been having a redundant conversation for 5 years. I'm to the point where I thought by now we would have seen a significant leap in agriculture here in this territory. One of the things that I was major on my platform when I was running for public office was agriculture. I look forward to you guys getting funding. I look forward to seeing leaps and bounds. I look forward to seeing a lot of the issues that you guys came before this body prior to me being elected and even during this almost 5-year term. And I just still feel like we're stagnant. It almost seems like the word agriculture is just a conversation that we have, and I'm not seeing major leaps and bounds. Yes, we do have the agriculture plan, which I am hoping that we're going to be able to push out. But, Commissioner, I need you to tell me, what do you think that it's really going to take for us as a community, us as a government, to really propel agriculture to the forefront, to really get it to where it needs to be? Because it's one thing for us to keep having these conversations, but it's another thing to actually get to that place. Tell me your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Senator. I have a lot of thoughts. One of those thoughts is in my testimony. Basically, Senator, and all senators, to rebuild the industry of agriculture, we have to rebuild the Department of Agriculture. I said that before, and that's a definite part of it. Speaking of numbers of staff, speaking of quality of staff, etc. I just made reference to the fact that we only have one operational tractor in St. Croix. We have to rebuild us with respect to staffing, but also with respect to our resources. I just made reference to the fact that we only have one operating bulldozer, which impacts our delivery of service to our farmers, of course. I referenced as well in my testimony that in 1983, we had 15 heavy equipment operators. Today we have 4, and the 4th one was hired within the last year, which means we had 3 for all those 5 years that you're speaking about, Senator. So we have to rebuild the Department of Agriculture in order to rebuild the industry of agriculture. That's a definite thought. A second thought is this. We have Mr. Trevor Warner sitting here, and we have to definitely put money in the hands, resources in the hands of those who produce. Our farmers, I recognize them as an extension of the Department of Agriculture. We are simply the administrative aspect. Our farmers are the producers. Once we put monies in their hands, we see what they can do. When I look at Mr. Warner, I look at Mr. Allenberg, I'm thinking to myself, all we have to do is keep scaling up, replicating more farmers such as these. So, Senator, to answer your question, I think those are 2 basic, solid thoughts that can help us to rebuild the industry of agriculture.
Okay, and thank you for your input. One of the things we spoke about previously was, for example, the age of our fishermen changing. As they are also part of agriculture, and even with you, what is the average age of a farmer? Because we could talk about rebuilding the agency, we could talk about trying to build it up, but if we're aging out when it comes to the farmers, how do we tap into young people and even middle-aged people that would want to become a part of the industry so that it will continue to grow? Because we could build, but if there's nobody to maintain it, that's still going to be a problem. Tell me your thoughts.
Senator, you are correct. Those are just 2 thoughts. But a third thought has to be nurturing that next generation of producers, fishermen and farmers. I feel that the initiatives right now through the Farm and Food Council within the Department of Education to rebuild the Future Farmers of America program is one such initiative. Because what that does is to infuse agriculture into the curriculum of our school systems. So that is a definite aspect. I've even given thought to expanding that idea because if we're speaking of future farmers, what about our future fishermen? That could very well be a local initiative which does not exist, I don't know anywhere where it does, but that could very well be a local initiative to also produce that next generation of fishermen. So yes, Senator, you are correct. I feel that that initiative in itself needs to be strengthened. Agriculture in the schools, it's already off the ground. We just need to keep strengthening that, as well as we could very well put together a program that impacts the fishing sector as well in the very same way. Future fishermen of the VI. Just a thought.
Okay, thank you so much for that response. What do you think we need to basically throw at this to activate it? Mr. Chairman, I just finish up my thought.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. So what do you think we need to throw at it at this point? Because it's one thing for us to say we want to activate and we want to do that. I'm about trying to figure out how to implement. So tell me what you think needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay. So it's not necessarily reinventing any wheels, because when I made reference to the FFA, what we all know as the Future Farmers of America, that is a program that has proven itself to be effective all across the nation. So implementing it here is not a matter of reinventing any wheels. We have it here in the territory on a very basic level. We have to continue implementing it. What that does is to teach young adults, teach students about the value of agriculture, teaches them about all of the many career opportunities in agriculture, at the end of which, all across the nation, it is producing future farmers, it is producing future scientists, it is producing, etc. So it is nothing except implementing the same program here, nothing about reinventing the wheel. The only invention I can think of is to expand that into a future fishers of the VI. But as far as the program itself, Senator, we just have to keep it going, strengthen it, because it is not new and it works well.
Okay, just second innovation. Well, thank you so much for that response. I know my time is out, and I really think collectively between the legislatures backing the University of the Virgin Islands and Agriculture Department, we really have to work collectively to push this forward. So I'm looking forward to more innovation, more ideas, and more programs to make sure that we have agriculture in the territory for longevity. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for this time.
Senator, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger, for your questioning. I think what gets me with this line of questioning was the startup costs for future fishermen of America. You know, that's going to be very expensive. I was a Future Farmers of America candidate when I was in school, but all we had to do was plant lima beans and corn and simple and inexpensive things. You're talking a boat and an engine. That's not going to be cheap. But it's a good idea. I still think it's something we should consider. Maybe the Department of Agriculture could buy a vessel and big enough for the students to go out on and fish.
We'll discuss this later.
All right, good. All right, the chair recognizes Senator Franklin Johnson for your 4 minutes.
Good evening, I would say. Yes, it's a pleasure being here today and listening very candidly. And I can recall how I started planting. My mother and my brother are always planting, and I ain't going out in the yard to plant. And one day, retired policeman, we used to call him Speedy George, but I'm quite sure his name was George Washington. He was a retired police officer, retired 20 years in the military, and were collecting his social. And I met him in the market in Frederickstead selling coconut. Mr. Speedy George, what are you doing? He said, Sonny, I got 2 coconut trees. He said, I can't even get up in the tree. I have to get a young man to get a coconut them for me. I come in the market, I ain't got nothing doing. I sell me coconut them. And when I done, I take the money and I put it in a mayonnaise jar. And to the end of the year, I have enough money to pay my property tax and take my wife to dinner. I went and planted 10 coconut trees. One time. And I must say, the trees them did so well, I used to have to bring in folks to go with the coconut them. Sometimes my truck, I had a F-150 full of coconut. So I said this to say, how do we get the young people involved? Because this thing of planting is real. From that day, I started planting big fruit trees, my avocado, my plantain, my bacoba. And every couple months I could get a Hana plantain, I share with everybody, a Hana bacoba. My avocado tree is a late bearing tree, so I get avocado in December. This year the tree did good, no storm came, thank God, knock on wood. Probably got more than 100 avocado on that tree. My question to you, Commissioner, how do we get, and to Ms. George, how do we get the young people involved? Because Mr. Trevor Warner said something, young people ain't want to work. And last week we had BIR in here and he said, there is work for who want to work.
I agree.
How do we get the young people involved?
Well, Senator, I've always said 2 things, and you already proved one to me. Number one, I really believe that our young people, once they understand the science behind things, that will attract them. Because they respect medicine. That's a science. They have to understand that agriculture is also a science, and a higher science at that. And the second thing, Senator, through the economy, the economics of farming, economics of agriculture, you proved it to me just now. You said to us here in the Senate that your motivation was the fact that you were able to generate so much money to do what you could do. So I really believe if we should properly present to our young people the science, the business of agriculture, it will appeal to more than what we are seeing right now.
1 minute.
And Ms. George, you mentioned something about education, trying to get involved and getting some funding. How do we get them involved, and what are their requests? Because I know on St. Croix and St. Thomas, I think it was Udera when they had a aquaponic farm doing tilapia. Udera, I think that program fell off. I don't know what happened. How do we get these things going? Because our young people need to be involved to understand the dynamics of this farming.
Good day, sir. Thank you for the question. So, building on what Commissioner Peterson shared, I think to get more young people involved, yes, Future Farmers of America is an option. I think close collaboration with the Department of Education is key. We're making some strides in that area. But I also think, paid internships in agriculture, fellowships for students, even as early as high school. Right, I think the earlier we can show value to students of the importance of agriculture as well as the modernization of agriculture. Young people love technology, so the importance of agri-tech, the importance of showing them about agribusiness, agri-entrepreneurship, and to be honest, young people are inspired by success. If they're able to hear more about the successes that our local farmers and fishers are having, they're more likely to be inclined to be interested in agriculture. I also think that, for example, UVI has an aquaponics facility where there's also vertical farming and a lot of concepts in agriculture that I think young people would be very interested in, but it's a matter of, opening up those opportunities for them to learn about them, but also engage in hands-on experience as early as we can expose them. Then I think we would see more interest. What gives me hope is I do see a lot of students enrolling in our UVI School of Agriculture, lots of males as well as lots of females, so that's very heartwarming. Of course, it will be a couple of years before they go into their own businesses, for example, but what we are also at risk of is making sure that we don't lose them to other islands, other countries, other states, because of the talent that they would graduate with once they finish their programs here at UVI, ensuring that there are jobs that are competitive enough to be able to keep them. So I do think partnering with the Department of Education as well as the Department of Agriculture is key, and getting to them much earlier with that hands-on experience and exposing them to things that they're attracted to, innovation, technology, which exists in agriculture as well.
Commissioner Peterson, you wanted something to weigh in?
Dr. George is absolutely correct. And she mentioned something that I was thinking about, Senator. You've probably heard me say this before. I'll say it again. What Dr. George just described is exactly what has been done in the past, to the point where we literally exported, you could say, some of our young people to programs on the U.S. mainland for them to be exposed to exactly that, the science, the technology, the business of agriculture. Subsequently, Senator, they all went on, matriculated, studied the field of agriculture, but none ever came home.
Oh.
Not one.
We definitely have to find a way of getting that back in place, because back then, I'm going to wrap up on this, Mr. Chair, we used to have the homestead, which gave land to folks who want to really get involved in farming. You have a similar program, but it's at a smaller scale.
Yes.
And on the island of St. Croix, government got some land. And instead of having this land just growing bush, we need to find ways to make more land available for farmers so that people like Mr. Awana could come in here and attest to what's going on the farm. And I've been by agriculture last week, and I did saw 3 tractors sitting there.
Yeah.
So how far are you with getting grants to replace your tractors?
Well, through the ARPA funding I mentioned earlier from the Office of the Governor, we are preparing to purchase 3. The process is taking place, the procurement process is taking place, so we're going to be purchasing 3 new ones. But we are also going to be purchasing parts to repair the ones that you saw sitting, Senator, through Act 8854, which allowed us to purchase parts, and we're going to store an inventory of parts to make sure that we don't stay down as long as we have been.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Mr. Trevor Wana. I congratulate you on that grant and your farm just escalating higher. And hey, the best is yet to come. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. I wanted to address the Public-Private Partnership Investment Fund. How was that initially funded? and I know it's through the EDA. Some funds were recently awarded to some farmers, right? Was it out of that fund or the
It was
local
out of the
fund?
FY24 public-private partnership fund that was funded through the
Right.
500,000 from the EDA.
So this seems to be one way that we could actually, grow our capital base and get going, because this is a good idea. Whoever came up with this one, this was a great idea. We need to get this out there. See if you could get some non-governmental funds in there, capital in there, and grow it. It doesn't always have to be government-based.
Right.
This is a vehicle where you could just start bringing other people involved and have them donate some money to the cause.
Yeah, I think, as we mentioned, once we're able to move forward with establishing the 501c3 for the Food and Farm Fund,
Yeah.
and we grow philanthropy and fundraising, we'll be able to do more of that without requiring, additional support, but we're not there yet.
And mandate number 3 is a must. We need to get that coordinator in there. It's a great candidate, and I wholeheartedly think that person is the type of person you need to take it to the next level. So let's see what we could do to get that person in there. All right, last but not least, Senator Angel Bocas, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I already did my opening statements from prior, so I'm just going to get right to it, because when the federal government shuts down, or like they did, or have been, and the disruption came with SNAP benefits, we went into a frenzy. And it's basically a clear reminder of just how deeply dependent we are as a Virgin Islands on federal assistance, and how vulnerable that reliance actually makes us. Commissioner, I'm going to say, with all the rising concerns with food security, obviously that's why the agricultural plan was developed. And, with the increase of foods coming from outside the territory, we're not able to fully independently get our agricultural sector up and running the way that we would like. We've really got to find a way to be able to move or push the needle forward, because, based on, I'm going to put it on the record, because based on Title 33, Part 1, Chapter 3, Section 42, Number 2, foodstuffs, or food, which means all nutritive matter intended for consumption for the purposes of growth and vital processes, is exempt under the Virgin Islands Code. So what that means is, when these containers come in here with food, those businesses do not pay excise. I'm going to put that on the record. But yet and still, the cost of food is very expensive. Okay? That's a whole another measure I'm dealing with. But I wanted to put that on the record. And we need to support our agricultural sector, and we need to support our aquaculture, and by extension, the mariculture, which I believe is going to be a critically important part of how we're going to survive here in these islands in the future. Because you can suffer from droughts, you can suffer from all manners of soil independencies or issues in the soils, not oxygenation and all of these different things that, or nitrate nutrients that the soil requires. And these things come at a cost for these farmers if we're talking about cultivation, right? There's all kind of different components. Sometimes the bees have issues, different frequencies, different things that they are consuming with the different flowers. There may be some sort of environmental issue taking place. So we can't just depend on the land. We also have to depend on the water. And Commissioner, we've been talking since about the beginning of this year, early on. I'm still waiting for that letter so we could get those grants going that we've been talking about for Bill 36-0006. And I'm hoping you get that letter from the governor so that we can move forward to get those grants for those farmers. What's the process on that, Commissioner?
Senator, first of all, you've done an excellent job to advocate for agriculture and to advocate for mariculture in particular. You've done an excellent job, and I fully agree with you. We actually have, when we think about it, more water space than we have land space. So you have been an excellent advocate for that. With respect to the letter, Senator, I've done my due diligence. I've responded to you and let you know how I felt about that draft legislation, which is a good one. I've also communicated my support to the Office of the Governor. I'm going to allow for the Governor's Office to get back to you with that letter of support. But I've done my part to support your legislation.
Okay, very well, Commissioner. I appreciate that very much. Commissioner, the department has also received federal and local funding, obviously, and to support the agriculture expansion here in the Virgin Islands. And let me ask, what % of the agricultural lands that are under your jurisdiction remain underutilized? Do you have a specific amount of percentage or acreage that is underutilized at this given point in time? Because I do frequently ask about the surveying of those larger parcels into smaller parcels so that you may now try to encourage farmers to lease those plots so that we can get more farmers on the land, because not every farmer is going to be able to take care of a, per se, 20, 40 acres of land. They may more want to work on a plot of land that may be, 3 acres, 2 acres. What is the process now with surveying those lands into smaller plots for agricultural use that is under your jurisdiction?
I'm happy to share with you, Senator, that we've received a quotation to begin our subdivision work. The acreage that is directly south of the community gardens here in St. Croix, we are looking at subdividing approximately 15 acres to begin with into 2-acre plots, 16 acres into 2-acre plots. So that will be the first phase of our surveying and subdivision of lands. And we have received the quotation, like I said, and we're going to be processing payment to that surveyor to get the work done. So that will be phase 1 of what you're asking about.
Okay, excellent. So obviously, based on your response, the Department of Agriculture is poised to make that financial obligation.
$10,000, correct.
Okay, very well. That's good news. I'm happy to hear that. You also noted about the equipment maintenance. Have those plans reduced any of your downtime in any of the working maintenance that you have? I know that the previous senator mentioned a few machines that were down that you mentioned and replied to him that you're going to get them fixed. But for the ones that are currently causing any issues, what's the downtime or what's the plan for the maintenance on those?
The machines that are down, Senator, are in need of parts which we do not have, and so we are procuring parts. That process depends upon a payment system, Senator, which can sometimes be lengthy. However, the Department of Finance has been working very well with us to shorten that time. What I can say to you is that we have begun the process and submitted those quotations, those invoices, to get the parts. I would say, Senator, that within a week's time, we will make contact with the Department of Finance about trying to expedite the payments to the vendors.
Okay, thank you.
But the parts are not on hand to make the repairs happen right away.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Commissioner. The grant applications to USDA. How many of those grant applications have you submitted this year?
I'm not clear on the question, Senator.
How many grant applications has the department submitted to USDA this year?
With respect to my reference, with respect to my testimony?
Yes.
Okay, good. So, Senator, we are proud to say that one of those grants was to the USDA Marketing Services Specialty Crop Block Grant Program. We have received a favorable response, and we're going to be getting funding to do many things, one of which is to teach the cooperative business model. We've also submitted, not recently, I would say to you, Senator, that this week, Wednesday, will be another submission, and this will be to the CDBG program of the VI Housing Finance Authority, and that will be for the purpose of renovating our St. Thomas Abattoir. So those two come to mind immediately speaking. The others have to do with forestry programs, as well as our veterinary service programs. So to date, Senator, for the new fiscal year, at least 4 grants, with 1 pending on this week, Wednesday.
Okay, very well. And the previous grants that were in your purview with funding not spent, and this goes back to the previous fiscal year, are you in danger of losing any of those grants, or are they still active? Is there an expiration date on any of those grants?
We are in no jeopardy of losing any funds, Senator. Everything is active and current and up to date. We are not in jeopardy of losing any funding whatsoever.
Okay, no expiration timelines for grant use?
Well, they have varying timelines, the longest of which is until 2028, but we have varying timelines across all of our grants.
So the longest is 2028, but none in jeopardy of being lost in 2025 or 26?
That is correct.
Okay, very well, very well. Thank you. I will shift over to Dr. George now, so you don't feel like I'm beating up on you, Commissioner. So, time. Mr. Chair, if I may, please, just one question to the President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Dr. George, thank you for being here with us today. Obviously, UVI is a core partner in implementing the agricultural plan and the conference. And I was wondering from your side, from the UVI side, what deliverables are you looking for when you pull off this conference, and particularly, the stages of the plan, such as the research, the extension, or the workforce training? What are the outcomes that you're looking for, within all of these phases once we keep moving forward or pushing the needle forward with this plan and the conference?
Yeah, great question. So in regards to the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan, we're very closely looking at the mandates and making sure that we uphold our part. Each mandate has its unique expected outcomes, and so those are what we're looking forward to. We're also especially wanting to make sure that we continue to have seamless collaboration between all of the departments that will require the plan to be successful, including working closely with the Department of Education. I think that's key because everyone has talked today and continue to talk about the importance of workforce development in agriculture, and so that's key and important. In terms of collaboration with the conference, it's being led by Commissioner Peterson and the Department of Agriculture, and UVI and the School of Agriculture. We're here to support and to ensure that we do our part to ensure a successful conference, and so that conference also serves as a way for us to also share more information about the VI agriculture plan, and about what we're doing in the territory to advance agriculture, to get interest from folks in agriculture, as well as share outcomes that we've had so far and successes in implementing the plan, as well as sharing the things that are of more gets a lot more interest, I would say, in terms of the agriculture technology, aquaponics, hydroponics, entrepreneurship, all those things that excite people, and also hearing from the successes of local farmers and fishermen. I think people tend to be also very excited about hearing from local farmers and fishermen about what they've experienced, the innovation that they've used in their farms, and also about organic farming, which is getting a lot more attention globally, but also here in the territory, which is exciting.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses, both of you, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Angel Bocas Jr. I just wanted to touch on one little issue before we conclude this evening. We're talking about organic foods, organic farming, and I know Dr. Nate Olive is one of our success stories, an expert in that field, but isn't that the most costly way to farm?
Yes.
So, and that requires a lot more skill set than traditional farming, right? Because you could easily just go and get some fertilizer and, skip a few steps, whereas organic farming it's some work now. So I was just curious, Is that a real viable option for the majority of farmers right now? Or, you know, the ones that are more established, the ones that could actually handle it, then that's something for them to consider. I don't know what the percentage of organic versus non-organic farms we have, but it would be interested to know. And I'm just looking at the numbers. I don't have any preference over it other than I know it's expensive.
Yeah, I know there's not a large number of our farms in the VI, as Dr. Olive shared, that are certified organic because, as you heard, the certification steps are several, and then to pay for the certification itself, I'm not sure if it's $1,200 a year, but that is a cost for farmers. You referenced earlier that food is medicine, and it is. And so your question about, you know, what's the easier route, there is always an easier route, but you're going to pay one way or the other. Yeah. Now, what we also know is for some consumers of food or for some groceries, et cetera, when it comes to marketing and the business side of agriculture, some require certain things in terms of when they're picking who to buy produce from. So that's just something to consider, how marketable each farmer wants to be, or if, you know, they prefer just making sure they're able to increase production. It's just sort of what their business plan is. And hopefully each farmer has a business plan. So even that sort of basic requirement is something for us to be able to support through the Ag Business Center and Small Development Center, helping farmers, you know, establish a business plan.
Yeah. Dr. Peterson, you have something to say about this issue? Organic versus non-organic?
The issue of farming, it is costly, can be costly. And as Dr. George said, you can pay now or you can pay later on too. What I do know is that our farmers, for the most part, prefer to be organic producers. That's what they've expressed to us, which means we are trying to respond to a need, a request from our farmers. Yes, and go ahead, Mr. Warner, go ahead. Yes.
I do organic farming, and for broth, I use the brown sugar, the vinegar, and the baking soda. For the pesticide now, I use baking soda, vinegar, and salt. And it do the job. The chemical fertilizer to me is more expensive than sometimes the organic way. And you get for me, you get a better yield with your organic farming, to me.
Yeah.
We have to evaluate many factors, one of which is the impact on human health, as Dr. George was, I think, implying. There's also an impact on environment, and it can be short-term or long-term. It's something to think about. And then there's what we call a middle ground sometimes, because if we say we are truly organic farming, there is a legal definition to that nowadays. If you want to market yourself as an organic farmer, there's a legal definition and legal requirements, including certification. Otherwise, you cannot legally say you are producing organic products. You can sell to your partner, you can sell to your friend and say that, but to be legally so, marketing that product as such, it has to be through those legislations. So the middle ground sometimes could be other options, one of which is what people call certified natural or naturally grown. Many farmers on the U.S. mainland opt for that now because it's cheaper. Sometimes the practices may be the same or similar, but less costly. The other approach can be what we call sustainable agriculture, which means that we're not being too extreme on either end. We're simply trying to find means and ways that are site-specific, that work for you in terms of being productive, but also in terms of being sustainable, in terms of being environmentally friendly, while still being economically profitable. So there are some middle ground sometimes. So I'm only saying that to say that there are many options to think about, and organic can be sometimes for some persons on the extreme end.
Excellent. I think this discussion was necessary. We covered a lot of grounds today. I really want to thank both all four testifiers, because they kept shrinking as the time got a little later. So I want to thank Dr. Sophia George for her time, Dr. Peterson, Louis Peterson, for your time, Mr. Warner for your time, and all my colleagues and the great people at the Virgin Islands Legislature that made it possible for us to put this message out there to the world. This is information that we all need to have and understand. We spend a lot of money every year trying to grow food. You see what it takes. It's not that easy. It's complicated. There's a policy side of it. And this is what we're doing. We're developing policies so that we can grow food. Food for all of us. Medicine to treat us. So in concluding today, I just want to thank each and every one of you. Your testimonies provided valuable updates to help us assess the progress, identify the challenges, and strengthen our territory's economic growth and environmental protection for food security. The committee appreciates your input, your cooperation, and your continued service to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to say the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby adjourned. God bless.